to what every man had to say. 'Cause every generation prophesies it's a movie scene, often more than twice. Child is born to live, but then God master plan. Boy grows up, leaves his home to be a man. Vintage shades of white for a while. Every generation of life. Rise and plant your seeds in the early spring. Summer's gonna rain, winter's back again. 'Cause every generation of our life reflects a movie scene on tomorrow's trial. Time will make us change, nothing stays the same. A fool gets dumb, fights hard, and plays the game. 'Cause every generation of our life reflects a movie scene of tomorrow's life.
You know, I've seen the dances on the...
What's up, everybody? And woo!
I try to do the best I can for you, but it seems it's not enough. And you know I care, even when you're not there. But it's not what you want. You close your door when I wanna give you more. And you know I feel so out of place. And you know it's true. Don't you think I'm good enough for you? Can't you see that each and every day you're just hurting me? And I want this pain to stop. So if you really care, if you really care, well then open up your heart to me. Open up to me. 'Cause you know that I tried to be with you. And you know that I wanted to see us through. You know that I needed to make you mine. It was just a matter of time, caught up in the hands of time. You know that I tried to be with you. You know that I wanted to see you through. You know that I needed to make you mine. But it was only a matter, just a matter of time.
All right.
We're going to go in tonight. We are going to go in tonight.
We'd like to kind of move on and fall into another groove out there, y'all. We'd like to meet us for all the young ladies.
Let me know who's in the building.
All right. Yeah. A tune called While I'm Alone. Baby, baby, baby. Baby, baby, baby. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, Lord. Do you love me, baby? Do you love me, baby? Then why you wanna go and leave me all alone? Ooh, baby. My lover.
I got my liquor and my cigar.
Sure. My lover. Ooh. Baby.
Got my cigar. Oh, we gotta go in about this, boy. The power of white women tears.
La 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 la. I guess the weekend everything's open now. You have to make your way. Have to make your way. Have all the dynamite, right from the first day, from the first day. Tell me that you're coming just as soon as you get home. To pacify my heart while I'm alone. I don't like being alone. Things we did this time of love, we've never done before. Never done before. Made some changes in my head. I don't feel the same no more. Not the same no more. Tell me it's not made to need this feeling unusual. To comfort me, my love, while I'm alone. I don't like being alone. Oh, just think that time to love me for remembering I've been something I can't see no, not for my foolish pride. Please remember all the time when you're not home. To pacify my heart while I'm alone.
Don't you leave me alone with no white women in a car. Don't you leave me alone. Don't leave me alone with that white woman in the car. Don't you leave me with no white woman in the car. No. Why don't you leave me the hell alone? God damn, leave me alone. I call the cops and I'm in trouble. I have exclusive footage of that white lady who didn't like what Jonathan Majors had to say. When she turned around and she said these special, special words. Y'all ready? Y'all ready?
By the power of Grayskull.
Nope. Black man tried to call the cops, ran away. That's what that white woman said when she was shown accosting my man.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond! Plus!
But greetings. I shall do my actual intro. I know I'm not shit. Never will be. Hit that intro. Where are you, Slick Rick?
Woo!
Yes, greetings to my space. Oh, man. The drink of today is a mixture of pineapple soda, apple whiskey, and Caucasian Hennessy. It's the Hennessy with an 850 credit score, white privilege, and drives a Kia. It's the Hennessy that wears boat shoes with no socks, with very shorts that come above the knee. It's the Hennessy that believes in hunting, the Bible, and only having 2 black friends. Oh man, the Hollywood Reporter said Jonathan Majors found guilty of assault and harassment. Not his ass, but her ass. The verdict was reached Monday by 6-person jury after 4 hours of deliberation spread across 3 days, which means they ain't take any damn time. The actor is set to be sentenced on February 6th. Oh, jeez. A New York jury found Marvel actor Jonathan Majors guilty of reckless assault in the 3rd degree and guilty of harassment. How? But we shall carry on. Damn, ain't that a bitch? She did what the Avengers couldn't do. She took down Kang the Conqueror. Oh, the verdict was reached by a 6-person jury after roughly 4 hours of deliberation spread across 3 days. Majors, wearing a gray suit, black, and a black dress shirt. I thought it was a dress. Oh, what the fuck? Excuse me. A gray shirt and a black dress shirt and a tie stood with his attorneys as the verdict was read, with family, friends, and his girlfriend, Megan Good, my man, behind him. Sentencing is set for February 6th. The charges of a misdemeanor and violation carry a sentence up to 1 year in prison. So, how the fuck do you get assaulted when you're grabbing on the guy? Witness testimony in the Uber said you were the aggressor. Oh, by the power of white women. You know, fuck white privilege. White women privilege is so powerful that even white men are getting sick of that shit. You know, they joined forces with black people. Like, this shit has to be stopped. Woo! Oh, man. Let's see if we can find more about this trial. Oh, and other news. Marvel, no surprise here, drops actor Jonathan Majors after he's convicted of assaulting his former girlfriend. Oh, man, it don't take them sons of bitches long, do. After being convicted of assaulting his former girlfriend after trial, he hoped would vindicate him and restore his status as an emerging Hollywood star. It did just the opposite. Marvel Studios and Walt Disney Company dropped him hours after the verdict. We're not going to go through the Manhattan trial. Oh, man. A Manhattan jury found Majors, 34 years old, guilty of 1 count of misdemeanor charge and 1 count of harassment violation stemming from March confrontation with his then girlfriend, Grace Jabari. She's from the Jabari tribe. No wonder she was acting like a goddamn monkey. She said he attacked her in the car and left her in excruciating pain. Bullshit! I'm sorry, I should not be laughing. His lawyer said Jabari was the aggressor. Majors, who was acquitted of a different assault charge and aggravated harassment, looked slightly downward and showed no immediate reaction to the verdict that was read. He declined to comment as he left the courthouse. His lawyer, Pariah Sharadi, said in a statement that he still has faith in the process and look forward to fully clear his name. While he was convicted of an assault charge that invokes recklessly causing injury, she said his team was grateful for his acquittal of the other assault counts, which concurrently intentionally caused injury. Mr. Majors is grateful to God and his family and friends and his fans for their love and support during these harrowing 8 months. Marvel and Disney immediately dropped the Creed 3 star from all upcoming projects following the conviction, said a person close to the studio who spoke on the conditions of anonymity because he was not authorized to speak publicly on the matter. Before his arrest, Majors had been on track to become a central figure piece throughout the Marvel Cinematic Universe, playing the antagonist role of Kang the Conqueror. Majors, who's already appeared in Ant-Man and the Wasp, Ultimatum, let me see, and the first 2 seasons of Loki, was a star in the Avengers Kang Dynasty, dated for release May of 2026. Majors, whose credit include The Last Black Man in San Francisco, Devotion, The Five Bloods, has also been one of the fastest rising stars in Hollywood. The Yale School drama graduate. Jesus Christ. How do you graduate Yale? The black man graduated Yale. Also starred as a troubled amateur bodybuilder in Magazine Dreams, which made an acclaimed debut in the Sundance Film Festival in January. It was set in theaters this month ahead of Major's trial. Disney-owned distributor Sunlight Pictures removed Magazine Dreams from its calendar. It rains, it pours, doesn't it? Major sentencing was set up for February 6th. He faces the possibility up to a year in jail for the assault conviction, though probation or other non-jail sentencing is also possible. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg said in that statement that the trial illustrated a cycle of psychological and emotional abuse and escalating patterns of coercion. That sounds like some affirmated bullshit that he was trying to make his fucking future off of. Man, fuck these states and district attorneys because they a bunch of politicians and crooks too. Trust me, Baltimore had our fair share of crooked ass states attorneys. Despite between Majors and Jabari began in the backseat of a chauffeured car spilled into the streets of Manhattan. The dispute. Jabari, a 30-year-old British dancer, accused Majors of hitting her in the head with his open hand and twisting her arm behind her back and squeezing her middle finger until it was fractured. Get the completed other fuck out of here. Major's lawyers alleged that she flew into a jealous rage after reading the text message from another woman on his phone. Making good, anybody? They said Jabari had spread a fantasy to take down the actor, who was only trying to regain his phone and get away safely. But Major sought vindication from the jury. The trial also brought forth new evidence about his troubled relationship with Jabari, whom he met on the set of Ant-Man and the Wasp 2 years ago. Prosecutors shared text messages that showed the actor begging Jabari not to seek hospital treatment for an earlier head injury. One message warned it could lead to an investigation even if you do lie. they suspect something. They also played audio of Majors declaring himself a great man and then questioning whether Jabari could meet the high standards set by the spouse of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King and Barack Obama, which obviously no. Major's attorney countered that Jabari suspiciously recorded her boyfriend as a part of a ploy to destroy his career. Blah, blah, blah. Over 4 days of tearful testimony, Jabari said Majors was extensively controlling and prone to fits of jealous, explosive rage. You know, the kind that she does? Right. That left her afraid and quite physically quiet a lot. I'm going to keep my opinions after I get through this shit. She broke down on the witness stand, of course, as the jury watched security film footage of him pushing her back into the car after the backseat confrontation. Prosecutors described the video as showing Majors manhandling her and shoving her into the vehicle as if she was a doll. Oh, man, Jesus Christ. Majors arrived in the courtroom each morning carrying a gold leaf Bible, accompanied by family members and his current girlfriend, actress Megan Good. Expressionless for most of the testimony, he wiped away tears as Shorty urged jurors during her closing arguments on Thursday to end this nightmare from Jonathan Majors. Majors did not take the stand, but Shorty said her client was the victim of white lies, big lies, and pretty little lies invented by Jabari to exact revenge on an unfaithful partner. Don't forget to donate. Cash App, baby. We don't do the super chats over here. The attorney cited security footage taken immediately after the shove showed Major sprinting away from his girlfriend as she chased him through the night. Jabari then followed a group of strangers she met on the street to a dance club where she ordered drinks for the group and did not appear to be favoring her injured hand. I say, Tory Lane, anybody? I swear to God, man. Take my glasses off at this moment, man. It's getting harder and harder to read this shit, folks. She was revenge partying and charging champagne to the man she was angry with and treating these strangers to fancy champagne she bought with Jonathan Majors' credit card. Jesus Christ! Wait a minute. I gotta take a puff on this shit. Excuse me. You charged this man's credit card? You bitch. You bitch. You dirty. I know I have some people who are quietly watching who are people of religious status, and let me put this up here for a minute. For all the little kids and folks. I gotta put this warning label up. Excuse me. See that top corner right there? There you go. So if people get offended, there you go. There we go. Don't say I didn't warn you. The next morning, after finding Jabari unconscious in the closet of their Manhattan penthouse, Majors called the police. He was arrested on scene, while Jabari was transported to a hospital to receive treatment for the injuries of her ear and hand. Get completely the fuck out of here. I mean, expeditiously. Leave. Make haste. He called 911 out of concern for her and his fear of what happens when a black man in America came true. His lawyer said, accusing the police and prosecutors of failing to take Major's allegations seriously, that he was bloodied and scratched during the dispute. In her closing arguments, prosecutor Kelly Galloway said Majors was following a well-worn playbook used by abusers to cast their victims as attackers. This is not a revenge plot to ruin the defendant's life or career, Galloway said. You were asked, why were you here? Because domestic violence is serious. Well. What are my first thoughts? I want you to listen to this part.
Wherever we go, I want you to walk along with love.
There is no, and I mean no, way in hell with the. How the fuck do you go to a club, not favoring your injuries, didn't call the cops, end up drunk, unconscious, paying for shit with the man's credit card, end up so drunk that you fell asleep in the closet that he had to call emergency services on your ass? I'm going to say this. Hey, all my black men in the chat, give me a woo. Give me a woo. Okay? Even if you're shadow watching, just give me a goddamn woo, please. And I'm going to say this, and I can't blame black women, but I will say this about all modern women, all modern age women. You are making it to the point where men don't want to deal with you. Okay? You're making it to the point, if I was in Mr. Major's corner, I would just get well-trusted escorts to get my rocks off. I would probably would have been with Megan Good from the start, or somebody like it, because one thing we got to say in this modern day, it is more costly to deal with modern women than ever. No matter what race, no matter what creed, no matter what religion, it is so dangerous because you will lose every motherfucking thing. If anything, if he was smart, he should have got him an island girl, or one in Africa, or one in Brazil. Hey, there's more black people in Brazil than in America. I don't interracially date. I don't knock men who do. But goddamn, I'm sorry. It's like boxing, man. Like what I told my son when he first boxed. He's getting pretty good at it. Protect yourself at all times. It's like wrestling. Protect yourself at all times. No matter if you agree with Puffy or not, if you really think that he did something wrong or criminal, all this shit is money grabs. You're convicting men who don't want to use your pussy anymore. Let's say if he did cheat. I'm sorry. What man of power has only one woman? Give me a man a man of power and prestige ever in history who just had one woman. I'll wait. I'll wait. But then you have the unmitigated gall to say the man did something to you, but you still went out with a bunch of strangers from a dance quartet, drank some expensive champagne on his credit card, and that was cool. That was some cool shit with you. That doesn't sound like a victim to me. That doesn't sound like somebody in fear for her safety. That sounds like somebody who was plotting on some heavy shit. That doesn't sound like somebody who was in need. It really doesn't. That sounds like I'm going to get this nigga because I didn't get what I want. How can he get out of this? Time. Time is probably going to be his best option. Of course, Marvel and Disney's weak-kneed asses are going to try to distance themselves from them. What corporation wouldn't? Instead of looking at all the physical evidence that has been set out before the jury, which I bet you there was not one male juror on there, and if the juror was on there who was male, he probably batted for the other team. How many black men were on that jury? But you know what? Those white women tears are a motherfucker. She went straight running into that bar like this with that credit card. That's a picture of Mr. Barr with that black card going to go get some liquor, going to go celebrate. See, you know what really pains me as a law enforcement officer? Is that the people who really do get abused never call. And don't you use this shit as, oh, black men are abusive when all the evidence points to her being the aggressor. Who's this guy who just spoke? Megan probably be bouncing too. A lot of y'all don't understand. It's a Hollywood relationship. It's the good gander. These people know each other. Hey, I need somebody to be my girl during this trial to make me look a little bit better. She's not there for a long time. She's there for a good time. Of course she fucked one of those dudes. Of course. Look at Robin Gibbons with Mike Tyson. And she brought Brad Pitt to fucking Mike Tyson's mansion. She didn't even give a fuck what would have happened to this motherfucker. I'm telling you, man. I hate to say it. But a lot of modern chicks are making call girls and escorts look pretty damn good. If I had the level of money he had, I would not mess with a Western world broad at all. Sorry. We're going to get to the nitty gritty. I'm sorry. When the Uber driver or whatever type of vehicle driver he had stated that she was the aggressor, she was hitting him, she scratched him, that lets you know that witness testimony don't mean shit in a court of law. That lets you know right there. A black man has no rights that a white woman has to adhere to. God damn. How do you have all this evidence? You can go to the credit card statements. You can look at the club fucking videos. You can see all this shit. And for some odd reason, a court of law still won't convict. Will not actually acquit him. I mean, what more do you need? What more do you need? Shit like this make men not want to date women anymore. They rather have their video games. They rather have their pocket pussies and be left the fuck alone. They're like done. They are like, I am done. Grown men are like, I'm done. Shout out to Andre for the $5 PayPal. Here you go, bro.
By the power of Grayskull.
For some odd reason, we get people like this. And we don't take a time to say, hey, that doesn't sound right. But you know what we won't do? We won't defend them. We won't actually ask for what is the real point of this. Why did you scratch him? Was even Mr. Majors even taken after he was arrested to seek medical treatment? I'm not an expert in arresting people, but I did stay in a Holiday Inn. And the prosecutor tried to say, well, this looks like abuse. And we already know how the New York court system, oh, they're so great with their fucking legal justice system. Bunch of fucking crooks. The only thing they were looking about is how to create their careers. so they can make a tell-all book. And I bet you somehow, some way, Oprah's going to get involved. Tell us about the abuse. Because we know how much she loves black men, right? This shit really makes men become very pragmatic and say, you know what? The juice ain't worth the squeeze. Either I'm going to go in monk mode or I'm going to be a passport bro. Why do you think they fight it so much? See, they want the hoe life, but not to be called hoes. And that's pretty much what it is. That's pretty much what it is. And you know what? If I was Mr. Majors, I would start a YouTube channel. I would start a Twitch. I would start some type of social media, platform and talk about red pill shit. And watch him get millions upon millions of subscribers and talk and tell his fucking story. When modern women ask modern men, why don't you want to get married? Why don't you want to be in relationships? Because of shit like this. And you know what really pissed me off, really? Is that how many times modern women will be the most aggressive, vulgar, insufferable, bombastic motherfuckers you'll see on planet Earth. But as soon as you do something they don't like or they need an advantage, now I gotta become dainty. And you wonder why nobody wants in this system anymore. You wonder why nobody wants to be in this system anymore. It is so bad that you have to ask grown black men, fuck dating. The fuck I get out of that? The fuck I get out of dating? I mean, really? You take a man's kids? You throw his career away? I have a friend of mine who's going through a child custody case now. The dumb bitch of a baby mother got him fired, but she wants child support. What insane fucking logic do you have? You just want everybody to be motherfucking miserable. That's all it is. You want everybody to be motherfucking miserable. But you don't care. You don't care. All you want is destruction. You're like the goddamn juggernaut. All in your wake, anything in front of you must be destroyed. Anything behind you is decimated. I want you to think about this shit, right? Instead of actually supporting the man, you know he's on the rise. You want to get mad about a Hollywood man having multiple women. Get the fuck over yourself. Get the fuck over yourself. This is the reason why I tell a lot of women, don't date or marry a man you cannot take. If you can't take that Hollywood lifestyle, you think Jonathan Majors, the way he looked in fucking Creed 3, bitches weren't passing him numbers? You're one of the most sought after men in Hollywood. You're the rising star. You're the heir apparent. See, this is the reason why a lot of modern women will tell you, I want a man on my level, or I want a man who could do this. But you see them date men who are well below their weight class. You know why? Because they can't handle men that high. They can't a woman can't even handle a man who makes $10,000 more than her a year. 20, fucking forget it. She'll go ballistic. It's too much control. She wants power. And then let's talk about this aspect. Being around a white woman for a black man is still as dangerous as it is now as it was 150 years ago. Dangerous. If this was the South, he might have. There's a fear that he might have been lynched. And don't think these white women don't know they have this type of power. Oh, they know it. Why do you think these Karens go out of their way to make these calls and then cry when you speak hard? Oh, he's so aggressive. Well, bitch, you probably was fucking these people you met. You didn't realize you were not there for a long time. You were barely there for a good time. Think about this, man. Female nature. I gots to fuck it up. I think I could do better. I asked one classmate when she divorced her husband, are you doing better without him? All that shit that you try to prove a point for, are you doing better without him? And she couldn't even give me a fucking answer. Of course she wasn't. You damn near homeless. Will ruin your own relationships because of your happiness. If this is not a story to learn, look, you're going to force men to be so pragmatic that they're going to be like, okay, sign this contract. Men are not going to have doorbell cameras. They're going to have cameras in their bedroom, in their house. They're going to have confidentiality forms, consent forms. Y'all better be glad I'm not a lawyer. I will make so much money. Look, don't ask me about Megan Good staying with him. Y'all should already know that Megan Good's an industry girl. Like, he's an industry guy. It's an industry relationship. They don't play by the same damn rules. That's the point that I keep telling y'all asses. These motherfuckers don't play by the same rules. Look at Tory Lane. All the evidence pointed to someone else, most likely that other girl. There was no evidence of Megan being anything. There was no evidence of Tory even holding the fucking gun. Nobody's seen him with the gun, but he gets locked up. And then Megan doing commercials for the Olympics. Not one black woman ever condemned her for those actions. Not one. This is the black community, right? You couldn't have not one rapper, black male rapper, speak to the future president of the United States. You had a Cardi B. You had fucking Megan Thee Stallion talk to Maxine Waters. Y'all could keep this shit. I swear to the immortal God or whatever the hell's up there, the first working spaceship that's been tested and went through a few flights, send me to fucking Mars. Put me on that fucking colony. Y'all can have this shit. I'm sorry. I do not believe all women. Because women have a tendency to lie like a motherfucker. Especially when she knows she can get away with it. Especially when she knows she got the crowd on her side. Oh, you hate women. No, I don't. I just know women. I'm gonna tell you how much women, how much women are really fucked up in today's world. That women don't even like women. That's why they hate each other. Shout out for Architect. You gotta give him something special for that one for the $20 holler. Don't beat him, meet him. Woo! Salute to Aquatech. Let me know what companies are making sex dolls and androids, and I'm investing in that shit, and I'll be a billionaire. Anytime we're in the point of history where women are as sexually free openly as ever before in history, and you can't even give away pussy, that tells you something. That tells you something. It is more dangerous to be around you. You will lose millions upon millions of dollars dealing with you. It is not me hating. This is just logic. What do I get out of this shit? The fuck do I get out of this shit? That's what men need to really say. Is it worth it? Let men say, you know what? We don't like the laws of this country anymore. Fuck work. We're taking a strike. I bet you Congress will enact shit like this. I want you to think about this, right? Let this be a lesson to a lot of men out there. The first sign, don't even vet your women carefully. especially you young men who want to be police officers, firefighters, military. Shout out to Aqua Drag. Got to give it to y'all.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond! Plus!
And ladies and gentlemen, if you have a young son, nephew, cousin, male cousin, mentee, Padawan, whatever, I want you to bring them to the phone, computer, tablet, whatever you're listening to on the sound of my voice. I want you to bring them close and listen to this. Vet that woman carefully. Be very, very detailed with your vetting of that woman. 15 minutes of pleasure will give you 21 years of hell and a lifetime in agony. A terrible woman will cut your life expectancy shorter than a goddamn midget on a toilet. How much money do you think Jonathan Majors just got fucked out of from Disney? And most likely, I think it was somebody setting them up because they wanted to go another way instead of Kang. So they had to look for an excuse to get rid of him. But that's my conspiracy theory with my tinfoil hat. I don't think they wanted a black guy to get that much money and power. Because he would have been, since he was going to be basically the new Thanos, he would have a lot of stroke in a lot of movies. And people could say, oh, that's because he messed with a white woman. What you think about Tory Lane? What you think about Puffy? I rest my case. You vet that woman the same way you get a new pair of Jordans. You don't let nothing come near you. I'm going to tell you, a lot of you young men get fresh in the world. Don't even invite a broad to your house. As a matter of fact, if you do invite her, make sure you have cameras all around that bitch. Make sure you have cameras all around that bitch. Even in your car. Make sure you have a camera in that car. You can't... Ladies, I'm sorry. But if you have sons, I'm teaching your sons how to defend themselves the proper way. In God we trust, all others, fuck them. There is no... You've made it so disruptive and dangerous to be around, you modern women. That men are second guessing you. Men don't even want to hire women for shit. Okay? Men don't even want to hire you for shit. A lot of you women want to go into corporate America. Men don't trust you. What's the chick, Jess? And she's asking, why are they doing all this? Because they don't trust you. You're a female. All you got to do is allege something. And you'll bring that company to ruins. You'll take people from their $1 million jobs, multi-million-dollar. It is too fucking dangerous. Let's say you walking out and you with a date or your girlfriend or your wife and she acting a fool. There is no reason you should not be anywhere with a fully charged phone that's capable of recording sound and video. If she starts acting a fool, you start recording. And you get the fuck out of Dodge. Johnny Depp had that broad recorded, and she said, while recorded, knowing he was recording, do what you want. They're not going to believe me, while she was literally shitting on a man's bed. Some of the most demonic, evil motherfuckers, man. What do modern women really want is power. And it's power over men. They want dominion over you. They don't want to be wives. They're raised to be men. That's why they want to attack you first. They know that, goddamn, it's funny, right? I can lift, at one point, I could lift 500 pounds off my chest. I could lift over 270 pounds over my head standing. But I had ex-girlfriends who thought they could take me toe-to-toe, one-on-one, fair fight. They thought that they could fight a fair one with me and could take me down. And I'm looking at them like, what's wrong with you? I can literally maul you like a Bengal tiger, and there wouldn't be shit you could do. I'm an international level wrestler. If I could do that to other guys who worked out and strong and fast, quick, explosive, and I could do that to them, what the fuck's going to happen to you physically? But this is the reason why I tell modern women, stop putting yourself in dangerous predicaments. Stop arguing with men, especially men you don't know. In my heart of hearts, in my professional opinion, several months ago, excuse me, that lady was probably going mouth to mouth with that dude in the fucking the carry out because she knew there was a gun in the car. But then again, if there was no gun, I've seen plenty of women who would talk shit to a grown man. As dangerous as that could be. And then you force your son to take a life at as early as his age there? And this guy is possibly gang connected? But you want to still live in that fucking city. If my son ever had to do, number one, people, even some of my best friends argue with me. What is that with your mother? My mother sure as hell would not fucking walk into a carryout when she got my black ass. That's where it's wrong. Number two, I would tell my mother, get the fuck back in the car. You think I haven't been around my mother arguing with people? Ma, get in the car. I have to diffuse shit. I have a sister. I have a niece. Hell, I even have I have 3 great nephews and a great niece just born a few months ago. I have a nephew in the active duty. He'll tell you. I had to literally tell my sister at her son's birthday party, stop arguing with this broad. It's your son's party. Go celebrate with your son. My sister's almost 10 years older than me. Really, 10 years. And I had to tell her, go take yourself back into the fucking lounge. This is not the time nor the goddamn place. But no. And I got to blame Jonathan on a little part too. You couldn't vet that bitch. You're a Hollywood up and comer. Modern women have been taught to do three things: to steal, kill, destroy. They don't believe in relationships. If that was true, who's getting married? For every one marriage you have now, you got about 12 divorces. I mean, let's think about this. If relationships and building a family was their number one priority, why are they giving out sex frivolously? Why are they worrying about hot girl summers? They know that behavior puts them lower on the totem pole in the eyes of men. That's very easily for a person who does not care. Damnation be damned. Retribution be damned. Accountability be damned. Responsibility be damned. It's null and void. This is the reason why there's some things I gotta beat over men's heads. That chick, man. To all you young guys who want to go to the military and police and all these other government jobs, hell, if you go to college, do you know that sexual assault allegations will get you kicked out, especially if you're on a full ride? And then a lot of times you got to pay that shit back. Your college years are supposed to be your fun years. But you're going to have to watch yourself. Shout out to Black Guru. Hopefully I'm worthy of saying this. But you need to watch her like a hawk watches a goddamn squirrel in the fucking forest. You need to watch her. And see, here's the problem, right? Part of the reasons why a lot of these guys misconstrue what to look for in a woman is because who's the first woman these guys picture their wives and girlfriends after? Somebody say it in the chat, please. Somebody say it in the chat. Who's the first picture of a female and a man and a young boy's life? Yep, the mother. And see, because of a lot of this dysfunction in the homes of these mothers, they made these boys normalize stupidity. They normalize chaotic behavior. Don't nobody come up here and say, what about the fathers? If you were so concerned with the fathers, send the children there. There, I said it. Send the children to the father. Hell, most of us don't even want any child support because guess who pays child support statistically the least when they're ordered? Women. So when you have mama who's supposed to be the first ideal. She's supposed to be the ideal type of woman a boy's supposed to go after, and she's dysfunctional. What type of women do you think he's going to go after? It's normalized in his brain already. The Matrix is a motherfucker, man. We don't even have to put Jonathan Majors. How many athletes going to the NFL, NBA? Who's the dude who did Birth of a Nation? He was a Penn State wrestler. Accused of sexual assault. Finally, it came out that it was consensual, and they almost ruined that dude. They drag his name through the mud. How many times have men been talked about and been accused of sexual assault? Just the allegations. No convictions, no arrests. Allegations ruined men, and then come to find out the bitch was lying. Yep, Nate Parker. Thank you, Jake. Are you the one from State Farm? I mean, look at Michael Jackson. It's cool to make fun of Michael Jackson saying that he touches little kids, and come to find out their parents were lying. They were so guilty that one of the kids when they became an adult, deleted themselves over the guilt. When you're a black man with money, you're a target. Okay? You're not above it. You're a target. If a woman ever, and you know what, I do agree with Roger, and I'm going to say it in my own vernacular. Anytime a woman comes with you with any type of shit like this, it's not just a declaration of war. It's all hands on deck. I'm throwing everything. The SEALs, the Green Berets, the Rangers, the PJs. I'm sending stealth bombers. I'm nuking your ass. I'm sending every resource to make you look evil. I'm not playing fair for shit. And part of the reasons why is because a lot of men play too nice to this shit and try to be like, I'm going to be the bigger person. And I say, you know what? Fuck all that. We're going to cheat. We're going to play dirty. Bitch, I will make you look so fucking foul. I just will. You come and you try to take away how I feed my son, how I put a roof over his head, how I put clothes on his back. You have no greater fucking enemy. And all because you're mad. Then just leave. You know why? Because when women, I'm going to tell you something about women. And it took me years to figure this out. Women are not mad because you cheat with a woman. Women are mad because in their head, they think resources are going to another woman. Somebody put that shit in the chat, please. Women are not mad because you're cheating or you're fucking another woman. Because women like men that can physically get other women. They get upset because in their psychologicals, in their subconscious, they think that resources are going to that other woman. That's why they get upset. I bet you love her. What did you give her? When all you have to do is leave. But then you get this vindictive shit. And you fuck the pooch up. That bitch could have got married to this man, sat pretty, get her fucking, sat there for 10, 15 years, get a divorce, get her fucking get her severance pay, get on about her business. But no. I don't know the high road. All I know is that I'm pretty good at low crawling. I'm pretty fucking good at low crawling. I'm sorry. We could be peaceful, but nah. Once you do that to me, we on some old gangster shit. I remember talking to a Puerto Rican cop when I was in the BPD years ago. And this was years ago when he talked about they had to change the laws for domestic violence. And I'm not condoning violence to anybody. When I make this statement, I'm just repeating what he said. He said that the penalties for domestic violence were so severe because you were getting 2-3 years for it, sometimes up to 5. That a lot of them dudes in PR were deleting their wives or girlfriends. They said, well, if I'm going to go for this shit, I might as well go all the way. So they realized, yeah, maybe we should not do this. You've already went through the season of indifference. What's going to happen when men don't give a fuck anymore? When a man's sanctity and sanity is going to play more than being the hero to this woman in need. How many chicks are going to be sat down on the middle of the road with broken down cars with their kids, scared for their safety because she doesn't have a man, or she does have a man, he doesn't know how to change a tire, and going to be left on the road in the middle of nowhere and nobody coming to your rescue? Shit gets real for Lois Lane when she realizes Superman ain't coming. Shit gets very real. Fuck chivalry. What do you get for chivalry? I pride myself out of being a gentleman. But the one thing about being a gentleman is that a gentleman has to be intelligent. A gentleman has to be pragmatic. A gentleman must seek wise counsel and notice, even if it's just himself, and say, what do I get out of this? Because if I help you, you're going to either A, try to accuse me of something, or B, try to get more out of my ass for nothing. It is what it is. Let me put the link in the chat. If anybody wants to discuss this, but I'm going to give the first 5-10 minutes to anybody who wants to debate, anybody who has a problem with what I said. I want to give you the first 5 to 10 minutes to get out of your fee-fees, man or woman up, and state what I said was wrong. Any issue that you had with anything I said for the last hour, 20 minutes, I'm going to give you the option first to say something. Because really, if you really want to be honest, I'm giving your sons game. And to a lot of mothers out there, you may not like what I say, but are you teaching your sons who they should pick? What type of women they should mate with? Are you being that example? If not, we don't have a damn thing to speak about. First 5-10 minutes. Any detractors? I'm on one today. I want somebody to really stand on business and tell me what the fuck I've been saying is wrong. Tell me what I've been stating is so incorrectly stated that I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. By all manner of judgment, please, I beg of you, show me the error of my ways. Show me how erroneously my thought process truly is. Though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, though I offer my body to be burnt, if I do it without love, charity, and faith, it offers me nothing. Please, I want somebody, man, woman, or child, to have the balls. You have the first 5 to 10 minutes to tell me where I'm wrong. Before we get anybody on this panel, I want you and I to hash this shit out. This is your time to become famous. This is your time to become famous. Ladies and gentlemen, the blackest of the Uber, Black Uber speak.
Hey, thanks for having me, Charles.
Always a pleasure. I'm
Um,
glad you're coming around, boy.
you know, uh, respectfully, uh, I am I'm very agnostic. I am generally agnostic towards the argument of vetting. I do not believe you can effectively vet in this environment. In an environment in which in every way encourages treachery amongst females, I don't think there's anything you can do that creates any level of assurance that you're going to get from a female what you presume you should receive. This is a bad environment for men. This is and the more accomplished you are, the more you have to lose. Because to me, the message of Jonathan is that the more you have, the more you achieve, the more you have to lose. Any female you become associated with will quickly identify that and then act and behave in a way to ensure that she can compromise you in some way. And I don't know what sort of background of a female you will be able to interact in the United States of America where you will not suffer that vulnerability, frankly.
I will say this, Black Uber. Within 60, 50 years, literally, between you being born to now, women have transformed into literally being the cute garden snake into venomous creatures. It's quite frankly in the modern day for a woman's nature to bite you. It's in her nature. That's why I hate it when they say they want a man to be the leader. It's
Um,
it's hard for you to be the leader when you're the one always cutting the knees of the person in charge. If you don't want a leader, you just want a figurehead. You want somebody to wear the crown so they could wear the blame. So they could wear all the faults.
um, I won't. I won't stay long, but I want to tell my familiarity with this. In 2015, I was dating a young lady named Jody Dials, and to say that she put me through the ring or something similar to this that also landed me in jail would be an understatement. I was hit. I was verbally cussed out for things I didn't do. I was cheated on, but I was blinded. I will admit aloud, I was blinded. I didn't know what to do at the time because I was coming off learning that my daughter had died. The last time she hit me, I went to the police and they laughed in my face.
I want you to say that again for the niggas in the back who didn't hear you.
The last time she hit me, I was living in LaPorte, Indiana, and Charles, you know this story. I went to the police and they laughed in my face. Almost literally, they laughed in my face.
When number one, I'm gonna tell you what's one of the problems from a professional. Am I allowed? Hey, Black Guru, am I allowed to have a professional opinion?
Of course. Of
I,
course you are.
I don't know if anybody else in this space is more qualified to speak about domestic violence and law enforcement more than me.
I'm pretty sure I
Yeah.
all deference to you in that particular area.
And I don't even think Brandon Tatum, Kenny. I have 15. I have 3 times the amount of time of being a cop than Brandon Tatum.
Ooh,
Bam.
That's how long I've been doing it.
yeah.
So I'm going to say this, right? One of the Padawans was talking about an incident between his mom and dad, where dad was watching football on a Sunday. Mom came in there being a lunatic, wanting to watch the TV, even though they have a TV in other rooms.
Mm-hmm.
Starting shit with him, she started throwing his stuff out the closet, trying to destroy his shit. He's stopping her. Then she goes in her purse with a box cutter. He wrestles the box cutter away from her. Unbeknownst to him, he's cut on his arm.
Mm.
That's how literally sharp box cutters are. You won't even realize you're cut.
Yeah.
And when the police arrives, he's getting mad, trying to say stuff to his father, while he knew his mother was the aggressor and the cause of the chaos. And I told him to his face, you better be blessed that wasn't me and my jurisdiction. Because if I would have came to that scene, I would have evaluated his ass to make sure he's not cut. If I would have saw one drop of blood on him, I'd have locked your mother the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the problem. Too many men think this is normal. We normalize fuck shit. And women be wondering why my son getting abused? Because you normalize this shit to them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You made them feel as though that if a woman doesn't hit me, she doesn't love me. If a woman doesn't scream at me, she doesn't give a damn about me. If a woman comes into the house, raising high hell, then that woman really doesn't care. No, what you show
But Charles,
is what you're
Charles,
going to seek after.
Charles, in this situation with Jonathan, the prosecutor in Manhattan, they had evidence of this woman engaging in various acts of domestic violence and assault and etc. And the prosecutor selectively decided not to prosecute this woman. This is on record.
Oh yes.
You know what's happening here is, with all due respect, what's happening here is a prison is being erected around black men in general, but particularly around black men. And you're not going to stop this under the current criteria. There is no vetting you can do. There is no magical criteria you can apply. These people they're after you. They are after your enslavement.
I'm going to say
They are after your enslavement. And under the current criteria, you cannot avoid it. You gotta fight them. You must fight them.
I'm going to say this. Number one, like I said on my show months ago, this and the Tory Lane case are travesty of justice. These are travesties of justice. These are you're basically violating men's constitutional rights.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it again. A black man has no rights that anyone in this country has to adhere to. Anytime not only you've abused him on multiple occasions, when this alleged incident happened, you ran after him, and then somehow, some way, you ran into a bar, to a club with his credit card. Nobody says this is a theft after trust or larceny, because a lot of people never heard of theft after trust, have you? Is that when you for example, if you lend me your car for the weekend and I'm supposed to bring it back either Sunday night or Monday morning, and now it's Tuesday, that's a theft after trust.
It is. It is.
No one said, why the fuck are you so concerned of being so abused that you felt as though that you need to buy the biggest, the largest, the champagne with all the zeros behind it and party with a bunch of fucking strangers? What right do a black man have in this country? People say, well, we know racism. Shit.
Not a chance.
That's all right. Let him keep it up. Let him keep it up.
By the way, with all that going on, and with all that went on with me in 2015, you know what this bitch did to almost destroy my business? She took a potential sponsor away from me and somehow signed my name to a $1,000 check.
I've seen women who are very close to me. I'm probably gonna have to need a Patreon to tell this story, boy.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna tell you. Answer Black Uber properly.
Can someone hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
All right.
To answer black women properly, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is so costly to be with women at this day and time and not to be burnt, bit, shot, stabbed, screwed in the back. And it's almost guaranteed for that relationship to end up volcanically. It's gonna it's not even gonna explode, it's gonna implode.
It's going to implode. It's going to implode. Because after I found out my daughter died, she literally, I'm trying not to cry, so forgive me. She literally said to me, I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about business. On the day I found out my daughter passed away.
What?
Jody Dials, and yes, I'm calling her punk ass out, said to me, quote, I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about business. I'm sitting, I want the men to visualize this. I'm sitting in McDonald's bawling my eyes out, talking with my ex about Donna, my beautiful baby daughter that we were forced to give up. And yes, I said it, forced to give up.
Hold up, Snowman. That was her kid too.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucked up.
What I would ask, okay, let's say in another universe you would do this whole thing again. One thing I would ask a lot of dudes, because there's something, and this might pertain to Ool's question that I probably might be pushed back on, because you can still probably vet females. And we talked about this earlier. Charles brought it up earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Most dudes keep ignoring the red flags too much. If you was to go back in time and tell yourself while you're dealing with that chicken head, what are the first two signs that's going to say, I'm not dealing with you, when it first exactly happened?
Right.
Because we all been through that.
As far as Jody Dials goes, I didn't recognize any red flags, but going back and thinking about it, her attitude and her temper. Whenever I
would say you kind of did, but you ignored it. And that's a lot of stuff that
I'll say it.
Here's my fundamental issue with the vetting thing. My fundamental issue with the vetting thing is that it basically presupposes that you must identify a human being that is in every material way perfect. Right? Like, human beings have anger issues. Human beings have past traumas. Human beings have experiences. We all do. But this vetting argument means that we should be prepared to discard all possible manifestations of humanity that we ourselves, by the way, might possess. We must look for all of them. We must identify all of them. We must identify any and all possible infirmity of a female and immediately act upon it.
Yeah.
I don't know what world you guys live in, but I don't see how human beings actually operate in that world.
Actually, I don't know what world you live in and stuff, because in my world, which we all do, certain human beings don't deal with certain human beings, period, also too. If I see a female acting a certain way that I don't like in the first stages, why the hell would I deal with her? Period. I don't want to breed with that. I don't want to have a relationship with that.
Do you have a family? Do you have children?
Yeah,
Do
I was
you have
about
a
to.
wife?
Yeah, he's
I don't
married.
care if I ever
See,
did. There's some
see,
people I don't deal with.
no,
Period. Even if
but
they're
I'm
family,
saying
even if
Hold
they're
on,
wife,
Hold on,
I'm
hold
not
on.
breeding
I'm
with no
saying,
female.
Hold
Let me
on.
let
I'm
me ask you.
saying,
I want to push back. I want to
One
push
at a
back on.
time. One at a time, gentlemen. One at
I
a
want to push
time.
back
I'm saying
on Daddy. I want to push back
the
on Daddy.
majority
Let me
of
put it this way: Is
the
any
ma-
female worthy of your can I say, Charles? I'm trying not to curse.
You didn't answer the
No
question
show, no
though.
show. Let me.
You didn't
Can I
answer
say?
the
Can I say
question.
it?
Okay, let him
By
go.
the power of Grayskull.
You know, I'm gonna be PG with it.
By the power of Grayskull.
Thank you. I got the.
By the power of Grayskull.
Hold on. That's the only way I can get people's attention. Hold on. Everybody's gonna speak one at a time. I'm only gonna say it one time. We're men. We have control. We have etiquette. We don't do this. I don't give a fuck what everybody else's panels do. We're gonna speak one at a time so everybody can be thoroughly heard. Agreed, gentlemen?
Agreed.
Agree.
Let me go on and step out of the way because I got to take my daughter to work. But I just wanted to share my story and my familiarity with this situation. I might be back later. It's
All
going
right,
to depend on the time. But Charles, one day, hopefully this week, I want to team up with you so I can share not only this story in detail, but a couple more because this pissed me off when I got the news today.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna tell you one of the greatest reversals my coach ever taught me is to never get in a situation or hold in the first place.
Yeah,
And it's gotten to the point where it's so dangerous to be around, and it's not just we can't even just talk about black women. We
mm-hmm.
can't anymore. We got to talk about all modern women. It's so dangerous that people ask me, Charles, when you gonna get married? And I'm just thinking to myself, do I go into a room with lions who like humans versus motherfuckers who from the wild? Can I tell the difference?
Exactly.
And here's the sub part about a lion. A lion doesn't hunt people, do they?
No, they don't.
But anything gets hungry or desperate enough, everybody and everything is on the menu, are they not?
They are.
And that's what I think about this situation is that I'm looking at it from a vetting standpoint, but then it's like I told the Padawans when they try to tell me there's a difference between women who are educated and women who are not. And I said this, when you take a lot of these chicks and put them in the same lounge or club and they dance to the same music in the same way, can you tell the difference? You know what they did? Thought about it for a few seconds. It looked like somebody hit them in the chest. They came up. They came out of their seats, and each one of them shook my hand. It was, God damn, I see what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And this is it. It is not. And you're talking about Uber's been married for 30 years. He's been married before Adam and Eve and shit with his old ass. But he's the last generation that believes in long-term marriage.
Yeah.
I'm only a generation removed from Uber because he's the same age as probably my mother. And you got to realize, my father, when I had a talk with him, I asked him, "Did it surprise you that Jimmy never got married?" He said, "No, because these bitches ain't shit out here." This is coming from a guy who remarried on a second marriage, And he never was the type of guy to be like, hey, when you gonna settle down? Nope. He was like, yep, I see what the fuck you doing. He said, I can't blame you. Not blame you. And this is the reason why when I spoke to Sister George that time, everybody knows that epic. When I went out to ask a question, and she said very adamantly, no. This is the question I was going to ask her. Would you want your son? Shout out to LaKenzie for the $2 holler, brother. Don't forget to hit the Cash App and the PayPal. Support the Cognac and Cigar Fund.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going to ask her, would you tell your son to play a sport where he's going to lose 80% of the time? Would any of you want your son to play a sport where he's going to lose 80% of the time?
No.
Then why the fuck do you try to press marriage on us if 80% of the time we don't even get to pick the leave? We're the ones.
What I would say is this is why he has to be technically taught by actual proper men to find himself the wife that he actually wanted. And it starts over with himself. Too many dudes make it about women too much. That's why it always backfires on them the way it does. When they start seeing the game within themselves, their own identity, way it is, they set their own boundaries and rules. Was technically what you said about the vetting process. That's part of it. You have master of your own domain, master of your own self, your own identity, period. That, you're not going to tolerate certain females like that. And yeah, you're going to be kicking them a curve like no problem. And they're going to work to make sure they bow about your wins. Because you're that guy that stands out too much farther than all the other guys that should come around.
I just got to ask this one question, Mel. What happens if you go to the factory and you look for one of those old Studebakers, one of them old steel trucks, right? Solid steel truck. You know the truck, if you hit a wall, the wall's fucked up, but your truck's still good.
Mm-hmm.
What happens if you go to the factory and they don't make them anymore?
Yeah.
It's called adapting. That's what it is also.
It's called get the fuck out of this.
You know what, Charles. No other group of human men must go through this vetting, this magical vetting process that you allude to. No, nobody else.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in all other areas on Earth, there is a presumption that when you marry a woman, she's going to do what she's supposed to do as a wife, as you do what you're supposed to do as a husband.
Right.
So this notion of you're going to somehow, through alchemy or some fucking magical potion or whatever, where you're going to come to some magical formula of vetting. No other human males have ever had to do that in the history of Earth.
And that is why.
Period. And that's my fundamental argument against this vetting argument. It's bullshit.
Well, I'm sorry. You know what? If that's the
it does not conform. It does not conform. It does. I have not spoken. I have not spoken for some time. It does not conform. It does not conform with human history and sociology and any of that shit. This whole notion where African American men have got to formulate this vetting formula. Nobody else have had to do that shit, fellas. Nobody else have had to do that.
Have to do that. Well, you saying it?
No, nobody. Brother. Historically, I have been married for 30 years. I've been married for 30 years. I have been married.
I
I
can
have been married for 30 years.
No, no, let 'em
Historically,
continue. Let 'em continue.
historically, what has happened is the environment, whatever religion you're affiliated with, her parents, your community, her community, all of that formulated in terms of maintaining a marriage and maintaining a family. It was never this situation where a man had to figure out and put together some permutation of qualities that would result in him being able to extrapolate some woman who he might be able to maintain a marriage with. That has never in human history occurred.
Wrong.
Not ever.
Wrong. What are you talking about?
Not ever.
Upper class people
that
do that
just
all
has
the
not-
time.
Mel,
If
listen
you
to what
part of
we're
upper class, would you
Bro,
want your
chill, bro.
daughter to be around some ratchet
Chill.
Let
Can
somebody
I?
else talk, man.
So due to
I am referring to history.
Everybody hold on. All right. I'm going to say this one last time. This is the multifaceted man and the multifaceted woman channel. We don't do this talking over everybody's shit here. Yes, T Riddler, I know how to manage my motherfucking panel. Look, I don't want to drop people off. I want Uru to finish his thought without being cut off, just like Uru's going to let you finish your thought without being cut off. Capiche? Thank you. Continue your thought and Mel.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
No, go ahead, go. You finish.
No, I mean, with all due respect, like, really, and I mean this. You know, I'm not trying to usurp any of you all's conceptual views of family and marriage and community. I'm 62 years old. I'm going to refer to what I saw. I'm not going to refer to what I believe and any sort of fantasies about family and community. I'm going to refer to what I saw. And what I saw is a whole community of people coming together to make and maintain marriages, families, community. That's what I saw. I can't speculate on some newfangled way of some newfangled woman and some fantasy about what sort of relationship you're supposed to have with some millennial or some zillennial bitch. Because I don't know who those people are, frankly. I can only refer to what I saw when you actually did have people who were married, when you actually did have communities, when you actually did have families. Everybody participated in that. Everybody participated in it. It wasn't just about you vetting some bitch. Man, if it was just about me and my wife, we would have been divorced in the 90s. Real talk. Like real talk. If it would have been just about me coming up with some kind of formula about how she's supposed to be, and she coming up with some kind of formula about how I was supposed to be, we would have torn our family up a long time ago. That shit don't work from what I see. Now you all can say whatever y'all got to say about it.
Okay, let me rebuttal on that.
Rebuttal.
Unfortunately, I see it very hypocritical in your stance, because unfortunately, if you're talking about communities trying to find wives and partners and everything together, that's still a form of vetting also too. Except they go to the other family relatives to see if this person's right for me. They do that a lot in upper class communities also too. A whole lot. What I've seen, what I read. They're not going to allow their daughter, who's part of upper class, to marry someone that's lower class for whatever reason. They ain't chancing it. That is part of a vetting process also too. I was on a panel a long time ago with this dude who he was dating this Asian girl. He was making like over 6 figures, doing good job and everything. But his own father told him, "You're a good man and everything, not like the typical black man that I heard, but you're still not right for my daughter." And he respected that, so he left her alone. He found a new wife now and everything, but yeah, that was another vetting process that was done within communities. It's not like that no more in a whole lot of age. So we have to teach our young men, just like Charles says, to learn to vet on their own. We give them the game, and they have to go vet on their own. They can't rely on their family relatives like they used to. Them days is past. And that's the point what I'm saying. It starts off with yourself. You got to teach men about themselves, period. And when they find out about themselves all the time, they're more massive what they're going to tolerate and everything. They probably won't even be in situations as close to like what's happened with Jonathan Majors. Now, from my point of view on that is, it sucked that this happened to him, but I still got to put some blame on him behind that. Because I shout out to Snowman. He mentioned himself when I was going to my point of view with that. I guarantee a lot of those signs were showing the early stage of their relationship, and he ignored it. And it went to this far. So I've been there with females knowing so many signs. I'm glad it didn't wind up worse like this, but I know how it is to ignore too many signs and think that's okay, because most of us are taught that this toxic thing is so normal. That's what we want. We're breaking out of that. We realize, no, it's not about that. We don't want that. And what are women doing now these days? They trying to shame us for not dealing with them. Oh, he ain't man enough, blah, blah, blah. Ain't no way in hell I'm going to listen to a woman give advice on the game, period. I'm not saying they have a point of view, but you don't know. Women going to speak what they view, what they want in the man. But it's not always exactly what they get. It's always going to be the opposite.
Well, you got to remember.
So
I see both their points of view, and who wants next?
Leon 008.
Leon gonna get next after this part.
I'm finished.
I see both Uru's part, and it's a goddamn shame. A man who's married 30 years would tell you there's no hope. And I understand Mel's part as well.
I'm not. Hold on. I'm not saying there's no hope. I'm trying to describe what has been historically the formula for maintaining family.
Oh yeah.
And what has the formula of maintaining family has not been some guy figuring out whether some particular female is going to be and do right. That's not the formula. That's the argument I'm making. The argument I'm making is outside of an environment in a community that supports marriages and families and everybody being on the up and up. If you're not going to have that long term, it's not going to work, because the female, you cannot hold the female to the honor. You can't hold the female to honor. You guys expect these bitches to be held to honor. And that's a fundamental argument and problem. And you're not going to be able to triangulate to some honorable bitch outside of an environment that's going to make her do right. That's my argument.
And hold on. I got to salute. Hold on. We're going to give it to Leon. But before, my man, MS Delta guy, hit me with the $50 holler. You know what he gets. Woo! Hit it, Slick Rick.
Woo!
Hey,
I
Charles,
do have to make this comment before Leon. Everybody sing with me. Every time I look at Bria Miles, I try not to simp, but goddamn, it feels this could be years. You can keep on using me. Come on, sing it, fellas. Sing it, use
To
me
use
up.
me up.
Go ahead, Leon. Go
Can
ahead,
I
shout
get
out
in
to
on
the best shelter.
can I get in on
So
Julian?
no,
Hold
you can't.
on. We're gonna give it to Leon. Then who's got next?
All right.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Can I get in after Leon?
Andre's got next after Leon. Go ahead, Leon.
All right. So we're talking about vetting. Okay. And ideas of structure and family that we had for a short period of time in a family that was not ours. Okay. Your structure worked for the community you live in. There's many black communities that were like that. The majority, we can look at the data, black guys were living 30 years. Okay. So they didn't have time to think about anything but having a kid and trying to live through whatever they were living through. Um, when we talk about vetting, we have to be in particular positions of our life to have the ability to vet or even understand. So when we look at where the majority of our people are and they come from, you're talking about getting your first apartment and having a cot and uh, two little crates to sit on. And we're talking about vetting when most black women and black guys have no foundation when they enter into adulthood. And what the fuck are we vetting? Like, if you use that argument, you got to recognize that you have to be held to the same standard, and that means a lot of guys still would not meet that standard. There's multiple things going on right now. This vetting works for particular groups, not the out group where the majority lies at the bottom or in the working. That shit doesn't work. You get what you get. When if this was a different system and they said, well, they're going to engage with 50% of the males and the rest will just work and die or just bail out the system, the chances of the guys having kids at the bottom would be almost 0%. And if we're talking about back then, guess what? The majority of guys never had kids. The percent would be even lower. We were put into labor at 6 years old. Our death rates were extremely high. Like, that's why I don't like the argument of when I'm not saying you're using the argument for your generation, but when you just look at our history, most black guys didn't make it to the 30 years to think about shit. So, like I'm saying, I understand.
When you say most black guys didn't make it,
bro. I'm talking.
I'm saying
Be
when you
quiet.
say
Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet.
Hold on. I just had to mute up Uber and Leon. Let Leon finish his statement, then Uber, you can ask the question. Unmute yourself, Leon.
If you look at records, you find that most black guys were in tournament camps doing free labor. A lot of them died at 30. Then our life expectancies went up around 1940 or 50. It's just a fact. You know, if I ask my grandfather how many people does he know that made it to 80 that he grew up with, it's only one left out of all his classmates. It just is what it is. Most guys didn't live past 30. It's just a fact. So when we're talking about structures and all that kind of stuff, it does work in some communities, but we haven't had the benefit of having that. We had a structure that was given to us, forced on us, and the idea was we're doing it out of necessity. And like I said, when it comes to vetting, you just have to look at the numbers where the majority of young black women and young black men come from. Then on top of that, when you go up in rank, you're talking about 8% of black people, 10% of black people that spread amongst the country. So even having a real identity of being able to vet a large group of black people that are middle class or upper middle class still is rare and you're still dealing with cultural aspects and certain shit. So I believe in vetting in the way that I look at somebody's family, see their family together, look how they spend money, what type of church they go to. Are they part of any programs or sororities? You can vet certain things, but when it comes down to it, it's based upon what class you're in. When I was 20, I had no issue dating a stripper because I had. And if I was 20 again, I wouldn't mind dating an OnlyFans model. But I'm 36 with a college degree, and I have access to other things that I didn't have access to when I was 20. That's, just being for real. Like, you're going to see a fine bitch. You're going to let shit slide. You think with your dick is you're full of testosterone. The shit is hard to manage. Just keeping it real. Like, vetting works to an extent. And when we're talking about other classes of homogenous groups, Asians, whites, that already have their classes, some of the outcomes are the same. We can talk about the India with the whatever. I'm brain farting on the classes, but they have a tier of classes. And a lot of the Indians, they send a particular class to America, which is their business class of people that are. And when you look down below, a lot of those people aren't getting married. So when we talk about vetting, it's a cultural thing that you can't really measure. The people in the higher class can vet easily because they know what everybody's connected to, how to benefit the family, all that type of shit. So I don't know.
Sorry.
No, because it's gonna be. I think Uru had a quick question. Then it's gonna be Andre.
I go after Uru.
Then it's gonna be Andre. Then it's gonna be Andre to get his.
This talk about black men being dead at 30. I mean, what period are we talking about? I mean, I am 62 years old.
I gave the dates. I said when our life expectancy increased too.
I'm saying I am 62 years old. I currently have an uncle who is 82 years old, and in a couple of years, he and his wife will be celebrating their 60th wedding anniversary.
Mm-hmm.
So when you talk about black men or black people, no, where are these black men who are dying at 30 years old in recent years? I'm not talking about 150.
Charles, did you hear what I said?
But just for it's not him being smart.
I'm trying to figure out where there's been this 30-year-old.
All right, let me explain. I'll explain it to you real quick. I'll explain it to you. I didn't say recent. I said from 18 to about 1920 to 1930, that was our average life expectancy. You clearly heard what I said, man. I said our life expectancies increased around. Be quiet.
Hold on. I'm gonna clear the air. I know there's a lot.
He's telling me to be quiet. He's being very insulting. And I'm saying my question. I'm trying to be respectful of him.
You're not being
and my question is, if you're going,
real quick. Hey, Black Uber, let me talk to him real quick. Leon, don't take it as an insult. He's just being inquiring because he might have missed that part.
Yes. So when I'm talking about life expectancies, you can look at charts. They'll tell you the average death rate, the average imprisonment, because our imprisonment was high, on tickets that they put you in slave camps for 2 years or 6 months. They have these charts that break down the average age that black men were at a period of time. I advanced it and I said,
can I ask a question?
Let me finish saying what I'm saying.
I'm trying to understand.
Hey, can you control him? Just mute him real quick, Charles. Can you just mute him?
Fellas,
he does this to everybody.
Hold on.
Okay, I'm gonna drop down because
Thank you.
I'm not being understood. So thank you
No.
for having me,
You're
brother.
not tempted to. Peace out. So when you look at our life expectancies increase, it started around the 1945s. So when we're talking about families and how they were structured, our structure changed about every 10 to 15 to 20 years. There hasn't been a consistent structure in black families. We know this. It's just a fact. And it changed with our life expectancies too. Then it changed, industrial revolution, everything, how they were structured. And what happened in the 60s? A group of women chose a system that benefited what they wanted. So that's what I'm trying to say. He's trying to argue with me when I clarified and I said the dates. They're easily Googleable, and you can look at our life expectancies and try to come up with ideas to talk about our structures. I said I have a grandfather that passed away recently, and he's 80. And I asked him, "How many friends do you have left that you grew up with?" And out of his whole class, he knows of 2 guys. He just gave me the argument. Well, I have an uncle that's 80, and it's the same fucking thing that I'm saying. It's not too many of them. You can look at the numbers, and the biggest, when you're looking at age of black women and black men, the majority are older women compared to older guys. It just is what it is. You get what I'm saying, Charles?
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying too as well.
Like he would never let me just explain that. He just keep on talking over me. If you just listen, and I know you don't respect people that's younger than you because I've seen you do this plenty of times. Just listen.
But we're just gonna we're gonna fly by that. Hold on now, we gotta get Andre in. He's next.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so my whole thing that I wanted to speak about was talking about the whole issue of vetting. Like I was sitting on the fence on this because I believe that it's necessary to vet. I just don't think it's the end all be all because like you never know what's gonna happen years down the road, especially if you have a kid. That's my whole argument against it.
Yeah.
I agree that you should prepare yourself for the pot, like just to prevent any foreseeable bullshit. You should vet. Like
Yeah.
I 100% agree with that, right? But it's just I just hate when like Mel was pretty much doing the like all you have to do is vet and nothing nothing can ever happen if you vet properly. Basically, that's how he sounded. Anyways, I don't know if that's what he meant, but that's how he sounded.
Well, I think that's something you bypass also too. Part of vetting starts off with you. What
Yeah,
what's your identity as a man? Period.
exactly. Like, and I know it starts off with you, and even Leon made it. I think it was Leon that made the point that was saying that you could bet all you want, right? But at the same time, too, if you ain't shit as a man, betting ain't gonna do shit for you.
If you're an ain't shit man, then you need to learn to change that. Period.
Well,
Yeah,
we don't have
And
to
just
use.
to let you know, and just
That's-
real quick, Seattle, you got your camera on unless you want it on.
Yeah, we don't have to use the word "ain't shit" because a lot of us come from not having shit, and
Well, you got to
so
work at it and get shit. Period.
Well, like
yeah, it has to be
That's what it is. Some of us ain't got to
available.
build. Tell me, all of us
It
ain't
has
got to build ourselves. Some of us build
it has
ourselves
to
faster
be
than others.
available to you. It has to be available to you.
Sometimes
You have
it's
to
not going to
live.
be available to you. You have to go out and get it. You have to
Well,
build. That's
yeah,
what
like
men are. We builders.
yeah,
We build
yeah.
stuff to make things
I hear
happen.
all of that. Like, but my point was like yes, the probability of it working out is gonna be better if you're on your shit and you're doing everything you need to do. But that still doesn't mean that even if you're doing that it's still gonna work out for you. If that
Yeah.
was the case, it wouldn't be a white manosphere.
I'm gonna just tell you what
Damn.
it is about. It's a combination. It's a combination of what Mel said, Uber said, and what Leon said. See, here's the part about what it is that I'm gonna do the amalgamation. Did I say it right, Toya? Of course I did, because I'm me. But the amalgamation of what Black Uber said, Leon said, and this is the type of dialogue I like to have because as men, if we were sitting around each other, we would probably interrupt each other. It's funny because I'm going to say this part. If we were around each other conversing, we would actually probably not take offense to each other cutting in, but it's something about this internet shit that fires
Yeah.
people up. And
Isn't it?
and no offense to, and I hope nobody was insulted by Black Uru or Mel, or Mel is Mel. We know Mel's fiery. He's a New Yorker, you know, dead ass, you know, dead ass. You know when he's serious. When New Yorkers are serious, if you ask them a serious question, it's either two things you know when they telling you something real serious to their heart. They're gonna be like on God and dead ass. And you gotta realize this is that Uru's right, Leon's right, and Mel's right. Uru's right where it's like we're in a situation where there's so many women. We love Toya. We just don't have enough Toyas out there. You know, Toya's a diamond in the rough. And we gotta realize that, you know, it's almost like going through a pit of snakes. Like I said, the analogy of lions. Lions naturally do not hunt humans. But you could have lions that prefer that will let you pet them. But you get that lion desperate enough, hungry enough, it'll take your fucking arm off. And I understand Mel when it comes to vetting yourself first. A lot of men don't know themselves, but go in the dating world and then wonder why everything's blowing up in their face. And I understand Leon when we go through the chronological history of Black men not living long. And historically, we had to deal with shit that other men in this country really didn't have to deal with doing. Were there other groups of men being lynched and killed and disappeared? Yes, but not to the rate of Black men. Not even close. And what happens is that we have a very particular, we can't even, this is how I always look at Black men. Black men are an enigma unto themselves.
Yeah.
Not even our women face the type of violence, racism, and prejudice that we do, pound for pound. We're the undisputed champions of prejudice and racism. And when it comes to this type of thing that went through with Jonathan Majors, is that it would make a logical thinking person to be like, why fight a battle that ain't worth fighting? I remember reading The Mighty Avengers, and Iron Man was gathering a new Avengers team, and he went to Ares, the god of war. And he said, we just had Civil War. Where were you? Now, matter of fact, it was Miss Marvel before they took the name Captain Marvel. She asked him, why didn't you come during Civil War? You know what his response to Miss Marvel was? I only show up when there's a real fight.
Y'all know when to pick and choose your battles.
And he left her dumbfounded. And the reason why I love Ares, Marvel's Ares, if they build up off this character in the comics, all intents and purposes, he would be the epitome of toxic masculinity. As a matter of fact, if you don't know what Marvel's Ares looks like, here's my collection. You see this guy right here?
Yeah, pull it up. It's before my time.
Well, it's actually the 2000s, the Mighty Avengers.
I remember.
See this guy right here with the battle axe and sword? That's Marvel. That's Marvel's Ares, the god of war. He said to Miss Marvel.
Sorry, cut you off.
He said to Miss Marvel, damn, how the fuck I get out of this shit?
I can't wait to see this.
Hey,
movie.
Charles, check this out. Why are you doing that?
I'm back.
Like, go ahead.
But what he said to her was, am I the type of guy who expresses his feelings to a woman? Do you think I'm that type of guy? He was not apologetic about being a man. He says, I'm not here. I'm not going to speak to a woman about men's issues, basically. And what happens is everything you could do, and people forget as a black man, you could do everything right and still be wrong, as we see with Tory Lane and Jonathan Major. But go ahead, Leon.
So this is one of the charts of life expectancy at birth from 1900 to 2016. In 1900, the average life expectancy for a black man was 33 years. Let that sink in when we're thinking about 10-year intervals of how things change and how culture changed. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to say. So when I'm saying like this idea of this short-term structure that we had out of necessity when we were in segregation, it's like people didn't have time to even think about anything more than survival. I mean, the level of social intelligence that our ancestors had to have engaging with white people, you know what I'm saying? Just to make sure they live, you know what I'm saying? So this concept, you know what I'm saying, is crazy.
Yeah, and
That-
Seattle, you want to get a word in?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got something to say.
Seattle.
Yeah, what's up, y'all? Can you hear me?
What's up?
Yeah,
Long
we
time
got
no
you.
see. One of my long-term followers and listeners, man.
It's been
Seattle
a long
always
time,
welcome.
Charles. How you
I
doing, man?
know.
Your health doing good and all that?
I'm just styling and profiling, you know me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man, it's been a minute. I think I was in Mexico last time I tuned into the stream and stuff. I was just listening. I've been listening. I've just been so busy and stuff, man.
Yeah, you in the
and I was-
clouds.
Yeah, for sure. I'm here in Japan now, but I was just thinking about like what you guys have been saying this whole time about the whole, and this kind of got me thinking how I was thinking back when let's say even like last year when I was on these panels, and like my perspective on a lot of this stuff has shifted so much since especially the last 2 years, man. It's like I'm looking at like you guys just said it earlier, and I think Homeboy said it in the chat. Let me chat back that real quick. Yeah, 7AN. He said that we deal with stuff that a lot of other men don't deal with, like most of like an example, the vetting process. Man, you guys say most of this stuff that if a Japanese guy heard the things that we even are discussing when it comes to you got to watch out for women, they would be looking. I have talked to guys out here about that type of thing, especially since my Japanese is getting a bit better. I can kind of conversate with them. They look at me like I'm crazy when there's like we can't even start the conversation on those types of things, because they look at me kind of like, why is that even the situation that you guys are dealing with type thing, right?
Ishiwa say Seattle son.
Hi. Zetaini. And it was to the point where I think both Black Uru also had a point, but I'll put it to you like this. I'm in the last of my 20s, so I'm 29. So maybe I count as my 20s. I'm basically 30. But especially my generation.
I wish I was 29 again. God damn.
Especially
ahead,
my
man.
generation,
You doing your
man.
thing.
Yeah. You guys said it earlier. You said, no, you said it, Charles. Fighting a war that you don't see a benefit for. It's to the point now where it's like, you got to do this. You got to look out for A, B, C, and D. You got to be the best possible version of yourself that you can be. And still, you got to fight the war of what you got to look out for the vet and stuff. And it's like, it's to the point where it's like, and it's a phrase that you've said on your stream many times before. I don't know if you still say it, why fight for pussy you ain't getting? The younger generation especially sees that, So it's to the point now where it's like, I'm listening. I'm like, yeah, you guys have points, but it's to the point for me and especially a lot of other guys, even guys that's still within the States, are like, man, I'm not dealing with that, Not in the sense, well, I will say this, though. Every culture has its pros and cons. You're going to have the Japanese, an example. Japanese men have their own set of issues that they got to deal with. But one thing that they don't have to deal with is their woman talking to them crazy, or them having to be like, man, you just got to vet and look out. If she talks to you bossy, if she does this, if she cuts you with a box cutter, if I said that to a Japanese guy, you would think I'm talking about a movie. It's just not something that other types of guys necessarily have to look out for. And I honestly think by this point, if you view your woman, if we view our women, if you want to call them that, as enemies to the point where you got to watch out for psychological warfare, self-esteem assaulting, actual physical assaulting like box cutters and stuff, it's to the point where you might have to bow out of that battle. I saw my uncle, I won't forget this, I was 16. My uncle and his girl at the time got into an argument. He's got these fish tanks, huge fish tanks. I'm talking like 8 of them in the living room. She's sitting there arguing to him, getting in his face. I don't remember what it was, you know. And he's got like 8 surge protectors linked underneath the fish tank. And she's rocking the fish tank on purpose to try to get some water to fall on the surge protectors. I was there. My little sister was there. My cousin was there. You had minors in there, and she didn't care. She was on that typical ghetto stuff. Very long story short, she ended up throwing an iron at the wall. My aunt had to come in. The police had to come in. I don't even know if they sided with my uncle or not. I guess they didn't because she came right back the very next night. But it's stuff like that that reminds me of the contrast between how we view relationships and the dynamics between us and women in the States. And then if you were to come here to Japan and say something like that, and that would be like a horror movie. And it just reminded me, like, forget the whole, you know, which girls are better and all that topic. I'm past that by this point. I'm saying it's to the point now where it's a psychological and mental health thing to truly understand and realize that all that stuff that goes on back in the States is literally, it's not normal, man. That's the most simple way I can put it. And it's not even mentally healthy. And I used to look at that kind of like, man, I just got to vet. I just got to be better. I just got to do this. And it's not like that. That's what I wanted to say about all this.
How old are you? Mommy asked you.
Yeah.
Mommy asked you, how old are you?
29.
Oh, 29. Yes.
Yeah. See, here's the thing. When I listen to you, and telling you what I keep hearing is that you keep trying to make yourself better for the women. And that's always my pushback. One thing I learned very deep, and I hold that today. Why my life is so simple the way it is, not shades of gray. Why my relationships is better the way it is, and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm planning on getting married, hopefully one day. Yeah, it will happen. I still hold on to that, and I will make it happen, no matter what situation we're in. Because I still don't make it about the women. Period. And that's the problem. A lot of what's going on with the dudes. When you try to tell them the game, like, yo, the vet is not about women. It's about you. It's about you. It starts off with you. Charles said that women like Toya is like a diamond in the rough. I don't hold on that belief anymore. Like, yo, I mean,
yeah, but
because the reason why, because I meet a lot of women like Toya. Because I only focus on the women that I want around me. Those are the ones that matter. I'm not trying to sleep with every female out there. Even she has a pretty face. And we on that level of game like that and stuff like that with yourself. You ain't worried about every pretty face like that. Like, that don't impress you as hard like that. Period.
Yeah, but this is
because I see some women like that. I call them the Medusa pussy type. I know.
That must be some good
explain that whole scenario about it right now.
This is what I'm saying.
But hold on, Mel. Let him make a rebuttal.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, go. Are you talking about me or Mel?
You trying to make a rebuttal?
Okay, yeah. Here's the thing. I actually agree with you, man. Like, I don't think it's to a point where you should look at it in the sense of it's all on the women again. Charles, this is why Charles is, by the way, the only channel in the Black Manosphere. If he's a part of it, I don't know if he considers.
Oh, I'm definitely a part of it.
Okay, he's the only one. That channel that I really keep up with still. To be honest with you, like a lot of what's going on nowadays is still the same stuff. The hoes is acting up, red pill this. But Charles is the multifaceted, as he said, stream. So I still listen every now and then. And I agree with you. But what I'm saying is, I put it to you, I'll make it real simple. You can say, man, it should be about the man. You shouldn't look at the women. Just better yourself. Just do that. Okay. But is men in different cultures, I've been to every continent besides Africa in South America by this point. Now that I've seen things on a global level, 80-90% of men, besides, I'll say you could throw Europe in there a little bit, just us having to discuss, man, look, if you just be the best version of yourself, you don't got to worry about women cutting you with box cutters and girls putting you in jail. They'd be looking at you like, why are you even in competing in that ring? That's what I'm trying to say. A man can go 2, 4, 6, 8 times further, not having to deal with that in the first. The fact that we have to look at that in that way proves the whole argument.
And that's part of the reason
But
why.
that's the whole thing. What I'm saying, like I don't focus on what I don't even focus on what other men go through and stuff like that too. Because even when I give them advice to game situations like that, how to deal with it, they still deal with that toxic situation. Then they come back crying later, and I don't want to tell them I told you so much, but it's like you can't save everybody. I make peace with that. I ain't trying to save everybody. I'm saying
I feel you on that.
I focus on myself and what I want for my outcomes. That is
it. And that's the part
Charles.
what I talk about is that I can't speak for Mr. Majors. I feel really fucked up for him. But I know what Charles would do because Charles been there. When you have chicks trying to ruin your career, you don't have to be a movie star for a chick to ruin your career. And last time I checked, a lot of my listeners and subscribers have careers or well-traveled men. Some of them, I'll say about 20 to 30% of them, maybe 35 are married. We have a lot to lose. Okay, see, we're not the Pookie Patrol. Okay, we're not the Ray Ray Patrol. We have shit to lose. A couple of us, I'll say about 35% of us, maybe 45, are fathers.
Me.
Notice when it goes to child custody, you can never fuck up a guy's day if he doesn't give a fuck about the child. Like, I love my son. My son lives with me right now. He just put his clothes in the dryer. But I'm smart enough to know that if his mother was on some fuck shit, I'm willing to be like, look, as much as I love my son, as much as it will break my heart, I am not going to let you use that boy to be a weapon against me. I will write letters. I will type them. And when he comes 18 or 16, when he's ready, I will tell him the true story. Everything I failed at, everything I succeeded, everything your mother failed at, everything your mother succeeded. Well, my son graduated the 8th grade 2 years ago. You know what his mother did when we went to the Korean barbecue spot to celebrate his graduation? She thanked me. And she said out of her mouth, I know that I couldn't raise him the way you did. It's not that I look for this validation. I am the Superman with a job to do. I'm gonna put this picture up. This little.
I'm glad you said that, Charles. I'm glad you said that.
I'm gonna put this clip up real quick.
What?
I'm gonna put this clip
Let's
up right there. Who's this character right there?
That's Superman, the original. Wait, no, the original wasn't colored.
That's from the 1950s. What is he holding?
A Fisher cartoon.
The Fisher, yep, which is a beautifully drawn cartoon from an artistic
Hell yeah.
standpoint.
The animation.
The animation, the movements, what is he holding?
Looks like
electrical wiring. He's holding it because scientists in that cartoon had something to do. That is the black man in America. You have in one hand the black community, and in the other hand America.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been holding this bitch down for God knows how long. That's why I always keep this shit here. Every time a black man feels down and out, we hold this bitch together. But we should also be smart enough to know our value. If Superman didn't hold it, how could those scientists and doctors get the power to do what they need to do?
Like one of the realest phrases that I've learned from the space was like Atlas shrugged.
What?
Atlas shrugged, like basically you're carrying the weight on your shoulder, but
Colossus or
Oh,
whatever in Greek mythology. What's the one that has
It's
the
Atlas, Atlas, when he held the
Atlas?
earth
Yeah.
and the heavens, The Titan Atlas, and of course He-Man.
yeah.
And then you also have what's his name, Sisyphus or whatever his name is, the one that's fated to push the boulder up the hill over and over again. It's a similar philosophy.
That's the black man.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
See,
Yeah, that's
black
the point I
men,
was trying to make.
black men, and you could go ahead after that. And what's up, Tan? I'm gonna say this real quick. The purpose of my channel is not to berate black women. We have enough channels for that.
Yeah.
Sometimes I will jump in black women's asses, and rightfully so. Just like y'all heard me plenty of times, and I'm probably worse when I'm jumping down black men's asses. And there's plenty of times I told black men, get your shit together. I fell, you fell, we're all falling, okay? It's okay to fall, but it's not okay to stay in that self-pity prison. Learn your value in the scheme of things, black men and black women. If black women knew what type of man the rest of the world sees,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the part where, how many times, and I know Tan, I know Seattle, I know Mel, Andre's new, Leon been listening to me for a minute, an angry black man been with me for a little minute. How many times have I said to black men, get your shit together and become more worldly? Because once you become more worldly, you will see your true value. You can never see your value in the world until you step out your comfort zone. Somebody put that in the chat, please. You will never see what your value is until you step out your comfort zone.
Why not?
And that's why I said earlier, Charles, I use the term psychological warfare because it sounds kind of corny, but that's really how I look at a lot of the stuff going on in the States now. And again, I'm not even talking about the women thing. I'm more so talking about what you just said, expanding your mindset, especially here in Japan. When people see a black man, the first thing, they're not thinking stereotypes. I mean, it's rarely few of them even out here. Even in Tokyo. I'm not in Tokyo, but they don't look at you and say, oh, he must be this, he must be that. Now, of course, you got the more so the younger crowd, oh, yeah, do you play basketball? That's everywhere, though, right? But
we ain't been around
I would say
Japanese that be trying to act hip hop.
Yeah, exactly. Right. They have more of a, and then for the most part, especially if you speak some Nihongo, you speak some Japanese, they're like, whoa, wait a minute. Like, they're like, okay, not only is this a black foreigner here, Gaijin, he's speaking our language, he's got intelligence. Like the ones that I encounter here, I have some of them thinking like, oh, that must be the average black American. They must know how to speak a little, they must be worldly traveling. I even have to tell some like, it's not so common to meet us that travel, especially to Asia and whatnot. But the point of me saying that is, outside of the States, the whole image for you as a black man is very different. How people react to you and what they think about you is very different. So it's not in the sense we always have to think, I gotta be, Superman, super nigga or something just to.
Oh, I got something for that when you're done.
Yeah, just to get the approval of society, like in the States and stuff, you got to have everything just for them to look at you a certain way. Outside is not like that. And I consider it psychological warfare because I think if more black men knew of all ages, I would even go as far to say that Charles' generation, Gen X and the millennials, they would benefit more from expanding their global perspective just because they've been through so much. Like at least my generation, I mean, we kind of, at least in my opinion, we didn't even really get into the arena and deal with as much as you guys have. But if you guys saw like, wow, this is how they're treating me, this is how people see me, it will be refreshing.
Seattle,
So wait, hold on. I was gonna go real quick. So being a millennial, like I graduated 2006. social media wasn't really here. They didn't really show like different countries and shit the way they do now. But I was a military brat, so I already been around the world a little. Um, and the part where you're speaking about the Superman,
Mm-hmm.
there is a process in black culture that is manipulates by the system and by the women pretty much. It's to test your manhood for you to constantly be in a position of proving your manhood, proving your manhood. It doesn't matter if it's sexually, if you're working, if you're fighting, if you're being tough, if you're fitting a certain social identity, a certain look. It's a constant prove your manhood. So you can have zero interest in a girl, and the fact that you have zero sexual interest in her, she'll question your manhood, and she'll ask you if you're gay. You know what I'm saying? Women do that.
Yeah. I remember.
And then you have to prove that you're not gay by giving her attention, even sexual attention. You know what I'm saying?
Just
To
psychological
prove,
manipulation.
yes, psychological manipulation. And we're in a constant motion of proving our manhood and having other guys project just because they have one thing about them that presents manhood constantly to try to live up. I posted on Facebook, for example, I would never be a God-fearing man. And I was just waiting for the question of why. I said, because I'd be damned to have somebody Bible thump on me. That simple.
I feel you, Leon. I feel you.
It's constant from your childhood to your adulthood. Whatever benefits the people at the time, they're putting your manhood to test, testing your manhood 24/7, like you're something to mold 24/7. It's crazy. And a lot of the expectations, like in other countries, if you look at really what's going on in Asia, the women are just saying the cost of living is too high. So how are we going to have these kids and maintain our same class? Figure it out, government. You know what I'm saying? Are you going to let us have kids out of wedlock? Are you going to fund us while we're married? What are y'all going to do? You know what I'm saying? And when it comes to like India, those guys, I seen videos where a lady talks crazy, says goodbye, and she's trying to get his attention. These ladies be burning themselves alive to try to get attention from guys, literally lighting themselves on fire. Shit is crazy.
I'll tell you one thing. This is my theme song during my traveling days. I mean, how many times have you heard me say, I know that a lot of young black men don't have a lot of money, join the military and go around the world. Get paid to do it. Go see other cultures than you and you'll come back with a different perspective. I'm not saying you gotta go to war like I did, but go around and see a Middle Eastern country. Go around and just see when you look like the hero. Do you know when I was on the QRF team, when we were in the villages in Iraq, it was so funny because I was shocked. Oh shit, black Iraqis, we are everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, in the military, we got our sleeves rolled up. And of course, you know, when I roll up my sleeves, hey, you're getting 3 tickets to the gun show. And this one black kid was in the village and he's looking at me and he's like pointing to me. And I didn't even realize what he's doing. And he's like pointing to my arms and he's like, and I'm like, you know me, I'm the 50 cal gunner on the truck, so I'm scanning to make sure we don't have any snipers. And he's like, hey, Falk, he wants to see your arm, so I flex. And, you know, it's just like, and I'm, doing the flex with the bicep flex, and he's pointing to me, and he's doing the flex back. So he's telling all his friends, and he's like, "That's me," and come to find out, hold on, and he's like telling his friends, they're like, "We're looking like heroes to these guys, to these little kids," and he's telling them like, "Oh, we're playing soldiers, and everybody wants to be you because you got the muscles, but they're sad because they can't be you because they're not black."
Hey Charles, I was just gonna ask you, did you tell him which way the beach was? If you understand the reference.
No.
Well, it was Arnold Schwarzenegger, like fucking.
Oh, you talk about the flex? It's that way. And it was funny because the only time I've heard that again was when the Black Panther movie came out, and I saw it a second time. Got to support black-owned media, and we only talk about the first Black Panther movie. We don't talk about Wakanda Forever. And I heard this white kid who loved the movie, and he's like, "Oh man," and I'm listening to him, and his parents like, "What? I can't be Black Panther because I'm not black." And shout out to the sister who made Sunman, and Sunman's officially a part of the Masters of the Universe mythos, and Sunman. If you'll look at it if you go to my shorts, you'll see the lady. I forget her name at the time. She literally created a toy line just because her son said, "I can't be a hero because I'm black." So she made black figures and got hooked up with Mattel, and now Sunman is part of the Masters of the Universe mythos. And that's a lady who I said, salute to this beautiful lady. She made toys for her son to see a black face as a hero. And this is the funniest part. For so long, young boys in my generation and above have not seen too many black heroes. Why do you think Blade was such a kick-ass movie to me? Not only he's a kick-ass character, but he's my skin tone.
The first scene.
I would add Spawn in that also too. Spawn.
Yeah, Spawn. Why do you think Todd McFarlane made that character? His best friend was black. Why do you think, may he rest in peace, power in paradise, Neil Adams created Jon Stewart? He's like, I got so many buddies who are black. Why not salute black men?
Let's not forget, Charles, the late great Dwayne McDuffie.
Yeah, the late great, may he rest in peace, power. He literally gave you Icon, Rocket, Hardware, all these cool ass cars. He gave you Static, and I mean, he literally, think about this. If this is talking to Neil Adams, he says, "How the hell can you make the Green Lantern ring about willpower?" And he said, "Who in the hell in this country got more willpower than a black man?" And this is what a white man was saying. Huh?
Yeah. I was gonna say they need to remake Spawn. That movie was badass.
Yeah.
Man, they're pushing out black actors in any superhero, anything right now.
And think about it. Do you think because of this shit, because he might not have wanted to do certain things that some black actors were willing to do, that they thought of a way to get rid of him? Because once he became the Thanos, the big bad of the universe, of the Marvel universe, that's a lot of stroke. That's a lot of power. Like, once those movies came out with Kang and all that shit when it came out, how much stroke do you think he would have had in the MCU now?
Beating up a whole bunch of white people.
He would have been bad.
Not even beating up a bunch of white people. Imagine having the authority to say, if I don't like this, or you don't hire this black catering company or this black costume or a special effects company, I'm not filming.
Yeah.
So they did it before he was going to be too prominent.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of this shit, I think, is a setup. But let me get my man Tan in here. What's up, Tan?
What's up, man? Can you hear me?
What's good, Tan?
You're
Hello, can
good
you
to
hear me?
go. Yep, we can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, I was saying to Leon's point, man, it don't matter what status you're at in life. As long as you're a black man in America and you're trying to date a woman that's Americanized, man, you got to prove double rather than just be yourself.
Oh, there's
And
that.
and
Oh,
you
my
got to
bad.
be
Go ahead.
super Negro. And this was it really dawned on me, and I seen it in person when I went to Spain in 2018,
I live
and
there too.
I have seen the new Predator, but it was kind of funny to me how on American Airlines they had Boys in the Hood playing.
Mm-hmm.
So but I'm trying to reference that to no matter what culture you're in, especially ours, you got to do extra just to get the same respect of
Prove your
a regular
manhood.
guy. Yeah, even if you are making this amount of money, and Charles knows what I do, what I do for work, and what position I'm in, and how much money I make at my age. I'm still
Mm-hmm.
dealing with some type of bullshit from her family.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Dr. Charles?
Yeah. And
There's a lot of money in that Seattle area.
most definitely. And yeah, so it doesn't, like you said, people don't really know who they are even in their 20s. It doesn't matter what class you're from, because it gets worse as you go up and you're younger and you're a black male, because you're literally separated from the majority of black kids anyway. And then they have the perspective to tell you how you should be. And many boys have fallen down trying to be that way. Me and BGS were just talking about that because he knows what school I went to, because me and one of his nephews play sports. We were in the same city, graduate the same year. And he was like, "Yeah, I wanted to be gangsters." And it was just, I told him straight up, it wasn't really a choice. I couldn't go to the mall without getting in a fight or going with 10 people, because I would have got jumped regardless because I lived here. So it was just a constant force to participate in shit that you didn't want to, or to try to be that too at the same time, because you really don't know your identity, no matter what class you're in. So we're in a world that's not ours.
Right. And so what I'm essentially saying is, like, Charles knows I go out my race. I'm married right now. Seattle understands this because I grew up in Seattle, so we're used to all races: Samoan, Asian, Filipino, all the races.
Yep.
Even as a black man, you have to prove to that other race you're not like what they was told about your race. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm at a point, and I'll have a conversation with Charles in the future. I emailed him. Yeah, I'm at a point where, you know what, I'm about to just make myself happy. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
32, I don't want to live with no regrets. I don't want to 5 years down the line, 10 years say, oh, I seen this and I didn't say nothing. But without saying too much right now, because without saying too much right now, Charles, we'll talk
Nah,
much
you're
later,
good, bro.
man.
Most definitely.
You still got to prove yourself, man. And it may not even be to her, but it'd be to her family when you shouldn't have to. So,
And
most
usually
definitely.
it's going to be more to the family than her.
So what you would need is a woman to stand up and have your back and be able to walk away from her family. But a lot of women won't do that off the appease of trying to be co-aesthetic with everybody without me saying too much. You know what I mean? I'll talk to Charles later on.
Yeah, it's hard for women. It's hard for women to walk away from their tribe, because that's what they naturally have. So that's
Can I ask a favor of the panel, please?
Yes, sir.
What's good, bro?
I went to check my schedule for work for tomorrow because I didn't work today, and I've been sucker punched. Because I got sick and wound up in the hospital and nearly died again, they let me go. So if people are wondering why I have been asking for help with donations to my Cash App and my PayPal and my new GoFundMe that's going to drop on Wednesday, that's why. Because for the third time in 2 years, when I tried to hold a job and my body didn't cooperate, I got let go. I'm sick. I've been since the moment I dropped off my daughter about 5 minutes ago. I've been in this car crying, driving back to the house, because now I'm thinking, what the fuck else can I do to help my family? So I'm mad, I'm crying, I'm pissed off, and Charles has said so many times over, and it ties into the subject tonight. Can a black man ever have a bad day? Apparently not. This is the third time I've been sucker punched with getting let go from a job because my body and my mind in one of those cases wasn't right. I got sick right after Thanksgiving, and I worked at home health care. Note the past tense. And my client even saw something was going on with me. And she said, go ahead and sign out early. And I did. I went home and I rested. So because of that, I was given the old, why don't you let your body heal and call us back in a couple of months? Well, I don't want to call them back. I don't want to go back. I want to get the hell out of here in May. That's our goal. But guys, I need your help. If it sounds like it was bad before, it's worse now because I no longer have an income. And once again, I got turned away from the state of Indiana to get any kind of assistance. Any.
Anytime you want to post your joint in the chat, anybody wants to help out a snowman, and a lot of people know your situation. And trust me, everybody knows a prideful black man. And part of the thing I tell black men about needing help, we need to stop not having help. We need to use the network that we have because, quite frankly, one of the reasons that we have a high self-deletion rate, a high stroke, heart attack, stress rate, is because we think we could John Henry this shit alone. Yep. If somebody's in Indiana who knows people when it comes to social service, disability, or anything, please email the snowman. Please, this is not only just for snowman. This is what I've been preaching from the start. Tan, angry black man, Mel, Leon, and Seattle will tell you. I've always said this. We're not the biggest group in YouTube, but apparently we're one of the most influential. And why don't we have a network to help each other out? Because trust me, Snowman is not the only person going through shit. And we're not trying to, belittle what Snowman goes through because I've said it many a times. That is fucked up. And I know because, hell, a lot of you heard me when I was sick I was hospitalized with COVID 3 times in 2022. One time, 2021, I almost didn't make it. That's how badly off. So, go ahead.
My Cash App is in the chat. If you could flash that on the screen. And I nearly had COVID again. This time, I nearly got COVID for a third time. And as it turns out, it was not only me having to battle that off, because of the mistake I was making with my diet, my kidney was failing. I can happily say was because they got it corrected. I was just so dehydrated, and I wasn't eating. I was afraid to eat because of the chronic bathroom issues that I have. I'm no longer afraid to eat, but God damn it, I wanted to give my family Christmas this year, and Elder's Journey took it away. They took it away because my body failed me for a couple of weeks.
And I want
And
to
I
make a
get
point. I want to make a point to that. You think that would happen in the white community, the Irish, the Italian, the Korean, the Chinese, the Japanese community? The answer is no. Not even in the African community. No. But only in America, where black men, at a time we have social media, and we don't network. And y'all gonna make me revamp my live stream about the things that black men fail at. And the number one thing that we fail horribly, miserably at is networking. We don't work well together. Is it by design or is it by culture? Right now, the environment is so that we have to lean on each other. There's a lot of people. This is probably the most people I had on a live stream in a very long time, almost 80 live at one point. I want you to think about this. I have 4,000 plus subscribers. When Kevin passed away and I did the salute, I had the biggest I ever had was 800 people live before any of your popular YouTubers, 800 live, and maintained 600. I was averaging 150 to 200 live viewers for 3 months till I became shadow banned. There is no logical reason, with the exception of being shadow banned by YouTube, that I cannot get 200 people to view me with 4,000 people. And some of the subject matter. And it's funny because when you look at guys like, Snowman, who does sports, which is universally acceptable by anybody, and you're just like, a black man can have a bad day. I'm tired of people saying black men gotta try harder. I'm tired of that. Why do we gotta try hard when everybody else is living in their heaven? I'm not waiting to die to see heaven. I want to see it while I'm still above ground.
I want to see it too. I've been I could use all the help I can because now I'm low on gas. I just got that alert. But the last 25 minutes have been awful, except for being on this panel and being with all the guys here who know me, who know my wife, who know my family. I haven't yet premiered Diary of a Mad Snowman. I plan to do that after the new year, and I plan to put some episodes on Patreon. And thank you, Charles, for the suggestion. But what gets on my nerve, with my absolute nerve, and Charles was the first person I told last year when I got turned away from the state of Indiana when I applied for disability. The two bullshit excuses they gave me: A, my wife's salary, and B, I hadn't put in enough quote-unquote work credits to claim disability. I just got done with cancer surgery, and I was told that's an automatic qualifier. Whoever told me that fucking lied, okay? They fucking lied, and they prevented this black man from supporting his family since I've been back in the state of Indiana. Hell, the state of North Carolina nearly prevented me from supporting my family because they gave me a fucking death sentence. They told Jody, get your affairs in order. November 29, 2021. They told Jody, didn't have the balls to look me in the eye. This is Duke University Cancer Center. Told Jody, get your affairs in order because there's nothing we can do and the tumor was inoperable. Now that I've been operated on and Dr. Attila Nakib, shout to him, who has since retired, saved my life. My wife has saved my life. My children have been there for me. I can't get a goddamn break. The school I contacted to do basketball hasn't called me back, and a couple of others I contacted haven't called me back. I've tried to hold down jobs, don't get it twisted, but I am limited in what I can do, especially physically. So now I'm going all in with my podcast and my broadcast and putting everything on YouTube, and I still can't get 1,000 goddamn subscribers. This is my bread and butter now. This is what I need to do, and I realize this is what I need to do. But the biggest reason, except for the folks on this esteemed panel and chat, the people on the outside don't understand why I'm diving into all this. It's not just because it's what I love to do. It's because of my family. I want to look them in the eye and say, look, for once, I got you. I want to tell that to my daughters. I want to tell that to my son. I want to tell that to my grandchildren. And most of all, I want to tell that to my wife. Hell, I want to give, for the first time in 5 years, I'm so close to giving my wife something I have never had a chance to give her because I have been financially unable to do it. And that's Christmas. Even if it's something small. I want to do something for her. If nobody else, if I just get gift cards for the kids, I want to give my wife something that I know she will appreciate. I've been wanting to do it for 5 years. I just never had the chance because I never had the fucking money. Because something has always come up. Can a black man ever have a bad day? I haven't had a good day, honestly, in 2.5 years. And this is after being told my cancer tumor was inoperable. This is after going through chemo fog. This is after going through blood clots, which I went through again recently. This is after going through pancreatic cancer, and I had stage 4, so my ass should be in the fucking ground, and I'm not. And I refuse to be in the fucking ground by now. So if anyone else doesn't understand outside of this circle, that's why I'm making this plea, and I will constantly make this plea. Especially when I start my stadium tour, one of the purposes is to raise money so I can help my damn family. The other is to talk to cancer patients around the world. The third purpose I just added, I used the hashtag, this one's for Jody. Because if it weren't for Jody, on 3 separate occasions, including the recent one, I would not be here. Period.
I want everybody in the chat to say this with me and the panel. Repeat after me. I. Come on, we got everybody on the panel in the chat. Say it with me. I am not. John Henry.
John Henry.
Fuck all that. I bleed like any other person on this planet. I get tired. I get sweat. A lot of people don't even know. Chronic back pain. Like, I can walk long distances, but there's times I'm walking around the campus and I have to stop because of chronic back pain from the Army. Chronic back pain from putting on a fucking heavy-ass gun belt from the police department. Even working my security business, I literally have a brace that I put on my gun belt just to work. Like, I've been in a massive car accident years ago where the disc herniated. And people don't even know. How many black men out there? How many black men out there? We if you think about the pain, the physical pain, the mental, spiritual, and emotional pain that black men go out and have to endure. I remember one time my father saw me sleep on my steps. I went to take my boots off, and I didn't know that I was so tired that I fell asleep on my steps. And my father woke me up. He's like, "What's wrong? You hurt?" No, I'm just that tired. A black man goes through so much pain. It's like that Maze featuring Frankie Beverly song, "Joy and Pain, like sunshine
and rain."
And that's the story of black men. I know there are so many black men listening, and some black women too, who are listening. And you gotta wake up with chronic pain, and you just like, I don't know how long I can go. I don't know how long I can run this fucking race. I don't know what to fucking do. Everybody keeps telling me, well, you gotta try a little bit harder. How fucking hard can I do it? It's a miracle. I'll tell people, there's some days, it's a fucking miracle just to get out the bed. Y'all feel me on that shit?
Yeah,
definitely.
Because
Like,
when I had my tumor, I would do my show and then I'd go back to bed, and then I'd get barked at by my in-laws saying I wasn't doing anything. And my brother-in-law double-crossed me by using the line, and I want every black man I want everyone in the chat, everyone on the panel to listen to me carefully. I want y'all to hear this story. My brother-in-law, who I thought would be good to me, last year had me come downstairs. This was this was end of 21. Had me come downstairs. I was living with my in-laws at the time, and basically talked to me about getting a job. And he was talking to me about a job in a hotel, and I immediately in my mind protested because I can't stand up. I physically could not stand up with this tumor flaring up most of the time. You know what some bitch did? He said to me, and I quote, "I know you do anything for Jody." Let that sink in and make that make sense. I'm trying to kick cancer in the ass, and I get that line fed to me.
He's trying to play you, to use you at a low state to see if you settle for anything.
Yeah.
I figure, so I said, you know what? I figure, fuck it. I'll tell them what's going on and let them make the decision. They already made the decision to hire me because of him. But I told them up front, look, I need to sit from time to time because I have pancreatic cancer. I told them that in the first morning meeting. I asked one of the supervisors, can I sit down at the desk, please, while I'm checking out customers and while I'm still training? She said yes. So I went and grabbed a chair. I had to go to the restroom about an hour and a half later. I come back, the chair is gone. And then the night of the national championship, January 22, Alabama and Georgia, there was someone there that befriended me, and I went the fuck off. I didn't realize that the bitch sitting next to me was the regional manager. And I get the old, you need to think about what you need to do if you took this because of your brother-in-law. Bitch, who the fuck told you to listen? And at that point, I called Jody and I said, baby, come get me, please. She didn't ask any questions. She raced to the hotel and picked me up. I punched out. Everybody's wondering, where are you going? I didn't say a word. I hopped in the car. I was already crying. We went to an empty Walmart parking lot, and she looked at me and told me, let it out. I mean, I know my family is not, Jody and I are not going to be happy continuing to live here in Indiana. That's why I'm asking for as many donations as I can to help my family. That's why I'm asking for as much help when I put my GoFundMe up in the next couple of days. Because I'm trying to do a stadium tour, and I'm also trying to help my family so we can move the fuck west, get away from these people, and live our fucking best life. Because we're not going to do it here. She's at a job that she hates. She is eternally exhausted. She was beat up. She was emotionally and physically beat up tonight when she came in, and all she said to me after she kissed me was, hell of a day. I gave her a massage. I went to do my 49ers show, which I didn't get a YouTube view by the way. I do sports and I can't even get 1,000 fucking subscribers. That's for a later time. But I know this esteemed panel knows why I do this. I know most of the people in the chat knows why I do this. But for anyone on the outside looking in, wonders why I ask for as many donations as I can get on a daily basis. I am disabled. I am missing 5 organs. I survived pancreatic cancer. I survived kidney failure, blood clots in both my lungs. I have been declared disabled, been recently declared disabled again, and yet I can't get any fucking help from the state of Indiana.
Well, here you go. But here you go. You got chicks who are welfare queens getting hundreds of thousands, damn near millions in benefits, lying to the state, able-bodied. Hell, I'll tell you a little secret about me, right? Y'all ready for this shit, fellas?
Let's go.
Y'all know about the fire pit thing that you fill out for veterans who went to Iraq and Afghanistan, right?
Yes.
Everybody on the panel and chat's familiar with that, right? I was like, wait a minute. I went to Iraq. I was part of the QRF, so I went like damn near everywhere in Iraq. Do you know that they said they deferred from my 100% disability for that? I have sleep apnea. I never had it before I went in the military. I never had it before I went to Iraq. We were exposed to so many fire pits, from Fallujah to Taji to Baghdad, because so many places were like, because one, they had to burn so many paper, so much top secret equipment. Two, from all the IEDs and a lot of the fucking chemicals they used in Iraq, you're exposed to all this shit. They are still giving me the runarounds for that shit to this day. They only have me up to 50%. Do you know how many brothers and sisters in the military who served honorably, who were injured, and they're giving them a hard way to go? I know people with 100% disability who never went to war. That's fucking... I have an ex-girlfriend who has diabetes, and they automatically gave her 100% because she gave birth to having diabetes. Did y'all hear me? What does a black man have to do to be great? Leon, do you know?
Don't play.
Seattle, Angry Black Man, Mel, Andre.
Choose a different arena where you don't have to play, where you don't have to be super nigga just to get by in life.
Exactamundo.
Like, yeah.
Exactamundo.
That's my opinion. It's almost like you look at it kind of like, man, you're going to have to prove yourself no matter where you go in this world as a black man on some level. And I can kind of say that from experience. But in the States, man, it's almost like, I mean, you all are all gamers. It's like you starting on, the hard, not just hard, very hard, extreme, whatever the most extreme difficulty is. That's what it is. It's like you're playing a video game. It's like you're playing a video game. You don't know nothing about it, but you're trying to learn and just get your footing on the hardest difficulty for off jump.
Shit, it's like getting on GTA 5. Being a level 1 because your account got deleted.
Right. Yeah. You're doing it. It's and shout out to Leon for the donation. And it's like, I'll give you an example. Believe it or not, I learned how to play Madden in Iraq because we were betting on everything just to keep us from going stare crazy. My friends would never show me how to play, and they would just whoop my ass up and down the field. Yeah. Well, I came back home, and everybody's like, I was like, hey, let's play Madden. You can see everybody licking their chops.
Mm-hmm.
And when I'm beating everybody 30-0, 40-0, 40-3, they're like, "What the fuck?" I said, "Yeah, you put me through the grinder, and guess what happened? I become the blender."
Charles is out there nano blitzing.
I'm picking off the balls. Man, I sucked on that the first time I played so badly. My boy put Rich Gannon in the slot. He fucking put his quarterback in the slot.
Charles, can you? I put my Cash App in the chat again. Can you flash it one more time before I go in the house here? Because once I go in the house, I'm gonna get back to work on some things for my show. And I'll say it again. And Charles, you mentioned it earlier.
Post a link to your channel for people who are not members of it.
Okay.
And people who are not members of it, because there's a lot of guys who like sports and they'll like your point of view of sports, especially sports trivia and sports history. And one of our goals is to get you up to par, because you have a hell of a morning show. Your morning show is probably better than most so-called big name networks and professional guys who are in the industry. It's funny because, you know, you'll probably go. I even want the young guys to hear you, because we know how everybody thinks generationally. Because and here's his channel as well, right there. Because, you know, people, if you go to BGS's generation, he's gonna think of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You go to my generation, Julius. You go to my generation, it's Jordan. You go to the kids younger than me, it's LeBron. I mean, like, think about it, right? This is the reason. This is what I had to think about something, right?
Actually, it's more so Curry now, but
yeah, now it's more Steph Curry.
Yeah, now it's more Steph Curry.
I want to put this to you. I want to put this out there to you, right? How many commercials does the MVP of a fucking professional sports team get?
Shit, Gatorade, Pizza Hut, goddamn car, goddamn all type of shit, and that's what you see on national cable. All the city cable. Like when I was in H-Town, they're on every single fucking commercial. They own rap songs and everything.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you this one question. How many commercials do you see Lamar Jackson on?
Not many. Not many. He's a former MVP.
The only thing you ever seen him on was the cover of Madden 21.
Yeah.
That's the only cover.
All right, y'all.
Oh yeah, Lamar. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Can you flash my Cash App one final time? I'm getting ready to go on in and call it a night. But please, I beg of everybody, whatever you can help, donate to the cause, because now I am unemployed again for the third time in 2 years because of something I don't have control of. The Cash App tag is $tallman Dr. K50. I beg of you, I am begging of y'all, please support the Snow Strong Foundation. I'm going to drop some merchandise soon. I'm getting all that together. That'll probably be after the new year, but in the immediate, as a matter of fact, let me just go ahead and say it as honestly as I can. Please help me give my family Christmas.
And definitely, we're going to try to get a simulcast. I don't know if people are doing Christmas, but try to get a sports show in. So I know the Ravens playing on Christmas.
Yep. Ravens and 49ers from Santa Clara. Super Bowl preview. I'm calling it now. Super Bowl preview. Because they're the two best teams in the league. But again,
And I think
Please
that,
help. Go ahead, Charles.
and I think that what benefits you is that, look, get to those Monday night games, Sunday night games, post it, do a post, put it out there, whatever games you're gonna do, post it out there, and just let the algorithm take its course. Do shorts of your shows, do shorts of certain stuff. And one thing that boosted me up and helped a lot of people come to my channel was the shorts. It may not pay as much, but it gets eyes on your channel.
Okay,
And
I can do that. I can do that.
take clips of your show, especially that LeBron sexual shit, which is hilarious. People will love it. Take clips of those and make shorts out of them.
I'm gonna start doing that. I'm also gonna employ a friend that's gonna be my video editor, because a lot of this is on me, and I'm learning how to manage my time and manage my health and make sure that I get some downtime during the day while I help the wife out around the house. And for those of you who wonder the dynamic between Jody and I, especially since I've been out of surgery, our dynamic is very simple. While she's working to bring in the money, I take care of the house. I do the dishes. I take care of the floors. I take care of the critters, the rabbits, the kittens, and the dog, and just make sure things are in place until I'm able to make this go full time, which I'm saying January 1st. Officially, I am going full time with this, and I'm diving all the way in. But please, if y'all can, I will continue to beg of you guys to help me give my wife Christmas, because that's all I want to do.
Don't forget, simulcast off your Facebook, YouTube.
Yep.
Make an Instagram for it. Do a TikTok. You'll get a lot of viewership that way. A lot of eyeballs. And try to get some rest, man. Don't stress too much.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. I love you guys so very much. Thank you.
All right, man. And see, this is one of the reasons why the manosphere is so important. What if guys like Snowman or anybody who's having a really fucked up time don't have an outlet to speak or to speak to people to get some willpower? What do you think would happen to black men? Anybody care to comment on that?
Shoot, we just disappear as it goes.
I mean, one of the reasons why we have this space is to make sure black men stay sane. You never know. Think about this real quick. If they're letting white women off their jobs and firing them, what the hell do you think they're doing to black men?
If white male unemployment goes to 4%, we go to 8%. It's already factored in. It's factored into the numbers.
And you're right, Jake. The self-deletion rate will be higher. A lot of y'all who are new to this space, we had a brother who self-deleted because of the stress, because of taking on everybody's burden. I refuse to let another black man think of himself as lesser. I refuse to let another black man think that he's in it alone. There are some people who ask me, do you mind, Snowman? Do you ever? No, I do not. If it wasn't for Snowman, I wouldn't even do podcasting or social media. He taught me how to do it. There's times some of you actually got me out of my self-pity prison. There were times I'm like, you know what, I'm going to quit this fucking shit. Nobody appreciates this shit. But somebody gives me an email, gives me a phone call and say, thank you for having this stream that you had. I was going through this, that, and the other. I was about to do something really bad to myself or really, really horrible to someone else. But you never get those detractors of the Black Manosphere to get those videos where we actually save Black men's lives. Think about it. What if Jonathan Majors had somebody from the Manosphere just on the phone or a text to be like, "Hey, brother, we with you. No matter what happens, we're with you." How does that feel when you have somebody say, "Just talk to me"? Anybody can talk about that part. That's heavy when you don't have anybody to, and think about it. Black men are notorious for keeping everything in. And you wonder why we die of ulcers and stress and strokes.
Mm-hmm.
We just had the field general recover from a stroke. Ron Wills. And people think Black men health isn't serious. We're so heightened when it comes to life and stress that anything, any little extra thing can push us over the fucking edge, man. Anything. Anything. A lot of brothers don't know. You may be the one who may need the help. You may be in Snowman's shoes one day. Where your body may start to not agree with you.
I mean, honestly, you can see how real mental health is if you look at, I mean, let's use here in Japan as a perfect example. They pretty much have everything as far as the, economics is here. Things, quality of life is definitely not an issue. That's like, I'd probably say out of every country that I've been to, Japan's probably the top one. Maybe Norway would compete, but even here, that's the main thing here, I would say, on a societal level that people struggle with is that mental health. It's a very real thing, man. Like, you can literally have most things right about your society and your country, your culture, but if that mental health ain't there, it's gonna crumble.
I remember, reading up on Japan. I remember reading up on Japan where people were so overworked they were dying in the subways.
Yeah, that's true. And actually, I wanted to show y'all this too. I found this. I wanted to show y'all this because I wanted to talk about this earlier. So get some light on here. I don't know if y'all can see this. Let me turn this light on. So this is
that a lottery ticket?
No, it's a flyer for a maid cafe for like it's like these girls here. They'll come up to you like you got to speak a little Nihongo and stuff. They'll be like, oh, konbanwa, do you want to reserve like a? They have cafes here where men come, and I thought it was just like we will call them incels or something doing it, but it's actually like Chinese businessmen, Korean businessmen, some Japanese guys. They pay women like, it says 9,000 yen just to cuddle with them and to like give them affection and stuff. I'm thinking like in the States, we'll look at that as kind of goofy, but when I sat and thought about it for a while, that shows that no matter where you go, men and women, but especially men, we can only go so long without wanting to feel the need, the affection of some type of woman. And I think another thing and why the States is in the way that it is, not even say Europe to a degree, to be honest with you. Men can't, it's not normal for men to go months and months and months with no, I don't think we're meant to go months and months and months just being completely alone. No affection, no physicality. And you can see that where you got like these straight lace, Chinese guys in business suits paying girls, these Japanese girls, just to cuddle with them at maid cafes, not even sex. So, I mean, and I think here that keeps like the thirst level down, in my opinion. So you don't have as many quote unquote simps or desperate dudes because, you got that. You got the prostitution here going on behind the scenes. So guys here aren't as desperate, but that showed and taught me a lot that that's going on here, and it's a lot of them that you can find these girls everywhere.
Yeah, it's
Like
called. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
like Japan and how their structure is, and like those high class business guys, they just can't be out having sex with women because
Yeah,
how that
exactly.
patriarchy is. That's crazy, and it's. I want to go there one day. I've read about it, but when you look at how their country is structured, they can't even take a risk. They got what the credit score or whatever they call it. They got
Credit score?
it's not a credit score, it's like a number score or their value or whatever. Their what is it called? The it's like a credit score, but it's for your actual self, like your social score or some shit. I forgot what it's called.
I haven't
Social
heard of
credit
that.
score.
Yeah, social credit score. They got all type of
I think you're
stuff.
thinking of
So,
China on that one.
oh, China, that's China. Okay, it's one
Yeah,
of them. They
that's
look the
China.
same to me. But
Yeah, that's,
I think like when you were talking about the cuddle shit, man, you can make money with that dealing with older ladies over the age of 50 and 60 in the United States. Don't ask how I know, but I'm just saying. But yeah, when they go that long, yeah, cuddling, doing anything that brings on just normal activity that people are missing. It's crazy that it can just be monetized.
It's a
yeah,
real
That's how
thing that
sick.
it's a real thing that Seattle was talking about because I actually watched it. It was a Vice documentary that was talking about. I'm not sure if it was Japan or China, but I'm pretty sure it
Yeah,
was Japan.
both.
But they were talking about exactly what he was talking about, how people are paying they're paying women just to cuddle with them and shit.
Hmm.
Yeah, you got to think about it. In the
Hey, but I
West,
gotta
Years
I gotta
ago, it was
roll
like,
out. I gotta roll out and chill with the family. It is actually my birthday. I just hit a little
happy
older
birthday,
on the
man.
clock. Thank you. You have
Happy
a good
birthday, you
night.
old bastard.
I'm not. I'm only 36. I don't look 36 though. But I just want to say I don't know if Black Guru's listening. Like all I'm asking for is the same respect I give you, man. You know, that's it.
And
Like
the Black Guru, I knew him for years. He's a very respectful guy. I think it was just a misunderstanding. That's all. That's all you should take it as, and I'm pretty sure that's all he's taking it as. It's just a misunderstanding.
yeah.
And that's what we're gonna take it. It's just a misunderstanding. I know everybody gets on panels and they want to be heard, and we just
Hmm.
got to make sure we're respectful to each other. And
Yep.
I'm gonna just say this: what Seattle just showed us. I think the reverse in the West is reversed because I think
Yeah.
the women are gonna be end up paying for men to give them some type of physical contact or cuddling.
well,
Charles, they
that
already
happens here too.
are. They've been doing that. It's just not so talked about. Like that's why I always make
Woo! And
jokes
that's why
about the
I'm
D and
charging.
D. That's why I make jokes
Well,
about the D and I tell guys literally, all you need is some basic electronic skills, electrician skills. You can get a certification after you help this lady with her damn water heater, her AC, anything, fixing one of the outlets. They think you're the most useful motherfucker that they can extort and give some pizza to after you fuck them.
well, I mean, you got to think about it. Men are so valuable, even in today's modern times. Is that do you know how valuable it is? Imagine if the police don't show up, because almost 90% of your police officers in America are men.
Minneapolis says hello. And by the way, I've got one of my coworkers. He lives in Minneapolis, and he said it's a zone, an area of Minneapolis that's just like out of The Walking Dead. The police don't even go there because they were like, oh, well, we don't want the police anymore. So literally, you can just do crime there and get away with it. It's like a wild, wild west in the middle of
Yeah.
modern America.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
about
Have a
it.
good night, though.
You good night. Enjoy your birthday. Tell the
Yeah.
family.
Yeah, happy
But
birthday.
but
Kiss the wife and the
all I'm saying is a lot of women out here, especially older women, because I used to live in Charles, you know, man. You
Yeah.
know them, man. You can have the bare minimum skill. You can fix a damn lady's deck, and she'll think that she can't just get rid of you. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah. And
Like,
do me a favor. Enjoy your birthday. Kiss the wife
thank
and the
you,
kids, and tell them the champ said hello.
thank you. Have a good night.
You too, man. And it's part of the human experience that social media and modern day has took away the importance of. You had Cher on Sally Jesse Raphael when she was like, "Do you think men are important?" And she's like, "For what?" But this is the chick who has boy toys all around her. This is funny. This is what I talk about, men. Know your value. You got a 29, about to be 30-year-old man in Japan living it up. He's not worried about shit. He's probably waiting for the weekend to go when he's not working and to go into one of them arcades, you lucky bastard.
Yeah, I was just at the arcade actually. Yeah, or
And
yesterday.
I'm so jealous of the arcades. And
They call them Game Sentai. That's what they call them here.
and it's like, dude, it's like one day we got to get you over here next year for BlurCon for the weekend in July. Get you over here for BlurCon, and I'm trying to do a Manosphere meetup. We're not going to do a meet and greet. We're going to do a meet and drink. So get your bottles and cigars and hang with your niggas. And it's one of the, like, my homeboy. He wasn't into anime, but when he saw somebody dress up as Mega Man and he looked just like Mega Man, he had to take a picture. It like brought the little kid out of him. He's like, "I see why you come out here." I think
I
it's
ain't bringing no
beautiful.
bottles. I'm bringing 420.
Well, BlurCon is heavily 420 friendly. I remember one dude, he made like $3,000 selling shit.
It's weird, man. The anime stuff out here is not really like it's just like a normal thing. You see it on the trains, you see it in the stores, you see it in corporate companies will have like, an anime girl. It's like it's just a normal thing. You see it here everywhere.
Yeah,
Well,
you have
anime,
Goku doing PSAs over there.
For
anime
pretty
is
much,
from
right?
Japan. That's why it's so normal over there.
Yeah.
And speaking of anime and Marvel, when it comes to brother GM, Jonathan Majors, salute to him. I'm sparking one up for him tonight. Damn it! Hey, boycott that shit. Do not support these bastards, Disney or Marvel. And you see, brother Charles, it's going to be hard for a lot of these cats, right, to do that. Because why? And this is probably even for yourself, brother Charles. Yeah, this is even probably for you too. Because I say this for this reason, because a lot of y'all are deeper comic book, Marvel, DC comic book heads than a lot of us. You artists and MC, even your boy Art and Rage. Yeah, him and Rob from Comics Explained. It's gonna be hard for you guys because of that itch. So y'all gonna want to go and check it out, give it a chance, and support it anyway. But me, I'll say, hey, I can cancel out that itch because why? I know there's other and better shit out there, and that is anime. Just transition all that shit to anime.
I've been watching anime for like 30-something years. And I'm going to tell you what it is. It will be very easy for me if, one, I've been boycotting Marvel since what? Love and Thunder? Thor Love and Thunder? And what's the other one? The Multiverse of Madness. I haven't seen a Marvel movie since. And I mean,
why he boycotted Love and Thunder? Well, because he gave some of his power to them kids or some shit.
I don't mind. See, I don't mind. One of the best stories was Jane Foster Thor in the comics because it grew the mythos. And besides, Jane Foster, even in the movie, she didn't take the power of Thor for herself. She took the power of Thor to basically give him his props. Basically, she said she was doing it to honor him.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? That's what a woman does with a man's power, to honor him. What did I tell you? The three things a woman's
Hey,
supposed
that's
to
real
protect.
talk.
The
That's
woman
real
is
talk,
supposed.
though.
Yeah.
A woman is
That's
supposed to protect the glory, the image, and the honor of a man and her children. That's what she did when she grabbed the Thor's. When she grabbed Mjolnir, she did it out of honor and respect and love for Thor, not to gain his power. She
Yep.
was like, I am doing it to honor this man. That's how women are supposed to do it. I think that
She was inspired. She was inspired to be a
she
hero
was
just like him.
she
And
was
stuff.
inspired by him. He loved him.
Yeah.
And if a woman truly loves you, they're gonna honor you. They're gonna do everything to do whatever you need. If you fall, think of what Snowman said about his wife a minute ago. If it wasn't for his wife saying we're getting a second opinion, and if we don't get that, we're getting a third or fourth or fifth. If it wasn't for his wife, he might have took that as, okay, I'm gonna take this death sentence. She says no. You're living. How powerful is that? Is when you have a woman believe in you.
Super powerful. And I can speak from experience on that one, man. Like, it's crazy how. That's why I was trying to tell you guys, say earlier. What I really wanted to say was, Mel had. I actually completely agree with Mel. I don't think you should look at it as, women are this, so I got to be this way. You're supposed to be introspective and look outward. But when you have to view the woman as the enemy, literally, like, when we say vetting, when I hear you guys talk, or like my how I even myself used to think, let's say a year or so ago before I came to Asia, even in Philippines, which is a quote unquote a bit more Western, the women there, they don't actively work against you, if that makes sense. So like I kind of learned that if you have to view her literally as an enemy, like, okay, I gotta have this type of defense to brace for her attack, then that's it shouldn't be that way. You shouldn't. That means that she is actively working against you as a man. That's completely destructive.
That's why I don't view females as my enemy. I'm not gonna judge a whole gender based off a couple of toxic, because they do that with us already also too. Also,
You
so
don't
I
have to
focus. I
for
don't
them
focus
to
on the
view.
bad apples.
Y'all don't
focus
have
on the
to,
good fruit.
brothers. In order for them to, y'all don't have to. In order for them to view you as the enemy, you can be like, "Hey, why you hate? Don't. I don't hate you, sis. I don't hate you." And all the same time, while you like, "Please, sis, be calm," and they're bashing you upside the head with shit and all that. Why the hell you trying to show them? Damn it, you're not the enemy.
I don't
All
deal
the
with
while they're gonna
females that want
treat
to
you like
bash
the
you in the
enemy.
head. That's the problem. You gotta know to stop being around it.
I want to break this
And I
up
listened
real
to
quick.
Edward, and I listened to Edward's stream, and no, what the hell is this talking about? The gender war is over and shit. No, as long as feminism is this powerful and this potent and running the Western Hemisphere, the gender war is still going on.
Well, that's your problem right there. I don't believe in that gender war because I'm not in it. I'm not fighting against my fellow females. Like I said, I don't deal with certain females in my life. All the others don't matter. You have to understand a lot of stuff they are doing. They still trying to get our attention. It still links to us.
Do I think
if they
that
talking trash, if they shaming us, if we do our thing, walking away, they'll shame us to come back. They're gonna do everything to get our attention way more than we trying to get theirs.
I'm gonna quote 211. What does He-Man say to invoke his power?
By the power.
By the power. What does Shira say to invoke her power?
For the honor.
For the honor. Do y'all want me to do a live stream again to break that shit down?
Yes.
Again,
because I'm going to give you a little preview
of
what I said before, because I'm going to break this shit down again in detail. Because I'm going to tell you this. there's going to be a lot of women who and a lot of simp ass dudes who are going to be mad with me, but you know, the F in Faulkner is for not giving a fuck. Females do not invoke power. Say it with me again, folks. Females do not invoke power. Women invoke honor. Why do you think we say we're making an honest woman out of her? Think about this. How powerful of a man was Dr. King and Malcolm X? Very powerful men, would you say?
Look,
Very powerful men.
God damn it.
But how honorable was Betty Shabazz and also Coretta Scott King? They just put their men on. Because they had honorable wives, they put their men on a different stratosphere by invoking the honor of their men and their children. Would you say Betty Shabazz and Coretta Scott King protected the honor, glory, and image of their men? That's why Shira gets her powers, for the honor. Okay? For the honor. What does she protect again? The honor, the glory, and the image. Wherever the image, wherever the women goes, so does the culture.
So real quick, Charles, while you're right here. So are you saying, so you're basically saying that a woman is not supposed to actively work against you? That's what you're saying, right?
A woman is supposed to actively work for you.
Exactly. So she's not supposed to be your enemy, or you shouldn't view her as, oh, I gotta watch out for this, I gotta watch out for that. That's all I'm gonna say.
Your woman is supposed to invoke honor. Your woman is supposed to invoke glory. Why do you think women wear hats in churches? Is to protect the what? Her glory. That's a representation of her being covered. That's a protection of her saying, think about it. Shout out to Black Uber when he said it. There's a difference between how you view a woman who's single versus a woman who's married. Because you have to respect that woman because she has a husband you have to answer to. What about these single women out here? Who protects them? Remember, for the honor versus by the power. Men invoke power. How do men invoke power? We are designed to challenge the environment. All the men on the panel in less than 2 days can build a fucking nice sized house out of trees. We'll take 1 day to cut down enough trees that we need and carry them to whatever location we need it, and we'll spend the next day or two building the fucking house. That's power. When you can transmutate your environment. Women can't do that.
Charles, you remember that show that had the men and women, like the men on one island, the women on the other island, and then literally like in a couple of days, the women were already almost dying. The people had to come in and save them, and the men already set up camp, everything set up. It got to the point that they got the women to basically go over to the men's camp, and what did the women do? Immediately when the women were started settling down into the places the men built. They couldn't survive. They almost died multiple times. And like, what was it called? Like they put like food in their oh sorry.
That was that Bear Grylls show. They start nesting. You're right. They start nesting. Remember, there's a reason why they invoke honor. Because when I build a house, you're supposed to take care of every goddamn thing I build. You're supposed. This is the difference between Black Ubu generation, my generation, and the generations after me. Black rulers is the last generation where if he got a wife, he knows that woman is capable of honoring that house, himself, and those children that they create. And our generation, we don't have that shit.
Well, I'll put it to you like this one from my travel experiences. I saw that in the Philippines. In the Philippines, one thing it'll teach you is that you see women in their true bare bone nature. First thing a Filipina definitely does when she's feeling you is she tries to immediately nest with you. I'll just keep that brief on that one.
Oh yeah, that's female nature. I had to correct the Padawan as saying, well, my lower nature. There's no such thing as a lower nature. It's called your true nature. Your true, like, he wants to be on a spiritual journey with God. And I said, that's nothing wrong with that. But guess what? Can you fight your biology? You want to still have sex and still talk to these girls? That's your biology. You are controlled by your nutsack, young man. You're busting out testosterone and your body is telling you, I want to reproduce with every woman I see. It's hard to fight. And I always say this, does your beliefs outweigh your reality? Not one motherfucker can ever tell me my beliefs outweigh my reality. Not one.
I think a lot of motherfuckers haven't seen how disgusted these females are, man. You know what I mean? Because they'll slip in a monk mode with no problem.
I mean,
but yo, Charles, what are you supposed to do when, basically, let me put it like this. One thing I realized over time, like, that I've been alive, that women, no matter what, they're always going to break bad. It's just depending how bad she's going to break. And I mean, especially in my time, it's just like, what else are we supposed to do? Like, these guys, like all these other older gentlemen want us to kind of fix this shit or try to do something about it. And I'm just like, dude, what can we do at this point? Look what they did to this man, Jonathan Majors, man. That shit is fucked up.
I'm gonna tell you what you can do. You can only do what you can control. That's what you should worry about. Worry about what the fuck you can control, not what you can't control anybody. Like, for example, I don't care how good of a cop I am. I can only believe what a person shows me. When you show me the fact that I need to intervene, that's what I can control. Just because I have you handcuffed, does that mean I have you under control? No. And see, the problem is fundamentally, and this is what I tell black men about value, control yourself. If that chick is not honoring you, I'm going to say this once again, if that chick is not protecting the honor, the glory, and the image of herself, you, and whatever children you could potentially make, no.
And that's the whole.
Go ahead.
That's the whole point. When you have mastered yourself, when she see you that type of guy that she wants to gravitate towards and everything, she will defend everything about you and stuff like that. I mean, it's so much a powerful feeling that you can have.
I'll tell you how much. Sorry for cutting you off, Mel. I'll tell you how much for an example. When there was a bullshit rumor going about me trying to make it look like I'm a dirty cop, and it actually got to social media really badly, she who will not be named was one of the first people to defend my honor. What do you think about that? A chick I broke up with stood up and said in front of a whole bunch of other cops, not him. Not him. Never him.
Definitely not.
That's not him. Never him. That's powerful if a chick you broke up with would say that. Wow. Look how clean that area is.
Remember,
Oh, then
Mm-hmm.
never mind. Then I'm just okay.
it was good, everybody.
I guess the only thing I
man.
keep running into is that a lot of these damn chicks is like I do have like all my exes, me and them are cool and shit. We still could talk and everything. We're chill and everything like that. But it's just like, oh, you can't do nothing with these chicks.
I mean, if,
One
I,
thing
I
I can
would I
say,
would not say that. I would not say that. Yeah.
It's not all, but it's just like yo. At a certain
What?
point, it's just like, look, man. I just look at the risk.
And who said that, Jay? Is that Jay Moore?
Yeah, that's me.
I'm gonna tell you. And how old are you?
I'm 28.
28. I could tell because I could tell the level of experience
Mm-hmm.
on what you asked me. Because I'm gonna tell you this. One of the greatest protections a man can ever have is one, knowing yourself, and two, being on your square. When you have a code, not morality, a code, and you live by that code, because the difference, like I showed the Padawans before, and my son, or I call my son the original Padawan, when you have a code, and I gave an example when I showed them the anointment trials of Lionel from the Thundercats. Panthro said the code of Thundera served us for centuries. So that means even when they were not on Thundera and they were on Third Earth, the code still lives. So in other words, the difference between morality and a code, morality changed with the culture and environment. The code does not. So when you on your code and on your square, guess what? Heaven and earth can fall. Heaven and earth can fall, but your code does not. When you have something that you are not willing to do and you stand on it, people don't realize the stature and the way you are as a man will protect you from the women you don't need to be around. That's part of it. Guess what? If you're dealing with a bunch of wayward, ratchet bitches, what's the common denominator? You.
Oh well, you know, yeah, I'll never date no wayward ratchet bitches.
So that says that if you don't, then that means you're doing what you need to do to be on your square. One of the biggest things that a lot of brothers get with, they be like, well, why she want to be with the drug dealers? You should be thanking her. And I tell them all the time, why don't you thank her? Because she was kind enough to show you her true nature. And if she shows you her true nature,
I wouldn't even be focused on that. Like, yo, the reality is, hey, that dude made her feel a certain way. She gravitate towards him.
And then guess
what? I never had any like what's it called relationship issues or anything like that with chicks. Like it's always been good, and it's just like you know, what you gonna say?
I say, you sure about that? Because where you sounding like
Yeah, no, because it's over the like I just noticed what's going on, like the pattern, and then I realized the law. No.
Outside.
What do you mean?
You said a pattern. You talking about pattern with you and your pattern relationship, or you talking about outside other people? Because that's part of the problem. If you keep focusing on other people and everything.
No, I'm talking about like the whole system itself and how it is and like how it's corrupted and how it's passing down into like a kid.
That's what I'm trying to make. This is my
yo,
big
dude,
pushback.
wait a minute, bro.
Dude, man, I'm trying to give you some game, man. Like, damn. This is the problem. Like a lot of you, especially some younger than you right now. Yo, y'all keep worrying about all these stats, statistics, all this mess, this, that, blah, blah, blah. I challenge those damn things. I don't live my life with
I was not. Dude, you're not letting me finish speaking, bro.
Hold on. Mal. Let them continue. Then you can make a comment.
Like you're forcing your belief down my throat. Like I'm just saying for what it is. I'm just seeing for the world for what it is, and I'm just looking at this country for what it is and what's going on. And I'm like, oh, this shit is spreading. I'm like, okay, I want to go out and just go check out some places and everything at this point because it's just like, look, I could see what's going on here and how it's gonna get like break bad, and I already can see like how the laws are kind of fucked up still. And it's just like, okay, I don't want to be like all the men I've seen in my own family getting screwed over either. And then like I get what you're saying, like, oh, that you shouldn't be worried about it. I'm like, dude, it's a part of life. You gotta be worried about everything. Like shit, when you go out and hunt or anything, like you gotta be worried about other things coming and get you too. It's like it's not me trying to be, it's not like I'm afraid to move or anything like that. I talk to everybody, I have my fun and I do what I can do. But it's still like, oh, I gotta look at the world for what it is. It's like, yo, this shit ain't this shit
I
is
live in
some
that
fucked
same
up
world
shit.
as you, and I don't have those worries. Period.
Yeah, but Mel,
Like Charles,
Do you already have kids? Do
have
you already have
control what
kids?
you
Do you already
do.
have kids? Do you already have kids?
He doesn't have kids. And
Like,
he's not married.
I don't have
Mel,
kids, and if I did,
Mel,
I can control what
yeah,
I
and that's what I'm
wow,
saying. Like,
and my kids,
dude,
brother.
Well, can I say
You
something?
have
Mel,
kids.
Mel, you mind if
Matter
I
of fact,
piggyback off after your comment, please?
hold it. No, hold. Let me finish. Matter of fact, but your mind frame thinking right there, and that's just why you keep constantly feeling the way you do. I'm worried about what the business.
No,
I'm acting. We
no.
kind of acting
Mel,
scared of the world.
nigga, you don't even know
Hold
me.
Come on,
on,
man.
hold on. We were doing so well for a long time,
Yeah, let
but
me
we
get it.
gotta realize this, right? Is that this is what I had to tell people. Just like there's many days my godson asked me about religion, and I know when he's trying to be a prick and when he's trying to be truthful. It's like, and some of his friends try to be, well, culture's more important than the environment. I said, let me put it to you this way. Take the sun off the world, right? If you took the sun and that shit does not rise again, does that change the environment?
Yep.
Would that change the culture of how people act?
Yes.
Because number one, when you look at this shit, right, on an absolute scale, we have to see men evolve. Men have to evolve into being not only the strongest, we got to go back into being the strongest, the smartest, the most cunning, have the most ingenuity. Because when we think about women, women are an accessory, not a necessity. And when you start looking at things on that level and that nature, you start to understand what's going on. And what's going on is that women think they can live a hardy life without us. And this is all I'm telling men, make them a believer. Give them what they want. Work on you. The more you work on you, every man should have weights in their house. Every man should be doing push-ups, sit-ups, whatever. Every man should know how to cook. Every man should know how to wash his own clothes. Every man should be sufficient. As my homeboy, shout out to Ali, recently married, he says his grandmother taught him how to do so much around the house. He said the only thing a woman needs to do for you is to lay with you. That's the type of man I'm telling young men to be. Your journey's going to be different because you're a different human being. But I'm just going to say the thing that universally connects us, because we're humans, is that are you going to be the most competitive male that you can be? Are you going to be the man? Because a lot of males out here are afraid to be men. Not every man can make enough to settle, can make enough on his own to pay all the bills by himself while a woman stays home with the kids. That's almost impossible. That's only what 20% of people, maybe even 10 to 15 can do it.
Yeah, I did that for a few years.
And guess what? That shit became awfully stressful and a burden.
Exactly.
And you
That
like what did
shaves off
BGS?
the
What did
Charles,
BGS say on this? What did BGS say on this live stream? He showed his fiance and said, "Can we live off of just my check alone? Are you comfortable with that?" And she says no. So guess what? You gotta work. A lot of women think that, oh well, my grandfather don't put me in your grandfather's time, because well, guess what? Your grandfather at the time can go out in the world during his day with an 8th grade education and be a master mechanic. like mine was. And guess what? We can't do that today. We cannot do that today. The cost of living is so substantial today that it's ridiculous. It's almost unbelievable. And people don't even understand that concept that we convince ourselves. Like, and I would tell them who want to challenge you in that. I would say, well, are you a submissive woman who can take care of kids and who can cook and clean and do all this? Well, I can't cook. Then don't compare me to your fucking grandfather, because I can do what he does, but you failing to do what your grandmother did.
Exactly.
Like, the sad thing is that the sad thing is today you could do both now. Like, men could, like, a lot of us is raised to do both. Like, I could cook and I could do work on my own car and everything.
The point that I was
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah. Sorry, Neymar.
You're good, Neymar.
Yeah. All right, let me break out the machete so y'all give me 3 keys. What's up? Let's get a couple things straight.
And finish your finish your statement, J Moore.
I forgot now. Like, where was I? Like,
about what you were saying.
Something about cleaning and being able to take care of yourself.
Oh yeah, I was saying, like, a lot of us dudes are able to, like, at my age and younger, we could all of us could cook. We're all like basically chefs. Everything we know how to cook, and we know how to, do everything that basically a woman can do. And it's kind of fucked up, sad. It's like we could do both, and it's just like, yo, you can't do any.
Charles, do you mind if I piggyback?
Yeah, that's the sad thing about our culture is that we're.
Well, yeah, as soon as we finish.
Because I have, like, every last one of my exes, they loved me because I could cook. It was like, oh shit!
Hey,
It was
what's
like
up,
I tried
Charles?
to do
I'm back,
shit.
man.
They
I'm on
loved
the
it.
lap. My phone died. I'm on the laptop now.
If you grew up in a single mother home like I did, you definitely are multifaceted.
Yeah, I know how to clean and cook.
And my mom was Jamaican, so that's another thing too.
Everybody know what it's like. Your mother to say, "Take that chicken out," and before I get home, and all that type of shit. You had to clean the house, take out the trash. If you had younger siblings, you had to cook for them when they got home from school. This was all before you started your homework.
Yeah, that's why I was.
Oh, there were some of us.
That's why
There
I was
were
so
some
good
of us who.
I babysitted lots of my family. Got all kinds of fucking kids.
You mind if I, gentlemen, you mind if I just...
As I was saying, there were some of us who came from 2-parent households who were taught to raise, to be self-sufficient, not just clean our rooms. We have to learn how to do all this, that, and the. I mean, those of us have fathers. Like, my dad taught me how to shine my shoes. I got so good at it, he had me shining his shoes while I was at it. I had to learn how
I used to shave my grandfather.
That
was a little too personal, but
we're not.
I'm trying to make it. But hold on.
Go ahead, Nate.
But the point I'm trying to make up, first of all, like what Charles said about this woman trying to compare him to his grandfather. First of all, lady, do you know what your grandparents were going through in their heyday? I mean, especially if they were like in the South or maybe in the North, you had things. There were a lot of things that Black people had to deal with, like redlining, being denied education, being denied a certain job opportunities. The shit you might experience right now, you call racist, is fucked up, maybe, yeah, but not what they had to endure. In your grandparents' day, there were days when he didn't know if he was going to be coming home after work. Especially if he was like in a place called that was like a sundown town or some shit like that. You don't know what your grandparents are living. All you have is an image. Unless your grandparents told you how rough it was, you don't know anything. I myself, I didn't have my grandfathers, but I did have my great uncles, and a lot of them explained to me how rough it was for them coming up. I mean, try living during a dictatorship. I grew up in an absolute monarchy under Sharia law, and I'm not even Muslim, and I knew how fucked up that could be. So I had to learn how to survive. Then my parents, they taught us how to, be about our wits. And I remember when I came home, me and my family went back to where we're originally from, and things like, got good, but then they turned for the worse, and we started seeing our nation turn into an authoritarian state, and all that fear and all the shit that came with it. Everybody had to be about their wits. So we had to understand not to be naive, had to be street smart, but also book smart, but also self sufficient, because we never knew when, what could happen to us, or who would probably want to, who, if it's our time, if it's our day to be messed with. And some women knew that. Others, they just want to be naive about it.
Do you mind if I
Thank
slide
you. I'll
through?
get the floor.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I just
like
want I just
I
wanted
wanted
to
to.
piggyback off Jay Mar, right? So I definitely understand what he's saying, and and many as an older millennial, I think many times older millennials tend not to realize the environment that these young dudes are in is totally different, right? And granted, we can say like, you could do this, you can do that, but that's their personal experience. And one of the things I've realized having younger cousins and nephews is that especially the environment they're playing in is a lot more dangerous because not only what they see online, right, but what they're seeing publicly in their, what I'm saying, amongst their peers versus where we grew up. And one of the things I could tell y'all brothers, man, is just, what I'm saying, definitely, you know, have your own principles, not only principles, but your own discernment. And moving forward, man, just understand like use the past and also the words of wisdom from the older cats and implement it to your own system because what I'm saying, which what we went through is totally different from what y'all going through, and what I'm saying, just stay sharp.
Hey,
Yeah, that's
James, you
what
know,
Yo,
what James said is what I'm
how
trying
old?
to like say and everything. That's what I'm like exactly what he's trying to say. I'm not trying to be an ass or anything like that. I'm just trying to explain that. Yet I get where you're coming from, but we're in a different environment now, and this shit is kind of messed up. You gotta live your head with your head on a swivel, like, and it's kind of fucked up, but it's true. And you can say like people be saying I'm a pessimist or I'm negative and everything, but I'm like, nah,
you're not a
I'm
pessimist.
real.
You're
I'm
a
just
It,
realist.
real.
it's
You're
okay for you to be a pessimist. You have to look out for yourself.
Yeah, and
Yo,
that's what I'm
Jay
trying to
Moore,
say.
me and you
I
are
wouldn't
basically the
call it
same
being
age.
a
I'm
pessimist.
29 years old, bro. So I can speak from experience being pretty much the same age as you. You pretty much have to choose your own arena in life nowadays. I mean, that's one reason why I'm here in Japan. But I learned like 5 years ago, I didn't have a choice. I wasn't going to be able to win at the game that you have to play for our generation at the, to the degree and to the level that you got to play it out there. And if you do win, it costs a lot of your mental health, financial health, and many other things. I
Yeah,
dealt
I
with
hear
mental
Slim
health
taking a
stuff
passive
my
response
last
to.
years in the States and everything, bro. Just
Let me
not,
say,
I would say find a way to be happy and find your own arena where you can thrive.
well,
Hold
That's
let
what
on,
I
me,
would say.
let me
let,
get in here. I've been trying to respond to what Mel said. Mel was talking about like there was an important thing that I haven't heard anybody respond to. He literally said that like I'm not trying to attack the guy. It just like I said, I actually agree with what Mel's saying. Right? I actually agree with what he's saying. I've said this multiple times, but like when I see bullshit, I gotta call it out. He literally said that like you guys are worried about stats and you know you guys are worried about stats and stuff like that and I don't care about that. I just basically just push through that and ignore it. That's
yeah,
bullshit.
but
That's
Andre,
bullshit.
It's
let me,
it's
let me,
everybody.
I'm
Hey,
gonna keep,
Andre, let me ask something. Why you feel that's bullshit? That was you, Andre. So why you feel that's bullshit?
yeah,
That's bullshit because there's a
How?
reason why it's why it's stats, right? Like this
what?
is like
Oh, let me
there's a
finish. I want to hear. Go
Yeah,
ahead, Andre. Go ahead. Go ahead.
why do I think that it's bullshit, not feel? It's that there's a reason why it's stats, right? Because they're actually like polling people and actually go they're actually polling people, etc., and like actually finding out the numbers. So it's like I never argue with numbers. I never do that. So like to say that stats I forget the other word that you said, but it was
Well,
stats
do
or
you
something
know that
else.
sometimes the
No,
stats is not 100% accurate?
never,
Number
you never let me
two,
finish, brother.
number two.
I've been letting everybody talk.
Oh, I thought you were finished. Sorry, I thought you
No, I wasn't done yet. But I was saying that there's a reason why, like, they have the stats, right? Like they're actually going like I said, I don't argue with the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. It's just that. But I'm not saying that like you should just look at the numbers and be like, on some defeatist type shit. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that it is a factor and you can't ignore that.
That sounds
No,
very
no. Here's the thing. It's the why do you look at the stats for? Do you use it to determine your livelihood? Too much?
Do it like on a personal basis or in general?
Whatever you want to use it for.
Well, I look at the
Yeah.
stats and see the way things are going, right? Like I know that there's outliers and there's exceptions to the rules,
I don't
etc.
believe in
Right?
exceptions to the rules, or even that supposed outliers either too.
I mean, when
Especially
you're
if they
looking
can
at the
misplace.
stats is going to be looked at as like this, okay, or where things at, like you said, look at the graph of where things at, and to see whether or not, damn it, if people are going to do something to bring their numbers down or bring it up. Shit, either way.
I mean, the stats are important, and I'm gonna give you an example. When they say that children, no matter what the race or economic circumstance, do better in a two-parent home versus the children in a single-parent home. I mean, that's just the stats, and the stats don't lie.
Well, but his argument is
But
basically
here's
saying,
don't speak for I can speak.
oh,
Here's the whole thing. Here's the whole thing and stuff. Okay, and you know what I love continuing reading the Rich Dad Poor Dad more and more now and that whatsoever. Because here's the thing. Think about how we was taught back in school. We was taught to be technically to make someone else rich. What has happened during the pandemic? How everybody freaked out because they lost their jobs they were relying on as a safety net. But the other percentage of people started realizing that, you know what? I had to create my own safety net. I can't be working for money all my life. You know what they did? Some of them started their own businesses during that time. They started growing them. They started learning new ways. Well, technically it wasn't new, but they broke out of certain habits what they was being taught. In
Yeah,
other
but
words,
Mel,
they figured out, you know what? How can I have money work for me?
yeah, but Mel,
yes,
I don't think
there's other exceptions to
Mel,
the rules that doesn't
Mel.
exist.
Well, one at a time, please. One at a time, please.
Mel, look, I don't think the gentlemen are okay. So I don't think they're trying to. Let me piggyback on two things. What Andre is saying, which I thought was a little conflated. There are certain things that are happening within this generation, right? That these guys are saying, "Yo, this is what's going on in the street." Is there certain consensus that back that? Yes, right? And I agree with you. We shouldn't rely on that, but at the same time, we can't be fools. Now, in regards to
I'm living
yes,
that same generation also
yeah,
too.
but
Even though
Mel,
I'm older than all of y'all, but
yeah,
even
yeah,
still,
but
I'm in the street. My outcome is
Let me
even
finish,
different
Mel.
from
Let
y'all.
me
Too
finish,
much.
Mel. Let me finish, Mel.
Whatever you gotta say, I will push back on.
Yeah, but of course you're gonna
Despite
push.
maybe my experiences, I'll be try to teach some of y'all because I learned that from some other people, some of my age older.
Dog, I'm 43. I'm 43.
I'm 42. Be 43 in the next 2 weeks. So we both in our 40s.
And let him
And
finish
where?
what he was
So is
saying.
Charles in his 40s.
Hold on. We got to do this one at a time. Okay? So finish what you were saying, brother.
I think it was James that was talking.
James was finished. Yeah.
James, finish what you were saying. Hey, James, you still there? James? Guess I'll come back on. I understand what the young people are going through because they're going through the same thing except on steroids.
Yep.
And what happens is that
Anybody who's in their 20s are going through the world like, what the fuck? And it's more so of like, yep. Well, we're saying, what the fuck with you? Man, fuck you. So, fuck you. I'm Seattle with the nice ass arcades. But
Yeah, I've been watching his background video. I'm like, fuck. He's living a life out there.
yeah. And it's like, what I tell a lot of guys now, develop your code. Develop your code. Because what's going to happen is your code is not going to fail you. People are going to fail you.
Woo!
Oh, man, we got to. Damn, that was kind of profound, wasn't it? We ought to woo to that one, shouldn't we? 1, 2,
Yes, sir.
3.
Woo!
Oh, yeah. If people are going to fail you,
Oh
but
yeah.
your code isn't. Okay? That's the number one. If you learn anything from me, people will fail you, your code will not. As long as you adhere
People will
to your
gaslight
code.
the fuck out of you.
Your code will not fail you as long as you adhere to it. You will fail your code before your code fails you. Okay?
Yeah.
Hey Charles, what was that saying that you said? I don't have a code, I have a code, I don't have a.
I don't have morality, I have a code.
Yeah.
I've been so black pilled that I don't look at the world with morality. I accept things for what they are. The reason why I don't get upset with women anymore because I understand male and female nature. I'm okay with
Even
that.
call you black pill. Why are you even still calling yourself black pill then?
In other words, I don't see it with morality.
Yeah.
I see the world for what it is. I'm either going to be the utilitarian or I'm going to be the nihilist.
Yeah,
I
that's
have a kid, so I'm not allowed to be a nihilist. If I want to raise
Yo,
my child,
Charles,
go ahead.
I came here to the arcade real quick just to show you.
Oh no.
Yeah, you ain't shit.
This nigga gonna flex.
Yeah, you ain't shit.
Oh, by the way. Oh, by
I
the
came here
way,
to the arcade just to
fellas.
show you, bro.
Yeah, nobody likes to show off.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, folks, to my man Mel here, let's forgive him because first of all, and Mel, I ain't taking a shot at you. I'm just explaining how it is. My nigga from the Bronx. So you know he gonna come at so there are times where he can't help but come at you like KRS in a battle.
Yeah, you know that
You know what
nigga's
I'm saying?
like, you know that nigga. You know when Mel wakes up, you know he's already. He doesn't listen to like motivational music. This is his motivational music. Step into a world. That's
Boogie
Mel.
Down Bronx in the house. Baby,
And
baby,
it's
come on, baby, come on, baby, come on.
That's
he
not
doesn't.
Bronx name, boy. That's Staten Island.
Yeah, but I
Brooklyn.
agree with you,
No,
Charles.
I know, but you know, but how
No, you don't
but
know.
you know
That's
everybody
Staten
gets
Island.
but
I had to correct you. That's Staten
I
Island.
know that was ODB. That was ODB I did. But he was from
Exactly.
Brooklyn. So he was from Brooklyn. Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. He was from Brooklyn. The rest of the crew were from Staten Island. However, Jizzle was from Queens. Old Dirty was from Brooklyn.
And you gotta remember that.
And he gave a shout out to Boogie Down Bronx, remember?
And you
Go ahead,
gotta
Sarge.
remember that.
What's that
You
Fat
know.
Joe? Damn, I forgot what it's called.
You gotta remember
Lean
that.
back. Lean back.
Hey, let's Charles finish, brothers. Let's Charles finish, brothers.
You gotta remember that men are gonna have different codes. You gotta respect that man's code. There's some people who don't drink for whatever reason. I don't look at them different. I'm gonna drink when I feel like it. People think, oh, you're drunk. You drink all the time. I don't. And people will be like, I noticed you had that half gallon of Hennessy and Ciroc, and you didn't even touch it. I said there was no purpose to. It's not playtime. It's business.
Charles,
That's my code. Go ahead.
Do you agree? Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I was gonna say one thing I express. I can't say we all. Not all men are built the same, and there are some traits that men have not fully developed, And there's some men who have fully developed those things. And I think one of the important things is that both sides understand the social environments that we all come from. Some of us will progress, like Charles. Obviously, he was pushing a certain direction, obviously, because he had a male figure, military XYZ. Mel probably came from a much different background, just like I mentioned earlier with Andre, anyone else, right? So I think the important factor is, okay, how can, again, these young brothers learn and understand, like, all right, we understand your environments are different. As Charles mentioned, keep your principles and codes together. But I think also too is as older gentlemen, right? Like I have more. For me, I speak for myself. I have a little bit more of empathy for these younger brothers because back what we had a stronger social embodiment of manhood, right? Versus now, it's so eroded where a lot of these dudes, man, and I can't fault them to a degree. They don't want to be a part of this. You know what I'm saying? Because it's so bad. And obviously, we're talking about what happened to brother, you know what I'm saying?
There's just no win.
Jonathan, you know what I'm saying? Jonathan, he's one of many that we've seen within, I would say, the last 3 years. It's gotten so extreme to the point where it's like, okay, what we have solutions, but now it's like, okay, now it has to be like, all right, what are the strategical moves that we can provide for these young brothers? Because the fact that a brother like, you know, Majors, who is, you know, about the size of Charles, right, runs from a woman that's $125, not because of a weapon. It's just because, like, yo, I am trying to disconnect myself, and society says, well, you're still guilty. That can be very traumatizing.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things I think nowadays is that we have to reassure men it's still okay to be a man.
Yeah.
And that's one of the biggest concepts that we got away from is that it's okay to be a man. It's okay to be a thinking black man. What is not okay is to be a defeatist. Now, every man should know if the battles we're fighting. That's what it is. Because if I was in Jonathan Major's spot, I probably would not have a real relationship because you can afford to have one. And what happens in a lot of these situations is that, excuse me, brothers like him are targets.
Yep.
High value target.
Brothers like him are targets. And we don't like to think of ourselves as somebody who's vulnerable and can be targeted. But that's exactly what you are. And once you understand the battlefield, all you need to do is apply the right weaponry. There's something, everybody knows what the term air superiority is, right?
Yes, sir.
Said air of superiority.
Yeah.
Yep.
So in other words, if you command the land, sea, and the air, how much is victory guaranteed for you?
Fuck, it's almost guaranteed at that point.
And when you don't, what must you do?
Figure out how to command that shit.
You must, number one, if you don't command the land, sea, and air, you must infiltrate the system from within until you make it your own.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And that's military science 101. So if anybody want to donate to that one, I'm giving y'all a college level shit. A lot of brothers don't understand that concept that you're at war. I'm not saying you got to go grab a rifle, but it's a mental
physical and spiritual warfare against you. There's a reason why people make you public enemy number one. There's a reason why it's so easy for your so-called women to turn on you. Because we're the fail-safe. If we find out that the black man was right this whole time, then that means you have to take accountability for what you've done against your man. That means the system is wrong. There's a reason why they don't want to give reparations, because they know black people will do something with that money that they could not. This country lives and dies by this philosophy. Am I better than the Negro?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, man. You know, I try to tell some youngins also too. In order to be successful in life, because that's my code I carry, I learn from others that are 10 steps ahead of me where I'm trying to be at. I think that's one of the biggest, hardest things a lot of dudes be doing these days. They don't want to learn from others that actually either been there what they are complaining about, but do things a different way and trying to show you other ways of how to do it. Because the reality is that the work is you still have to put in the footwork to do it and not be afraid.
That's a good point that you made.
Or complaining so much and everything's not going to get the results that you want in life.
Yeah, that's true too. But then again, too, we also got to look at too. Hey, there's codes and principles. One of them bastards we are going to have to align on, because it's easy for a person to say, "Hey, you know, me being a simp, you know, is part of my principles." So we got to make sure our principles and all that stuff align with each other. Of course, you know, one of them is going to be customs.
Line
You
with
know,
who? A simp? Why would you line your principle with a simp? That's
well,
not aligned with your
dude,
needs.
Mel, you gotta listen, bro. Get the context before you cut me off. Now I'm saying there are principles and there are codes. Now one of them, okay, is customs. You know what I mean? It's customs, but okay, and that's you, and that's respecting each man respect each other's customs of that. But then again, there are those accords that we must have, where we must be intertwined on as men, which is in your man principles. Our man principles must align, meaning whatever your customs is with this woman, okay, cool, bro, that's good. As long as she ain't disrespecting you and none of that, hey, you're fine by me. You know what I mean? So long as you make sure, hey, that those are aligned, you know, that you're not about allowing a woman to rule you and all that other bullshit. You know what I mean? So, you know, as long as you have that check and everything else, you know what I mean, you're about business, cool, good.
I have a question. Why shouldn't men complain when we have bastard makers poisoning our communities?
Because
Amen.
number one, it was never truly your community. Because
number two, it's gotten to a point where you could argue, why worry about it in the first place if you truly think it's irreparable?
Well, why worry about it? Because I live here. I mean, do you understand what I'm saying?
Move somewhere else.
I'm gonna tell you what it is that what black men are starting to find out is they're not beholden to this community. And that's a beautiful thing, because what if they're just stuck with the bastard baby makers? See, they don't give a fuck about black men until black men stop making money and moves. If black men start saying, hey, I want to be respected in my community, and I'm not getting that out of it, then who's beholden to it?
To the person that said move somewhere else, What happens when that bastard grows up and joins a gang and then they come to my neighborhood and breaks in my house? Then what? Where do I move then?
You didn't move far enough.
No, I disagree with you, Andre. It's irrelevant.
I mean, crime is going to happen anywhere. There is lower propensity depending on where you are, yes, but crime can happen anywhere.
Yeah,
Here's the issue, right? Two things you're not going to stop human beings from: war and fucking.
Yep.
No man has ever accomplished that. Even during our poorest times, people were having sex.
And they
The
continue.
one thing we have to work on is what we can control. Because let's think about it. A lot of young men, believe it or not, are not into that. And what happens is that we're going to have to learn how to be a bit more merciful towards those young men because, yeah, they don't know.
Charles,
What you find out, go ahead.
I was gonna say, and also, we have to understand this: the era that these young guys are in, they don't have the same social influences as the older millennials had. The gang wars, the drug wars, the all the things that you know what I'm saying that really had huge implications in our community, right? The new war, I think, is how to get young men up to speed of what's going on now, right? How do we enforce the concept of how important them being educated, whether it's in trades, any aspect of their life, right? Because it's very clear the data does show, right, that a lot of young men are struggling just to do the basic things to read. You know what I'm saying? So and I push this heavily to all younger millennials, right? Your new conflict is definitely going to be one about, and I think Charles mentioned this on a couple podcasts, preservation of self and life. That's my biggest concern because a lot of young brothers are not active on not only on the hand-to-hand, but the intellectual, but even just as he mentioned before and throughout this particular conversation, understanding and maintaining your principle of who you are.
I would like to jump in at some point
Go ahead.
whenever you can.
Better time than ever.
Yeah. I wanted to comment on I think it was Jamar that was speaking about basically why bother, but I don't know how much he's been influenced by the space, which I wouldn't say is a negative thing, but like because before I came to the Black Manosphere, well, I mean when I first came in, it was off like CGA and fucking Angry Man and shit, right? And then I went down like the MGTOW side and
Yeah, that motherfucker Angry Man just cuts me out because I brought up BGS.
well, actually, since you just spoke about that, I did just see it. Somebody mentioned it in fucking Ed's Discord talking about apparently Angry Man was talking shit about BGS. I'm gonna have to go back and look at that. But the point that I was trying to make is that at least mostly on the MGTOW side, and I've heard BGS mention this before as well too. But BGS is also a former MGTOW, and they recommend that younger men actually go out into the world and experiment and make your mistakes while you're young enough that it's not going to permanently affect you, as long as you're making as long as you're taking the proper precautions, it's not going to negatively affect you.
What do you mean? Like, you talking with women?
Well, mostly, but in general, but mostly talking about women, because I see this a lot, and I've just listening to what the brothers were saying earlier. They're basically saying, "Why bother?" Right? But at the same time, while you're saying that, you're not gaining any experience to know better.
And this is what BGS said. This It's a lot of things I don't agree with BGS period at all. A lot of things, especially when it comes to game with women. Have
No,
you ever
he
heard
was
of a guy
saying,
named Alan Roger Curry?
yeah, I've heard him
The late,
mention.
the late
Well,
Alan Roger Curry, God rest his soul.
I've never
I
actually
still
listened
miss
to any
that
of his
dude, man.
content, but I've heard him mention numerous times. But like, like when I was bringing up BGS, I was talking about he's one of the content creators that I believe he said this, but like I said, he's a former MGTOW, and MGTOWs like believe in you should make your mistakes while you're young or younger before it can negatively affect you. As in, like, you know, if you're gonna get into a relationship, etc., do that while you
Here's one
can.
thing I'm gonna push back on him. Some mistakes you can make when you're younger can even affect you when you're older, also too. You can't even come back from that.
I'm
Especially
talking
when
about
it
in terms.
comes with women. Be very careful when you hear advice like that.
What no,
Yeah.
what
The
Andre
only
was saying, what BGS was saying was the fact is that if you make mistakes in your later years, it's gonna be way more heavy on you to endure
Yes.
than it is when you're
When you're
younger.
younger.
Because when you're older, you have built like in your 40s and 50s, hell by God, Lord willing, you have built, you know what I mean, a whole bunch of stuff for yourself. You know what I mean? And the mistakes you make in those years will cause you to lose half of that, you know.
Like I said, some mistakes you can make when you're younger, it could affect you when you're older. And I stand by
Yeah,
that.
exactly. That's
Yeah,
why.
but
There's some things, yeah.
in other words, we're gonna give total context to this. A lot of people listen to this space and misconstrue what's said in this space because they never had the experiences with women. And what happens is you have a lot of dudes go through their bitter years without actually dealing with women.
yes, that is true.
And what happens is this. How can you tell me, oh, I don't want to deal with this woman? You don't even know what women are about. Yes, you should learn women. And I think
Exactly.
that's what happens to a lot of dudes when it comes to this shit, because here you're gonna have a lot of dudes who unfortunately get into, instead of learning your stripes. As a matter of fact, I think a lot of dudes need to go through their heartbreaks a little early. Why? Because when you go through a heartbreak and you're not used to dealing with women and you're about 30, that shit's massive.
Yes.
By the time you're 30, bitch don't want to be with me. You just shrug the shit off. It's like bullets on Superman's chest. It just bounces off. Okay, whatever. But what happens is that you have a lot of guys out there who have no experience with women and they're going by, you know, what other men say, which you should listen to it, but you should also experience it for yourself. And I think that's one of the
That's
major
one of the
problems.
biggest problems, Charles. Like, yeah, like they didn't want to put in the work. They sit back, listen,
I don't
listen, pair bond so much, and don't want to go out and do the work. I
Mel,
mean,
Mel,
it's the purpose of what you're
Wait,
learning.
Mel.
dude,
Let me
wait.
I got a
You're
question for
making
you,
it
Mel.
seem like I don't work or don't go
I didn't
out
say
and do
you. I didn't say
anything.
specifically you. So stop.
No, I'm just
personally.
my fault.
No, ain't no
I'm just
yeah.
pointing
So
out that I'm not.
ain't no need to point it out. You pointing yourself out. I didn't say specifically you. I didn't
No,
talk about you.
no, dude. Now you slick dissing me.
You
Stop
shouldn't
it.
even said
Like,
nothing.
Hold on,
because this was a reference of me.
Hold on. Now, we're gonna still be orderly. Now, here's the point about it, what I was saying about a lot of dudes out there do not have the experience. It's because a lot of dudes will tell me something. Like, I'll give you an example. Every year, I get one guy when I was coaching wrestling who said he could beat all the coaches. And I'm listening to him, and I'm like, why do you think that? Like, how long have you wrestled? Well, this is my first day. I said, let me ask you something. Could you beat Usain Bolt your first steps walking? Well, no, he's too
Hell no.
fast. So why do you think you're going to beat me? If I wanted to, well, you got to understand, if I really wanted to, I could make you quit. I would just do painful shit till you quit. Exactly. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. And that's what happens to a lot of dudes who, will tell me about children and how pricey children are. Yeah, they're pricey, but guess what? Have you raised them? Well, no. Then what are you talking about? Because a lot of people will speak out of turn about certain subjects and then wonder why they look foolish. Well, this girl, she didn't like me. I'm like, why didn't she like you? Did you even find out what type of men she liked? Well, no. That's your problem. Sometimes if that chick dates nothing but thugs, why are you trying to go for a chick who dates nothing but thugs? Go ahead, Namer.
Mm-hmm. Sorry. By the way, I know you mentioned ARC, Mel, and Mel. Come on, man. I'm not from Queens, so don't look at me like I'm Melly Mel. Just kidding. Juice Crew, who Boogie Down Brit Productions and reference folks. But for Andre, first of all, he's talking about Alan Roger Curry, but do you remember a cat named Patrice O'Neal by any chance?
Of course. Like I was just telling
That
BGS,
maybe that
I
Black
just went
Phillip.
over the Black Phillip show again.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was
You got to go over that every
close to
single time.
so I
Because
went back over it. My
yeah, but like
apologies.
I said,
Can you repeat?
yeah, but sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying my
Go ahead.
apologies. Can you repeat what you said?
What I'm saying is like Black Phillip is more relatable to a lot of people. ARC, he was designed for certain types of people because Al Roger Curry had a certain. Well, he used to brag he was a sociopath, but no, he's actually an asshole and a bit narcissistic. But you gotta be an asshole.
No, you're not Namor.
No,
So
no,
please.
I don't get to tell you what he was saying, man.
You didn't hear what I said, man. Because I remember watching.
So I'm not offended.
Hold on. Continue what you were saying.
There's this type of mindset you have to be in order to adhere to Mo 1. What he was like, ARC was talking about. Patrice, however, being the empathic person himself, he was like, because Patrice understands what it's like to be being among the have-nots. Because he and his co-host Dante Nero, they reflected one of the oldest paradigms. Those are the haves, those are the have-nots. Patrice was on the have-nots, growing up as a fat motherfucker. Not to mention, when he was 16, he was wrongfully convicted on a false rape accusation, which really was a strike on him. And we're talking, this is in the 80s, dude, about 3-4 years before the Central Park case. Dante, when he was coming up, being light-skinned and everything, some people thought he was Puerto Rican. But he was able to conquer, sleep with a lot of women, especially when he was in the exotic dancing thing, especially during his career as an exotic dancer and whatnot. And they would go back and forth about what techniques or how to approach women.
Namer, you borged out.
Hello?
Namer, you still there?
Probably something happened.
ARC also made that book in the 20th century, didn't he?
Yeah. Are y'all mentioning?
Here's the whole thing.
Are y'all mentioning? Y'all mentioned ARC. May he rest in
he's-
peace.
hold it.
May he rest
Yeah.
in peace.
Here's the whole thing. He wasn't narcissistic either, too. You want to confuse with being overconfident and having thick skin because David Epps was like the same way as ARC also, too. You compare them to Patrice O'Neal, they both was have-not. I mean, David Epps was a fat dude also, too. But he
Well,
also
this
had
goes
thick
back.
women. Because here's the big thing about it. He developed confidence.
Charles, I
his
have a
skin,
quick question, by the way, when y'all done.
and he was always straight direct with women with their intentions, with something a lot of dudes these days, no matter if you're young or old, keep doing. What is the reason why y'all talking to females in the first place? And most of y'all don't even have a clue.
Yeah,
I hear shows all the time when I heard calling shows. When I hear calling show with Lucario, and I got into it with Steve the Dean. I had to cuss his ass out one time. But,
Well,
Yeah,
Mel,
but Mel,
let me finish. Even though I hear these callers call in and they always asking the question, what's the reason why you're calling them? And a lot of these dudes is really confused and like giving long-winded answers, and they wonder why they waste their time and especially their money and stuff and doing too much for a woman, and then they want to becoming bitter, pointing fingers, and it's like, yo, The reality, you've been doing too much depressing woman. You ain't got to do all that.
Yeah, but
There's a
Mel,
reason why you're talking to her. Get straight to
Mel,
the point.
Mel, hold on. Let
Mel,
me ask, Mel.
I want
So you
so
under so
yeah.
okay. So we both East Coast, right? So you understand the social environments that allow men to do certain things, and the
no, it
other
ain't got
social.
nothing to do
Hold
with
on,
social
let me
environment.
hold
Period.
on,
That's why I
Now, let
disagree
him
with what you're
finish.
about to say.
Mel.
Hold
Let me
on,
finish.
hold on.
Yeah,
Let him.
You keep interrupting.
Let me finish, Mel. You know, and I know there are certain social environments,
Actually, I
demographics.
don't know. I don't know what
Hold
you
on,
know.
hold on. Let him finish. Let him
Dude,
finish.
So you okay? So you telling me what is acceptable in New York City when you approach a woman is also acceptable
Your
in the
experience is
South?
my experience, brother. No.
you keep
So that's why I'm
interrupting,
pushing
man.
back as hard as I am. Because I don't
Anyways,
go through the same
Let him
problems you
finish his
do. We
points,
both from
man.
New York City. But
Hold
unfortunately,
I'm
on,
not from New
hold
York
on,
City.
I'm
hold
from New
on,
York
Let him
City.
finish. You
hold
keep
on,
interrupting.
hold
don't
on,
speak to me
hold
about
on, hold on. We're gonna let people get their thoughts off. Then we make a rebuttal.
Like I was saying, there are certain demographics in part of the country that are socially acceptable, and some things are not socially acceptable. So there's social environments where brothers are conditioned, right? There's some things where you can go, what you can do in New York, you definitely can't do in Boston. Certain things you can do down south that you can't do in Boston. That's all I'm saying. And I think
no,
one of
I
the
don't understand what you're saying. What are you talking
No,
about?
you
What
gotta
you can do
let,
doing
let him
that?
finish his points, man.
like I said, social environments condition men to do certain things. Just as I forget who mentioned up like the whole construct of men going online and listening to other brothers. I think Charles brought this
Right.
very eloquently, right? Not all men,
Yeah.
as I said before, are built equal. There are men who are going to lack many different experiences due to their social environments. And this is why you have certain spaces where brothers need to ask questions. Of course, they're going to make these mistakes, but you can't get upset or take offense to it when brothers come to a particular space that allows them to try to learn something. It ain't no different from reading a book or asking Charles XYZ. Now, do you agree with the advice? You
Actually,
may
no, I
not.
don't agree with your advice because part of
No,
learning, hold it, because part
you're
of
not even letting
learning
me
also
finish,
No,
too.
let
man.
him. Mel,
Mel,
let
you
him
haven't even
finish.
let
You're
me finish.
interrupting him,
You
You
asked me
already.
a question, man. Now
I'm not
answer
asking
it.
you a question.
David's being rhetorical.
I'm not. I don't. They were, this is a rhetorical statement. So again, like I was continuing, no different from this space. There's a reason why brothers come into this space to find out more knowledge. Some may draw to you because they like your approach. Some may draw to Charles. But to make this assumption that all men are X, Y, Z, I do not agree with that. And this is why I've been saying before, not all men are equal. A lot of these brothers, like Jay and Andre, they come from different backgrounds. They even see certain things. This is why I said, okay, you from New York, you understand there's certain things that happen in New York that were far more aggressive than other parts of this country. So your experience is going to be more direct. Your experience is going to be more like, oh, this is how we do it. But does that mean that man can apply the same thing? No, because he wasn't in that environment.
So
That's
now
all I'm
with
saying.
that
Can I
concept,
rebuttal
what
now? Can I
James
rebuttal
said,
now? Because
now
I'm hearing a lot of
Mel,
bullshit from him, period.
what do you mean?
I'm hearing a lot of bullshit, period. Your environment determines who you are, right? So if I'm gonna get real dirty with this. If the environment determines that you're a bitch ass nigga and everything, are you gonna become a bitch ass nigga in the West Coast, down south, mid coast, whatever?
Maybe.
Who did
dude,
Maybe.
what?
maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Make that
Who said
what?
maybe? Who said
I
maybe?
mean, your
If
question
you
was
say
whether
maybe, you
he
know what?
agreed.
I'm gonna agree with you on that. Then yeah, hey, you're a bitch ass
I
nigga if you
said
feel that way.
maybe because you got to remember, you put what's the greatest land predator in the world?
Cats?
Some people cats are up there,
You
but
have.
you
Well, it
put a
depends on the
cat.
Bears?
environment. What are we talking about here, first
But
of
if
all?
you put a cat in the
Lion,
ocean,
tiger.
if you put a cat in the ocean, how successful are they going to be?
Not good at
Completely
all.
unsuccessful because cats mostly hate water. They can't swim unless you're a jaguar
No,
or a tiger.
tiger. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I
Some
would think
cats
better.
swim.
But
I seen
tigers
I
some
can
mean,
cats
only
you got
swim.
to
swim
think.
in
I think
rivers.
someone
I
mentioned
think,
tiger. Yeah, tigers can swim. I seen them swim
I
in
mean, you got to think about it, right? If you put the greatest land predator ever is going to be in the cat family. Hell, your house cat has probably got more bodies than Al Capone. They're
Hell yeah.
they're pretty, house cats are like number 1 or 2. Besides, I think number 1 is mosquitoes. Number 2 or 3 are house cats. They'll kill anything. And so you can imagine if they had the ability to be fucking, part of the big cat part of the family, how successful they would be then. So you put that cat in the ocean, they would drown. You put a shark on land, how scary is it?
He's gonna suffocate. He's gonna suffocate because he's out of water.
So environment plays a part. Meaning, I'm from Baltimore, a couple of dudes are from New York. We're used to much more fairly aggressive women.
Yeah.
That's just how it is. And when you're dealing with a much more aggressive woman, you can't come with the Richie Cunningham rap. It's just almost impossible to do that.
What made you think I was saying coming with the Richie Cunningham rap also too?
By the way, I'm playing Madden, and I just smoked that nigga like a pack of Cools.
Man,
Yeah.
get back on some Call of Duty, man. What's up, man?
Yeah, I was about to get into a game too myself.
I'm getting. Oh man.
Yo, Charles, may I?
By the way, I wish I never seen this
point in
Cowboy
on
Bebop
this?
live action right now because they fucked the whole series up. No wonder it got canceled.
But I'm
Yo,
gonna
Charles,
tell you,
can I put a point
go
in on
ahead.
this?
Go ahead.
Like what you just said was gold, man. The shark thrives in the water, but on land it does not. This is a perfect situation of what they're talking about right now. Whether it's like, first off, when I hear it, I'm thinking what's considered a quote unquote bitch ass dude. I'm not in public, but what's considered a bitch ass dude in New York is not in Seattle. And especially if you take that culture, take that to a different country, it's a completely different ball game. So there absolutely is environment and culture plays a factor in this stuff that we're talking about. Here in East Asia, you could be the hardest, smooth talking, most good looking dude that you can be, but she's looking at you like, okay, where did you go to school? And what are your resources? Like, I don't care that you can do the smooth talk stuff and then you look good. What school did you go to? So it's completely about environment.
Oh yeah.
Well, if
I'll give you
you're
another
in
example,
Japan,
Seattle.
it's harder than them. You could do Yakuzas.
The Yakuza, yeah, you don't want to fuck with them, but I will say this.
Yeah,
Seattle,
harder than
I can give you another example. I mean, when I was coming up and I had a hard time adjusting where I was, I had to explain to my father, dude, this is like taking you basically took a gator from the Florida Everglades and relocated to the middle of the Sahara. I'm out of my element here. What am I doing? Just like you cannot integrate an African wild dog and take him to the Arctic region expecting him to behave like a wolf. It doesn't work like that. He's not built for that type of environment. So environment plays different. Just like in the case of take New York for example, the 5 boroughs. How a cat will carry themselves in the South Bronx is not the same way how cats over in Hell's Kitchen or Harlem part of Manhattan is. How they get down to Staten Island, especially in Park Hill, is not going to be the same way as how dudes in Jamaica, Queens get down.
How you figure?
Different boroughs. Because it's a different.
No, it's not.
a different
Are you
ballgame.
from New York? Are you from New York?
I'm gonna give you a good
Been in New
example.
York.
No, I want to get this example. I want to get this example, please.
Hold on.
I'm gonna push back on that.
I'm gonna give you a good example, right? I'm Baltimorean.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Baltimorean through and through. I bleed purple.
Okay.
Even if you compare DC from Baltimore, and DC's only 42 miles away, there's a different culture. It's not so different that I won't fit in, but you can tell I'm not from there. From the lingo, from all types of shit. But if you take me and put me in Eritrea, am I going to stand out? I'm going to stand
You
out
are
like
going to stand out.
the way I dress, the way I react to things. Just like, everybody knows if you talk to a New York chick, all New York chicks sound like,
They
they
got
sound like they
drop a
got
mixtape.
balls. They sound like my mic sounds nice, check one. They're going to be more aggressive. They're going to be like, yo, you going to bring that dick over here, son?
You ain't saying shit about those
They're gonna be asking you if you want to fuck, okay? So we all know
Ain't gonna be
this
like,
because the most successful men are the men who can adapt to situations and environments. And what happens is that this is the reason why BGS says you should experiment and talk to women. It's like getting your stripes. You can't. How do you get better wrestling? Anybody know?
you keep practicing, you keep learning
You
new
wrestle.
techniques.
The way you get
You
better
wrestle, get on the
wrestling
mat.
is wrestling. You can't say that I'm a good wrestler without that mat time. It's
You
almost impossible.
wrestle, you get your ass beat, plus you get a few wins.
And guess
Well,
what?
Go ahead.
Do you think Charles was kicking ass and taking names the first month he joined the wrestling team? Charles was
Unless
he
you were
was
fighting
getting
somebody way weaker than you.
he was getting even the smaller guys was washing me like I was Sunday laundry. Okay.
You're getting stretched, as they say.
Yeah, the smaller guys too.
So we gotta say that you gotta get your stripes. And sometimes the reason why it's okay for men to take rejection and not women is why women are not used to being told no. I don't like you. You're not pretty enough. When that shit happens, guess what? We got a different correlation of why these women are so delusional now, don't we?
See, that's what we're trying to teach. That's what we're trying to teach the men. Think high of your right. Act like how politicians act. Like you got to have certain assets. A reason why you want to talk to me. You revert that shit back on females, the way it is. Just like what you said. They turned to the Essence chicks because you turned them
Before you
down.
get into that though, as a former wrestler, I'll say this: yeah, mat time counts. Yeah, but you still got to have the appropriate wrestling partners. You know what I mean? You got to have one your size, you know what I mean, that's fast and all that shit, strong, than those that are heavier than you. So yeah, that's the ultimate experience of a wrestler that you can get, is experiencing the difference and the fluctuations of those weight classes. That's how you'll be awesome.
I mean, you'll be awesome, but guess
I
what?
gotta go, you
If you
guys.
don't
I'll
come
talk
to
to you
practice,
later.
you suck. But go ahead.
Hey, you ain't right about you ain't lying about that, bro. Shit.
No matter how
Ray,
many
I'll give
great
you an
partners
example of
you
the wrestling
have,
if you want.
you don't come to practice or training, you suck. I don't give a damn
Hey,
how
Charles,
many great partners you have. Go ahead.
Charles, use Kurt Angle as an example. Bring up Kurt Angle's wrestling credentials. How did he get so good?
Getting his ass kicked. He had brothers.
By who, first and foremost? His older brother, because he's the youngest of his siblings, and he had to wrestle all his brothers growing up. That made him stronger and better. That's why, as a small heavyweight, he's like what, only 6 foot, walks around like 220.
Yeah, Kurt Angle.
Well, 240 in WWE, 220 in the Olympics.
Yeah, but in the Olympics, these
He
guys
was
are
actually
100
light.
kilograms.
He was actually lighter than that in the NCAA's. He holds the record for being the lightest heavyweight NCAA champion at 200 pounds.
And he never
With a
took
broken
steroids
neck, he
too.
won the Olympics. He won the gold medal with a broken neck. Let's not forget that.
And
So
he never
you
took
got
steroids too, right? He never took steroids either, right?
nope.
He drank a lot of milk, though.
He couldn't. I mean, a lot of times when it comes to dudes reacting to women, you know women's behavior. When you deal with women long enough, you know their behavior. You know their tendencies. when a lot of guys, the reason why you have a lot of guys simping is because the reason why you have a manosphere space is because, hey, one of the issues is that nobody's ever told me that women are like this. A lot of men are very ignorant towards female behavior. But I can point out.
I was at one time.
I
Actually have to disagree a little bit with you, Charles. We do tell some of these dudes this, and they still keep on that hope.
No, listen to what I said. Listen to what I said. A lot of men, before they come to the space, are ignorant and phobic of women's nature. So
no, I listen to what you say, yeah, but even still,
You're not listening.
some of them.
Saying still.
Let me finish.
I mean, there are women.
No, Charles, what I was saying also too. Yes,
let me
even
finish.
before.
I wasn't finished the statement.
Oh, go ahead, Charles.
It's the fact that yes, you can have people who can come to this space, but before this space, there's a lot of men who are ignorant of female behavior because they're brought up to trust women. And anybody with any brains would tell you, don't trust women. And whether you come to the space or not, guess what? Once you get the information, do with it what you please. Everything that you can be blamed now, because now, guess what? Everything's on you. After that mark, everything's on you. And if you're gonna still do that shit, by all means, I mean, let that chick get you.
Yeah,
you
you
want
deserve
to
everything you get at that point.
You want that chick? You want to keep doing this shit for this chick who don't deserve it? Go ahead. You deserve it. Go ahead. You know more.
I learned the hard way.
Some people gotta learn the easy way. Some people, a hard head does what?
A soft ass. A
And,
very soft ass.
and you got a lot of
Unfortunately, however, you got some skinny motherfuckers like myself, you know, so we may have a hard head. Some of us have a hard head, but we also got a bony ass, so they got to learn the extra hard way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And unfortunately for them, it is what it is. Not everybody's gonna correct the simping after they come to the space. Some people may double down on the simping. I mean, FD signifier anybody?
Ooh.
There's shit that we can literally go by day to day. We can have panels, and guess what? This nigga will still swear up and down, we give a fuck about divestors. The truth of this space is, we actually will help divestors pack. We don't give a shit. You think I give a fuck if a black chick dates a white guy? Absolutely not. Absolutely motherfucking not. Don't give a flying fuck. She gets dumbed out by a bunch of fucking white dudes. What's the first thing she does when that fucking relationship goes sour? Once you go to white, you're gonna bring your ass right back to black. It never fucking fails.
You keep that vanilla field coochie over there.
Mm-hmm. I mean, just
some of
because
those women are coming back with STDs, so stay clear of them.
She
coming
likes
back,
to
coming back to you with a wet dog smelling coochie. No, bitch.
She likes the vanilla feeling. You know, she treats us like Neapolitan ice cream, man.
Oh, hell no. And they'd rather instead of dealing with us, they'd rather deal with them, the white dudes and shit, whom they have to teach how to use a wash rag and shit. like Serena
Ray,
Williams.
start singing Hell Nah by Bishop Bullwinkle, please. You gotta sing that song, Hell to the Nah Nah by Bishop Bullwinkle.
I mean, but a lot of these chicks, you know, the beauty of it is they think that sex still holds the same value that it's always had. And it does not.
Nope.
When There's a reason why a lot of chicks withhold sex. There's a real big reason. Real big reason. Because they have nothing else to offer.
And now, if you choose to have sex with these women here, like now today, damn it, it's like you're obligated to have to call that chick back. You know what I mean? To make sure, like, you know, everything's okay and shit like that. You know what I mean? Just I don't know, just to keep her from going towards that route of wanting to use that to falsely accuse you on some shit. You know what I mean? And yeah.
No. Let's go overboard with this mess and everything.
Well, if you're saying that, you obviously don't fuck with modern women. I do. So every time I have to
Actually, I do. Period. I don't go through false allegations or none of that stuff. Because, like I said earlier before, I be straight direct with women. They know what they're getting themselves into when they deal with me. Because I never lied to women. Period.
Act like you're feminism. Act like you're feminist proof if you want to.
Ain't no feminist proof or nothing. Period. What are you talking about? You ever been straight direct with a woman with your intentions?
Yeah, but Mel, what works for you doesn't work for all.
No, the problem is y'all don't want it to work. That's the whole point.
Oh, Mel, you sound like indoctrination, man. This is
No, you sound like a bitter motherfucker. That's what it is. Complaining so damn much. Man,
Nah,
no,
Mel,
yes, it is. Yes,
Mel.
that's what you
Hold
are
on,
doing.
hold on. I'm gonna be. I gotta strongly disagree. Not all guy. Okay, I'm gonna tell you. Y'all gonna make me. I gotta do this one. I gotta do this one live stream about the tax. Certain men pay taxes, some don't. There's some men, in order for them to get laid, they gotta take a chick out. There's some men who do not. Not every man is everything to every woman.
No, you choose to do what you want with the women. That's your choice.
Mel, I got a question for you.
Ain't no proving me nothing, period. I don't feel I'm the most handsomest dude in the world.
Mel,
But I haven't taken females out to date like that or spend more on my money like that on chicks that I want to smash.
Hey,
So that ain't proving me nothing.
Hold on. This is what I'm saying. Everything no man in history has been everything to every woman. None. Not even me.
But there are a lot of men who are nothing to everyone.
I just wanted to ask Mel, when's the last time you fucked with a Gen Z woman, if any at all? Because that's who I
I'm
fuck
fucking with them right now. I don't care what generation they are. Z, B, E, F, G. I don't all them. What are you talking about? What's your point?
I'm talking about.
Fuck with all five women. Like I said, I don't go through problems with some of y'all do with women these days. So what does you want to prove your point now?
The oldest.
You're not going to.
You're not letting me finish. You keep interrupting, brother. I'm trying
because what point you actually prove? I kind of already know what you're trying to prove. That's what you're asking.
Mel. I gotta mute you right now because you're not letting them say what you gotta say.
Like the point that I was trying to say is that the oldest Gen Z woman I think right now is like 27 or 28, and that's who I fuck with. I don't know who you fuck with, but like for that generation, like you gotta have your proof. You gotta do the aftercare. You know, did you make it home safe? And, you know, like text them like, you know, I had a great time. Did you have a great time? That kind of shit.
No.
That's why I asked you that question.
No.
But you got to remember, there's different rules for every generation. Hell, shout out to Ronnie Laws.
Because y'all forget one main thing also, too. Females want to fuck also, too. Especially in this day and age. Maybe they want to pump and dump on y'all.
I mean, that is true. That is true, but guess what?
That is definitely true because they're exposing it more and more now these days.
But Mel. Here's the issue, right? You got to know your audience. Can you date a white woman the same way you date a black woman?
Actually, yeah, I can. Because I've done it too also, so...
Typically, no.
No, typically, yes, for me. You asked me directly.
In other words,
I said yes, because I've done it. So, Charles, my man 100 grand, you asked me directly. You said me. So I said yes, because I've done it.
I'm not
Don't be
being
metaphorical.
literal.
Y'all be straight direct with me. Just be really descriptive.
In
Not
other
talking about me,
words,
general.
in other words, can you date white women typically the same as black women? Typically, no. Different culture, different upbringing. Yeah, even the hood ones. Even the hood ones know they're white. And see, what happens is when brothers don't understand there's a difference in women and culture, that's where they fuck up. Because that upper echelon white chick is not going to go for the same shit that other white chicks go for. Will she? No, she's not. And here's another thing. A lot of brothers confuse fucking for relationships, just like the women do.
All right, y'all. I gotta go to bed, y'all. It's nice chatting with y'all. So, y'all have a good night.
All right.
Take that show, Charles.
All right.
Yeah, peace out, brother.
Peace.
Yeah, to piggyback on what you were saying, Charles, man, I think again, as I mentioned before, just like in social class, right? Just like we talked in this space where there are certain people, individuals who have access to things that we don't have, and
You boring me,
there's
bro.
certain people. Say that again.
Repeat what you just said. You were Borger for a minute.
Oh, I
Repeat
was
what you
saying,
said.
I was just saying, like we've talked in this space, right? Just like in social class, right? There will be certain women or men who have access to things that most people will not have access to, right? The upper echelon. And even with that, that comes with a certain responsibility, right? And vice versa, right? There's certain parts of a classism that will never participate in the ratchetness, just as certain, you know what I mean? Vice versa, right? So one of the things that, you know, I think in this space that we've always expressed is that not all things are equal.
Still there?
No, he disappeared. He'll be back. He'll be back.
He got knocked
No,
off.
he'll be back.
But like I said before, not everything is to everybody. Sorry, I have to strongly disagree with that. Now, and see, the problem is that when you go to places like New York, and if you're dealing with hood white bitches, who are they gonna mimic?
The men.
They're gonna mimic hood. They're gonna mimic hood black chicks. Is that shit gonna pass off? No, because at some point it's not gonna hold still.
Nope. I mean, I could tell you, Charles, I go to New York on a regular basis. I'm in Massachusetts. Two totally different demographic of mindsets when it comes to approach. The concept that Mel is talking about being direct, that shit flies only in New York City, and that depends on where in New York City you in. You're not gonna do that shit in upper Manhattan dealing with a chick who makes $600,000. That social class does not function, right? That shit does not fly down on the West Coast. And you know, for brothers, I do travel a lot. You know what I'm saying? So when I see these type of environments and the way Mel approaches it, that shit does not work in all scenarios. And I think Charles hit this on the head, right? Like the space is made for all brothers who don't have. If you're a dude who comes from a two-family background, upper class, XYZ, and you end up messing with a ratchet chick, you're gonna come to the space, and a brother like Charles and myself are gonna be like, no, you shouldn't even waste your time fucking with that. You're gonna end up in XYZ. These are the high probabilities, right?
And that brother was basically saying that like it doesn't matter what chick you talk to, you should be able to get her on your program.
Well, I'm gonna tell you.
Work like that.
I'm gonna tell you straight up. Not all women take that type of aggression lightly. There are certain women I could tell you can't use that shit overseas. There's some women who are very
Absolutely not.
docile. There are women who are very docile who do not like aggressive tone because they're so feminized based on how they're upbringing. They'll look at that as someone very like that's very intimidating. Like,
Exactly. That's
you know what I'm saying? So it's just like I mentioned before. Charles has certain experiences that he was groomed to be. That's why, or like cousin T talk.
Hold
He
on,
was
hold on. I thought women overseas will appreciate men who are stern
no,
and
brother.
stoic
I could no,
and
no,
not bitch made.
no.
Okay.
Let me give you the clear right. The approach that Mel is using, that shit does not work overseas. And I'm telling you from
I
firsthand
agree.
experience,
I agree.
right? Right? It's not about you not being stern and not being how can I say this? The sense of direction. There are ways that you can conduct yourself and show your masculinity in so many different factors. But the way that Mel is saying, like, yo, you get over here, I'm doing this, we doing that. Like this whole New York shit, that shit will
Are you
not
talking
fly.
about like? Are you talking about like that aggressive
Yes.
male New York? Like, come
Yes.
over here,
Yes.
shorty. Now, yeah.
Yeah. And again, I don't want to stereotype and say that's how Mel operates, right? Because I don't want to speak on him. But I'm telling you, I've been around him, a lot of New York cats who just assume that shit works everywhere. It does not.
No.
It
Hey,
does
James.
not. That's why I said earlier, if demographically there are different environments that will basically construct who you are, depending on where you are socially, economically, or based on where you live. I live in Massachusetts. I'm 4 hours away from New York. I'm always in New York. The way he operates, or way many men that operate in that style, that shit doesn't really fly in Massachusetts. Women are not as aggressive or react to that type of aggression.
Especially in a place like James. I mean, especially like take the city of Boston itself. It's so
Yeah.
draconian and segregated. You go if you show your face in an Irish or
Well, not
Italian
even,
or
not
Jewish
even.
neighborhood,
It's.
like
I
let
wouldn't
me
even.
get or in South if you're in South Boston, you know you're gonna get
Well, even.
dead shit.
Well, let me say this. I can speak because I went to school in South Boston. I know those. Even in those neighborhoods, even in this 2023, it is not. It's just the mannerisms are not
Yeah.
the same environments that they are being in the Bronx, certain parts of Harlem, Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? Mount
I
Vernon.
mentioned that
Like,
earlier.
yeah, like it doesn't. Those things because you got to think about it. The social class environments, unless you in Uptown Manhattan, right? The more expensive areas, right? The more affluent areas. I can tell you, even where my sister lived, there's a part of Brooklyn that is so family oriented. They shut down blocks. The police, the perfect example. Community policing in certain parts of Brooklyn are so much better, where they actually shut down the neighborhood and have kids have these little parks, plays, everything so there's social interaction with the families and law enforcement. You can't do that shit in the Bronx. So this is what
I'll
I'm
give you another
saying. Like,
example if you want.
so I'm just finishing up. This is why I said when it comes to Mel and his approach, it may work for him, but again, to say that it does. I mean, again, I don't know. I can't speak for him. Maybe the women that he attracts, it works. But I'm telling you, from my travels
I
throughout
got
the
you.
United States,
You're
that
talking
shit
about
don't fly.
from what it. You're talking about from what it seems. Okay.
Yes, because
Yeah.
the way he speaks is, and this is why I said earlier, he comes off as an indoctrination. Well, if this works for me, so it should work for you. My nigga, I'm gonna keep it real with you. You were raised in an era where niggas used to bang, shoot up, rob niggas for sneakers. These young niggas don't go through that shit.
He
It's
failed
worse
to
for a lot of them.
realize he failed to realize he failed to realize that ARC's teachings, and from his book and all that stuff. Well, and with all these, it's the same with everyone that has their own books, you know what I mean, and their own philosophy. Is you
Yeah.
know what I mean, and he fails to realize that that we supposed to take that, take some from here, take some from BJ's, take some from Charles, take some from Anger Man, you know what I mean, like, instead of being singularly focused on one philosophy,
Yes.
and that's what I see with Mel from all this time, for these past 3 years, with Mel, it's like that's his focus, instead of saying, you know, he had these teachings, but I'm gonna apply some to help me form my own Gundam.
Let me tell you something.
I can give you, if I may.
So go ahead,
So,
finish your thing, James.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I go overseas a lot. There's no way in motherfucking hell I'm gonna come up to a chick like, yo, what's up? We doing this. That mannerism is, yeah, like that shit is not working, bro. They don't deal with hostile environments. Just like Charles. Charles, we both in law enforcement. Charles can tell you there's certain environments you have to tone that shit down. We're not here to escalate situations.
Yep.
There's certain things you have to
bigger than what it is.
say that again, Charles. I'm sorry.
You're gonna make the fight bigger than what it has to be.
Yeah. You can't, that's what I'm saying. Like this whole, and this is why I have more empathy for the younger brothers, is because again, like I said before, the older millennials grew up in an era where motherfuckers got robbed for sneakers, Avorexes, jumped, indoctrinated. If you don't fuck with me, you're gonna end up getting shot.
Like-
Fast forward, right?
Like
Most of these.
Mel
Hold
sounds
on.
like a brother that
Hold on, let him finish. Hold on,
Let me
let him
finish,
finish.
Andre.
Hold on.
Andre. So just like in Andre's generation, they did not experience. They're not seeing crack. They may see the fucking fentanyl and all that, but 90% of these young black boys are they're doing way better, right? The only thing I would say they probably lack, in my personal opinion, is the fact that one, society has forced them into a situation where one, demasculation is numero uno. So therefore, when they come to these spaces, they are actually trying to make sure that they don't get rocked so far off where they're to the point where, you know what I'm saying? They just doing all types of wild shit. Because you're seeing the breakdown in society now. But at the end of the day, as I will stand and I will continue to stand, not all men are equal. This is why this space is very important. Whatever, just like what's the brother's name? Alan Roger Curry. He grew up in an era where he grew up in an era where he had swag, he had certain attributes that made him stand out. Just like Charles has certain attributes that made him stand out, right? All I could do was, all right, that worked for Charles. I could take a little piece from here and there, move on and flex what I could do. But again, he was molded in that direction. And I hope that brothers like Mel can understand those things only apply for those who are, again, that, like I think Charles said this very well. And this is my final, I'll land on this. There are always going to be an outlier, just like a bad bitch is going to be an outlier. A dude who has certain expertise, physiques, and that he's going to be an outlier. I'm not going to shit on him and say, well, that there's no such thing. I'm sorry, brother. That, Charles? What's that dude? The one that was in jail from the West Coast, the supermodel, light skinned dude with green eyes. He had the, you know who I'm talking about, the one that the billionaire. Right? The model motherfucker. Yes, he got a fucking billionaire bitch. Get him out of jail, opened him a brand new lifestyle that 99% brothers would never ever see.
And he still cheated on her.
Still fucked on another bitch. You know what I'm saying? So, that's all I'm
yeah,
gonna
and you mentioned that too, man. Yeah, and before you go, I just want to say that to you. You know what I mean? Shout out to you, and I feel you. And you're right too, man, because and that's one thing I'm tired of seeing, especially in these airwaves, of these anomalies stepping up and saying, well, I don't know what's going on with you guys, but shit, I got it picture made. I'm living the American dream. What the hell is wrong with you guys? I just want to slap those motherfuckers.
Ray, you missed an important point.
Ray, let me give you something to think about there.
Andre, you real low, by the way.
Hey, y'all can say what y'all say. Y'all can say 1 versus a million. I gotta tag it. That's y'all.
You got it. You real low. And I'm gonna say this, right? I don't dance. I'll go to any lounge or club. I was going to the club, jumping in and out of them. And most people don't believe me, so my friends be like, oh, he goes to even their mothers and fathers was like, Charles doesn't dance. He goes to the clubs. Yeah. How does he approach women? 2 ways. They either approach him or he just approach them. It's just natural for him. It's just
exactly.
They just find them
And
interesting.
So it sounded like they was talking.
And here's the point that I wanted to make. I have downloaded all 3 of Ella Roger Curry's books on Audible. I was on patrol and listened 8 hours to this book, Mode One. A lot of people quote Mode One, but they don't really know Mode One. Mode One isn't for you to be successful. He even says you're not always going to be successful. It's about you getting the courage to talk to women.
Being
It's
bold.
about mode the third, I think it was mode 4, is like he even tells you, don't lie to him. There are certain modes, and guess what? There are certain modes that you can get away with that some guys do. Some guys gotta lie to women. Some guys don't have to lie to women.
That's the problem right there. A lot of people do not. This is why I got a quote, and maybe have a speedy recovery of Ron Wills, because he said, select and non-select men have to come together and understand there's a camaraderie, there's a fellowship among us, because every man has his own perspective. We should not denigrate their perspective. There are guys in here who are virgins. There are guys that have very few experiences. There are guys that have had plenty of experiences. But we do not denigrate one another. We look at each other and say, oh, this is what happened. We all help each other out. It's like Patrice talked about it's like Patrice said in Black Phillip. When men come together, we build up and we help raise each other up. We're not trying to tear each other down like women do. Go ahead.
There's so many times that me and my boys, we come in different shapes, sizes, and complexions, right? There used to be an old joke that my friends would say, Charles could get any woman he wants as long as he doesn't speak, because I did not have the greatest vernacular at the time when it came to slang and all that and smoothness. Charles became smooth when Charles started not to give a fuck. Okay? I'm like this. When I let my vernacular and everything and my intellect, and people would say, and black people would say, you are very proper, which I don't mind. The problem is this: a lot of guys are not comfortable in their skin. And what happens is, when you're not comfortable in your skin, everybody in the room sees it, especially the girl you want to approach. I'm a comic book head. The minute I show her that I'm ashamed of what I am, it's not going to be attractive to her.
Detail operations clearly shot coming back to the house.
And what happens is that
Somebody need to mute.
that old radio, baby. And
that's your
what
radio.
happens-
Okay, my bad.
And what happens is that a lot of brothers don't understand the game when it's like, okay, what makes you confident? What makes you confident? What are you confident in? And when you look at Mode 1, that's the reason why BGS said brothers need to go talk to women. A lot of these dudes, when you really come to the space, you find out they're nervous shitless about women.
They are.
So you find out they're human beings, and the worst thing she could say is no. Where do you lose?
So therefore, so you are against where they say, oh, where we shouldn't let women into space and be talking to them and shit.
You should let women into space. How the fuck you figure out how they behave? I think that was one of the.
That's what AM and them just got done saying. So and they've been saying
Women are going to be a part of this space by default. You know why? Because you talk about them. If you talk about them, they're going to be a part of this space. So when people say this shit, you got to remember. When women, I don't know if a lot of people remember, like a couple of years ago when I first started doing lives, when women used to come on my panels, the first thing will be like, it sounds like you hate women. Namer, what happens after 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes of speaking to those women?
More often than not, they calm down and realize, oh, you don't hate women. And
And
next
what
thing you
the what,
know, Charles being Charles, he brings out the inner whore in them. That's why he's allegedly called Eric Whoremonger.
think about it. Think about it, right? They start getting attractive. I know when the attraction starts coming because they're like, "Look, love," and they're like, "How you doing, love?" When I calm them down, I'll be like, "No, no, no, we're not gonna do that. Good evening, love. How you doing?" Good evening. Yes, thank you. My name is Charles, and you are. I'm such and such. So once you calm that shit down, you notice the more in control you are.
I mean, but this goes back to what we were saying earlier, Charles, right? Like your approach and your methodology worked, right? Versus to say that, well, you got to be this way, that way. Like, nah, fam, that shit. Certain women can respond to things better than others.
Oh
If
yeah.
you know what I'm saying, if you're dealing with a real hostile chick who's aggressive, then you know what you got to do. But does it fit your mold? Because some of that shit gets taxing. I don't know any man who wants to always be put his foot on the gas pedal every time he deal with a chick.
I'll give you an example, James. Like this is why I adhere to Black Phillip and later Bay Phillip to an extent. It's like they always talk about being righteous. Because when you talk with a woman, you're not doing it with the intention of trying to get somewhere. You're just interacting with them. And this is something I've been able to do. It's just been natural to me because I just come to a person, I ask them cordially, like say I'm in the mall, if I need to go into the store, I'll talk to the person, but we talk in a way where I'm just being a customer, but I'm also being cordial with them. I might crack a joke or something like that, but I'm not doing it to get to know me, anything like that. I'm just there just to do what I'm supposed to be doing, interacting with them and having an impression on them, and putting a smile on somebody's face. It's just a benefit. I mean, there was a time where I remember there was one time I remember there was one woman. She's half, and by the way, I'm in Norway, so I remember she was half Norwegian and half Vietnamese. And I remember I cracked a joke about like Vietnamese people that what's his name, Dr. Kim Jong had, because his wife is Vietnamese. Immediately when I used that quote, she was looking and said, "That's how we sound exactly." I said, "Oh, that's cool, cool." And then they started getting intrigued and asking me, where am I from? I told them where I'm from, and then we just have a good rapport that way. But I interact with anybody like that because I'm genuinely righteous in what I do. I'm sincerely just interacting, not with the intentions of doing anything. It's just I'm interacting.
I mean, brother. I mean, Charles. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
You know what? Since Charles' name is Charles, we should use the Charlie Wilson song. Charlie, last name Faulkner. Hey girl, how you doing? My name is Charles. Last name Faulkner.
You know, I had two girls sing that shit. That shit makes me laugh because I had girls sing. I had two girls sing that shit too.
You know, it's crazy. Charles brought up the fact like he don't dance. I've seen brothers get on a dance floor and draw so many women.
Oh, that's my boy Sean. Jesus Christ.
Man, listen, man. This is why I said earlier. Not all men are equal. There's some men who got no verbal game, but don't let them be the one to snatch your girl on that dance floor.
Oh.
I have seen that shit with my own eyes. I got one partner. He don't really talk that much, but he dances Cape Verdean Posada, right? It's very sensual, very fast moves. It's like a more romantic bachata, right? In Latin culture. Man,
Sounds more like a slow version of Brazilian lambada, but okay.
Yeah, like it's like a real like R&B, like it's real intense, but just in Cape Verdean culture, right? The amount of women that he'll dance with one girl, and the women their eyes will get locked on how he moves his hips, his footwork, how he just could, just memorizes the dance floor. These bitches be losing their motherfucking mind, and I'm sitting here like, I need to learn that, right? But again, he got no verbal game.
I mean, there are dudes who just love to dance, And like your man does when he gets on the dance floor, he just loves to dance, right, James?
Well, yeah, but it's just, how can I say this? That's his entryway to get women.
It's his entryway, but he's also he started with a passion for dancing. I mean, you remember Black Phillip, right? You remember Black Phillip?
Mm-hmm.
Patrice O'Neal? Remember his boy Dante Nero. Throughout that series, Dante, he got out of a bad divorce. He started, living his best life. And one of the things he was doing was he was taking up salsa dancing, and he would go to salsa classes religiously. Now, unfortunately, because despite the fact the brother he's African American, he's from what's it called, Crown Heights, Brooklyn. Because he was so light skinned, motherfuckers kept thinking he was Puerto Rican. And because especially and the salsa thing made him think, oh, you're going back to your roots, man. But he loved to dance, despite the fact he's 6'1", 300 pounds. He can still move. That goes back to when he used to get exotic dance.
That's good boy, Sean. Oh my God.
Hey, by the way, speaking of dudes who can't dance, shouts out to our boy down in Florida, the Gearhead. He can't dance for. That's why I was like, yo, man. That's why I mentioned the Big Shaq dance, the Big Shaq song, "Man Don't Dance."
Well,
Get on the floor. Man don't
real
dance.
quick on that tip, man, is just, all it is, instead of guys focusing on, instead of it being so vague as telling guys, hey, like, be confident and all that stuff, because that will lead them into thinking, okay, they got to act like and be like the next guy. For when all a dude got to do is take whatever it is in your arsenal and just make it attractive, make it attracting. You know what I mean? make it gravitating. Where women will gravitate to you about it. You know what I mean? Hey, so that's it.
I mean, Ray, just to piggyback what you said, I got one partner. He said the way he got women was cook. He used to cook he mastered how to be an amazing chef. He had a little humor, he was like, I was chubby, so I was like, all right, how do I, figure this out? He would just start cooking at an early age. So I was like, yeah, you want to try this? Man, that nigga gets so much pussy, it's scary.
Yeah, and you see, it was something as simplistic as that, right? Like, and all these things, that's part of the natural. These are things that that men do. So the things that we already do, why not just make it all, or find whatever it is in there in your arsenal that you really like, and just make it so attractive and shit, like, and they will lure them to you, and plus, hey, there's some chambers in there of certain things that, the other females may like as well, what I mean? Because some of them like some of the same shit we like.
Hell yeah. I mean, I don't know if you grew up in an era where I would say older millennials and Gen X's, most of those guys, if you remember, there were brothers who could sing their motherfucking ass off.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, you gotta bring the Eddie Murphy jokes now.
Man, listen, there was one brother I remember when I was in, like, I would say high school, freshman. This nigga used to sing just in the hallway, right? These bitches be losing their fucking mind. Mind you, he couldn't dance. He couldn't do nothing else. He wasn't no macho, you know what I'm saying? No athlete, none of that. He just sing a 2 and a 3, whatever. Man, them girls just dropped to him. I said, God damn it.
I mean,
what's the name of that movie? What was the name of that one movie with Leon and some other guys with it?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay, remember in that movie, it was like The New Replacement and Leon. They were serenading to a woman, and the way they were singing, the passion they were singing, just blew everybody besides that woman in the front row.
Talk about a pussy back then. Shit. Sing.
Hey, Eddie Murphy was in line. We said, Eddie
I'm
Murphy.
gonna tell you what. Singing is a pussy magnet.
What?
And this is I'm gonna tell you 3 things that are pussy magnets. Body game. Shout out to Ron Wills. Body game. If you look good in a t-shirt, you ain't even gotta have the whole 6-pack. If you look good in a t-shirt, and we're not talking about these skinny mini motherfuckers.
No.
Oh, I got abs. So do you. They don't count. It's like big titties on fat.
But chicken legs don't work.
But you're skinny as fuck. I'm starting to believe that black women love small men now. But
Yes.
if you got arms that can fill out a fucking shirt and a chest that look like an aircraft carrier,
Man,
and
stop it.
you got a relatively flat stomach, you don't even gotta be super abbed out. You don't have to. You can stop them run. It's the same, and that's another thing. A lot of men never had women lust after them, and it's a very eye-opening thing for a lot of men.
It's true.
And
But see, the thing is, though, I mean, you said that before, and I'm glad I'm on a panel now that I can confront you about it. You said that before many a time.
Here we
You said
go.
that
Here we
before
go.
me. You said that before many a times, bro. Now, I simply want to say is, it's not long and drawn out, is this. Why the hell would I want these women to lust after me?
You
These
control the
American
parts.
females.
You
you want me
control.
to tell you? You want me to tell you?
Like, cause not every girl that lusts after you is a virtue and righteous.
Yeah, but I don't think it's about that. Go ahead, Charles.
Well, here's the problem. A lot of niggas don't understand this. Sometimes you don't care why they there as long as they there. Okay, if you're there for sex, fuck yeah. Number one, I'm gonna tell you what fucks up a lot of relationships. A lot of men either lose their way or don't look like something that their wife will be proud of. Notice, a lot of shit should be a two-way street. A lot of niggas don't keep themselves together. And then guess what? What about homeboy who wife cheated on him for the coworker? I bet you 9 out of 10 the coworker was in better shape than him. If that nigga would have worked out the same way that she was losing weight and just was working out, she'd have never left.
I mean, the thing is, okay, okay, go ahead.
Here's the problem. A lot of niggas don't know how to control the room. Why do you want women to lust after you? The same way Megan, if we were all in a fucking barbershop and Megan Good walked in the room, are we going to continue our conversation?
I'm just saying. After seeing the nature of these, and thank you, brothers, you double OG, triple OG brothers, for revealing such nature to me. You know what I mean? And thus now my awareness is my visual prowess. And my awareness is so ever strong. Thank you. And it wouldn't be without you guys. So therefore, with that and coming across such realizations, I'm like, I wouldn't give a shit, you know what I mean, if they lust after me or not. Trueness is a monk mode.
Yes, you did.
I did now. I did. Yes, I did before. But now, no, sir. No, sir.
Yes, even if you're not fucking them, you still want to have the ability. You still want to have the ability to control the room.
Yeah. So Ray, I'll piggyback on Charles, right? And it's like, how can I say this, right? The authority, right? Just like men, right? We have a physical prowess, right? Where we can display maximum strength or very little strength, right? Why am I going to exert so much strength for something that is, you know what I'm saying? That is, how can I say this? Not as equally as threatening or harming to me, right? So therefore, in my opinion, right, I would want something at the end of the day that's going to basically subject themselves to me with the least amount of resistance. Because just like you mentioned, if Megan Good walks in that motherfucker, you're going to give her the least amount of resistance. If she walks up to Charles, me, XYZ, and says, hey, you mind showing me or can we talk? I'm not going to put no guard up. So I would want the same thing from a woman, multiple women, if that makes sense.
How much power is Megan Good going to get if she has a flat tire? How many men are going to come out that car?
I mean, okay, she salute to her for what she's doing with Brother Jonathan Majors, but she's still a failure.
No, I don't think. No, I don't think it's about that, brother.
You're losing the term of what's going on. Stop thinking other shit, and that's where people That's where people get it wrong.
Where am I wrong at, bro?
Listen to what I'm saying. How many men are going to come out their cars to fix Megan Goods, to change Megan Goods' tire?
A whole lot. Plenty.
Yeah.
And it has nothing to do with who she's associated. It's the woman's beautiful. We can't deny that. Beauty will trump. Go ahead,
A lot
Charles.
of dudes will complain about Megan Good, but they would never get a chick like her. That's
There's
the
some of us in
funny.
this room, in this chat room right here, who don't find her attractive. So
So the pastor was wrong for letting her go. You say?
Oh, I don't know. I don't.
He let her go for his reasons, but guess what? Did the pastor lose out for being associated with
no, he
Megan?
didn't.
No.
No, he did,
He
no,
did
he
not.
did not. He actually went up in status. So guess what? Most women who he probably leveled out to, he's not a bad looking guy. To be fair, no, I'm not going to say no homo because I'm pretty sure we're all safe in our sexuality. That's so childish to say.
I never.
There's no homo. Whatever. He's not a bad looking guy to start with. So that being said, does his status go up or down from being with Megan?
Goes up.
It goes up. So the next chick he gets
You're
with,
right.
she's gonna have to be more. She's gonna have to be at least close to her level, at least starting off in beauty. Now, if you walk into an office and need some shit done, guess what?
It's gonna get done.
It's gonna get done, especially if that chick is enamored with you. If she finds you this ultra handsome guy in her brain, you may not think you didn't. I'm gonna tell you what. A lot of guys are shocked on how women actually see them. Just ask.
I can testify to that.
But see, a lot of women know you're doing shit to capture their allure.
But that, I
the
think that's
best
a part
way
of.
to get it. But the best way to get it, and that brothers have shown through this, you know, what I mean, that's which I've been taught, is that is the best way it is to show that you don't desire. You know,
Yeah,
go have them coming to you. But when you showing them you're doing shit in the same form as a dog who's drooling, lusting for whatever damn meal he's beholding, yeah, I mean, then it's yeah.
But Ray, let me ask you a question, and I'm gonna use this metaphorically. If you were the president of the United States, right, or let's say an individual who runs XYZ, or someone who is a political figure, someone who has eyeballs on them, do you not expect women not to flock to you?
And the best way to put it, you could say I'm greatly desensitized of a lot of women here in this country, and been so for years.
But okay, I get that. But I'm asking a question in regards to if you are a public figure, regardless if you're desensitized or not desensitized, because you have eyeballs on you, do you not expect women not to flock to you?
I mean, they can, they don't, they don't.
Okay. So okay, that is very subjective. But at the end of the day, because you are a public figure, right? Because you have eyeballs on you, women are naturally going to want to be associated with you. Whether they have good intent or bad intent. The fact that you are a public figure puts you in a situation where women want to be around you. No different from, as Charles mentioned, if you display a certain social status, whether you indirectly are trying to attract women or not, women are going to flock to you. There are certain attributes, and we're going to use a genre of social classes. You may be predicated to something that has an affinity for particular women, where they'd be like, yo, I don't care what it is, but he, just like Chick said, he has a great smile, or I like him because look at his back, his arms, right? Regardless, because of that woman's infinity of what you may have or display, she's gonna come to you. You can't stop that. I think that's what Charles and a lot of us are saying. Regardless, just like Megan Good, she is a highly attractive woman, regardless of who she dated before us or after us. She's one of those rare breeds. At the end of the day, the bitch is gonna be bad. She's going to grab attention. She's going to get some type of social influence. Those social dynamics will never change. Just like certain social dynamics will never change for you.
I think with Megan Good though, I get your point. But I'd say,
Mhm.
Megan Good, now you brought it up because I just thought about it, thought came to me. I'm like, damn, her black don't crack, ain't gonna crack, damn it.
Hell no.
Shit, probably for a whole other 30 or 40 years, you bet, huh?
Lisa Ray just started cracking. We'll say, she started cracking maybe 3-4 years ago. But let's keep it 100. Lisa Ray was a bad motherfucker.
Yeah, but she
Vanessa
wasn't on
Wood.
Megan Good level though.
No, I mean that's subjective, right? But like we can put them in the upper echelon. You can put Vanessa Williams.
I
Extreme.
mean, young Vanessa Williams. There's women to this day who never touched that level of beauty in Hollywood. In Hollywood, never. She literally Miss America. Okay, we forget that.
Yes.
She's the first Black Miss America. She was so stunning that. Don't look at
What's her
her
name
old
now?
album.
Run that name again, brother.
Vanessa Williams. The right stuff, David. The right stuff. See, I'm gonna tell you what the problem is with black men, and I said it before. Black men have been the garbage men of the dating world for so long, they don't even know what beauty is.
And see, the thing is though, you say that, oh man, it's like, damn it, I want to get in your ass, pause. Like,
You can try, but you
I mean, like, damn, it's like, I halfway want to give you a boot up the ass for that, but then again, at the same time, on the other half of the coin, you're right. You're right.
Black men don't think about it. Black men will say a chick's a 10 because she got a fat ass.
Exactly.
Ugly as shit. And I mean, women can be ugly as shit. And I've seen it so many times. Ugly as fuck. And
Charles,
be a 10.
can you agree? If you ask most black men, name me within the last, let's say, 30 years, you ask black men, what are the most beautiful black women, notably in American society? They couldn't even bring up at least 4 or 5.
No.
Tamara Allegra looked good before she lost that weight.
See what I mean?
Brother, I was looking at pictures of Pamela Gray. I said, God damn.
I ain't no see what you mean. And shout out to Fantastic for that, damn it. Hell, he said, damn it, a lot of motherfuckers, I don't want no boy body, bitch. Shout out for that. I don't want no boy
fact
body.
of the matter. Here's the fact of the matter. You're in a culture where they worship fat. You know why? Because the women shame you for not wanting anybody who looks good. You're so used to like big ass women. Think about it. A woman should not really be 200 pounds. I've said this to many women I've dated.
No, but I can still turn that upside down.
Unless you playing a sport. And I'll give you that. Maybe a sport, but I can't think of too many sports where a woman needs to be 200 pounds. Maybe weightlifting.
Powerlifting, strong woman, sumo.
You proved your point in real time because he was like, Megan Good looked good before she lost that weight.
No, you talking about Mara Negra.
Yeah,
whoever
Allegra.
Yeah, it's like he was like, she looked good before she lost that weight. So that point got proved in real time.
And it's like, dude, so many people don't even like when I say this shit. But it's true. I used to collect King magazine and Black Men swimsuit magazine.
Charles, don't do that. Don't do that to the fellas.
Most of the dudes, right? Most of the dudes would say these girls are too skinny, too fat. And I'm like, what the fuck you talking about? Like, a lot of them would not know beautiful women because guess what? I could literally say this about my generation. In Baltimore, you didn't see too many. When I was out clubbing in my early 20s, late
No,
teens, you
you did
didn't
not
see
see.
too many big chicks. What happened? Y'all let these chicks, and I'm gonna tell you what happened. A lot of niggas who were not getting play became bottom feeders.
Yep.
And what happened was, y'all start, and I tell people, no man is really attracted to big chicks. They just settle.
Well, the reason why, damn it, they become bottle feeders, damn it, is because, just as y'all pointed out, damn it, and revealed that these hippies been going after the damn it, with the 20% of fucking man toward damn it, which makes the other man, damn it, have to fucking go through fucking all kind of hoops and shit in order to
Nah,
get
man,
that damn cooch that they gave
right
away to
Here's
them.
the problem.
Nah, nigga.
Here's the problem. Men pay taxes. Every man pays a tax. Most people don't like where they stay.
And these women, Brother Charles, even admitted on these shows, damn it, that they do that to motherfuckers. That they make motherfuckers. Yes, y'all was so right.
In
Damn it.
other words,
They even admitted that shit and said, damn it, that, oh yes, we make certain guys work harder than other guys that we give the coo chips easy to for free and all that shit. Yeah, we make other guys pay. Bitch, I'm not paying for milk. Bitch, no, bitch, no.
I start at flatbacks because I know they're gonna gain weight over time.
Here's the
So
problem,
I
right?
want a decent baseline.
Here's the problem, right? A lot of dudes are not competitive. I'm gonna say that. That's one reason.
I was just gonna say that.
A lot of dudes are not competitive. That's one reason. They don't think they should get in shape. Even skinny dudes. Oh, skinny dudes got big dicks. Who cares? Who cares? Only but so much dick that bitch is really gonna take any damn way. Dude,
First of all, I resent that, but continue.
man, I'm dark, man. I get the complimentary 3 inches, so fuck yeah.
Hell, dude, there's big chicks, damn it, that won't even fuck with dudes like me or Charles and shit because damn it, hell, cause why? They prefer them damn them
Charles
skinny
ain't
ass
fucking
feet.
no big bitches.
They prefer them skinny ass
Most
futures.
most big
Most
women
big dudes.
prefer slim dudes.
Yeah, they do. They don't want. You gotta understand.
Because they
Someone.
project.
Dude, you shouldn't be
They
fucking no big bitches.
because they project a lot. Once you get past this is what a lot of niggas will not do. Tell me how that's working for you. And they be like, what? Yeah, tell me how that's working for you. Go ahead. I thought a lot of chicks, look, there's chicks I know who I haven't slept with. And I'll be like, you know what? Tell me how that's working for you. And then they'll bring their heads down. Yeah, tell me how that's working for you.
Charles,
She's not giving, and I'm like, yo, I had to tell one chick, you really gonna tell me this nigga's better than me? And you see the baby fathers, you see all these other, a lot of chicks will tell you a big game, but it's up to your dumb ass to listen to it.
Like Charles, I seen that video you posted on your community tab when you're like, I think that your caption was like, proof that like black man is a garbage man in the dating world, and it was like it was a skinny dude, and that bitch like she looked like she weighed at least like 300, 350.
And guess what? Here's the reason why she wants that skinny dude. What is that skinny dude doing in his life? He's probably broke. He probably did a bit in jail. She probably got a little money. She's not. That skinny dude is a homosexual.
And on top of that, the worst part of that video that you posted, he was talking about she was sending out nudes to his boys. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
I wouldn't believe it.
Yeah. Y'all need to. One day I'm gonna tell y'all the recipe of this shit, man.
Man, nigga, they just here now that I thought about it. Nigga, you know how many times I've seen countless of a buck chicks weighing $150, damn it, that look like something from Resident Evil and shit. You know what I mean? Yeah,
It's bad. It's gotten so bad. Like
$150 is too heavy for me.
Well,
It's gotta
Andre,
be,
I'm
gotta
gonna,
be a
Buck
budget.
50 and the buck 50 and the meat that she has on her is kind of sagging and shit. Like the bitch done had like 5 kids and she's trying to be a stripper. Yeah, man.
Andre, I'm gonna give you some. I'm gonna give you some little jewels, right? What brother Charles said. Look at old music videos. What's that one with Charles? You know the one with DMX when he says Linda, Keisha. What's that?
What
What's
these
that
bitches
track?
want?
What the bitches want, what
Right.
nigga?
I want you to look at the women in that music video
Mm-hmm.
and compare them to the women now. You will see a drastic difference in body weight, beauty. Like we didn't. I'm gonna tell you straight up. When I was in my teens, even high school, bitches didn't wear makeup like they wear makeup now. That's how serious the competition was. Them like all this enhanced shit. I'm telling you, I've seen the most baddest bitches with the least amount of most when I was growing up. The least.
That's because this generation lives on social media. That's what you see on Instagram.
Yep.
Prior
You
to
got
social media, when everybody had to it wasn't no filters and all this dumb shit. You know what I mean? You were who you were, and that was it.
Yep.
What these women do nowadays is they look
that's
at
crazy.
Instagram whores and they say, I want to be the next Instagram whore. You know, I blame Kim Kardashian for this.
I'm gonna try to share this little short video real quick. I'm gonna try to find it.
I blame Kim Kardashian for it all, for real. Kim Kardashian fell ass backwards into money and fame, all because she went out and bought some titties and an ass.
But
And now everybody follows her.
who made her famous? Though?
Say what, Dre?
Who made her what?
Who made her famous though?
What, Ray J? You talking about him?
Yeah, it was
No,
Ray J. That wasn't us. That was Place.
Dog,
That was
who is
really-
Ray J at the end of the day? Like,
Ray
dog,
J,
nobody was bumping Ray J in my neighborhood, nigga.
Nobody was fucking with no Ray
That
J,
nigga
man.
he grew up in Hollywood. Who cares? Like, he wrote a few songs, and I guess, you know.
And he's what, Brandy's right hand?
Yeah, exactly. He was Brandy's brother. He was Brandy's little brother. Exactly.
You brothers are missing the point that I'm trying to make. I'm talking about the people that were actually buying this shit.
No, Dre, that you're totally wrong. I'm telling you straight up. I'm telling you that's a false misconception. Brothers was not purchasing anything of Kim Kardashian. That was actually, I would say, that was white Hollywood that pushed that shit.
That was white Hollywood because she was the great white hope for
Yes.
white women. She was because let me point this out to you, right? It was hard to be a child of the 80s because you grew up with Felicia Rashad.
Yes.
Fully clothed, one of the most beautiful women on earth. Even when she was aging, she was so beautiful. To
Charles.
this day, she still looks beautiful.
Charles, who's that woman that played in that kung fu flick, Leroy, the black sister?
Oh, you talking about what's her name? Vanity?
Yes.
Oh no, not Vanity. She was, first of all, she was Canadian. Secondly, she's kind of flat ass as hell. But then again, another example I can give for Charles is Sade. That woman.
Sade was beautiful.
Let me tell you something about the 80s. Let me tell you something about the 80s. They always push that fucking light. Well, then you remember. Everything in the 80s when it came to black women was always that fucking light-skinned broad. Like you had Vanity. Like, who was the chick in what's the movie? Action Jackson. Remember Action Jackson? And he had the light skin. It was always the 80s always pushed the light skin broad.
No, I
didn't. And they all look the same. They always looked the same back then. I hated the 80s.
I didn't get that vibe. I didn't get that vibe. That was mostly pushing light skin because there was
Hollywood. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. Think about it.
Hey Charles, can you share that 4-minute video?
The late 70s, it was Pam Grier. Then, like Charles said, Felicia Rashad. Then all these up, Vanity. What's the other chick that used to run around with Prince?
You can. Well, Naomi Campbell is
Apollonia?
bad. I can't say that because
Hold on, say that again. Say that again,
Naomi,
Neymar.
Apollonia Quintero, but she was
Abalone. Yeah, man. Exactly. When it came to Hollywood, that's all they pushed was fucking light-skinned black women back in the 80s. Now, when it came to singers, you had a lot of brown-skinned chicks, Whitney, Patty, Anita Baker, Stephanie Mills. The singers, it was different. But the actors, it was always the light-skinned bras. That shit used to piss me off back then. And they all used to look the same to me.
Yeah, except for Tisha Campbell. I'm gonna tell you what, Tisha Campbell's 90s. You gotta, and Pam was way better looking. Everybody knows it. Yes, Lord.
Tatina Arnold.
You gotta
That's her name,
remember.
Tatina Arnold.
First and foremost, let's be fucking factual. The greatest supermodel of all time is Iman.
What's her name?
Iman.
And who did she marry? That ugly ass fucking white man. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but I don't think.
She is, first of all,
Boy, I've never been so disappointed in my fucking life.
She's Somali.
Hey, Charles.
Naomi Campbell was bad too.
Yeah, but Naomi Campbell had a temper.
I want y'all to see the chicks in that
Oh,
video.
yeah, Naomi Campbell was
that
vicious.
Dude walks away from. I want y'all to see him rate those chicks in the video that he walks away from. It's just kind of funny.
Hey, Charles, can I make a suggestion? Charles, can you?
Sound distant.
Charles, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I make a suggestion? Because people were suggesting this to Gigi, and I never thought of it, but it's a good idea. They were saying that, like, because Gigi's into like gaming as well, right? They're just like, how about we play and we talk in the background?
I've done that before.
Yeah, Charles been doing that.
I've done that before, but a bit more. And you gotta realize this, right? In the 80s, you had Holly Robinson. People forget about her.
Yep.
You got a lot of dark skinned chicks, man.
You had a lot, man.
I'll give you one example, Charles. Excuse me. I got one example I can give y'all. Y'all can't beat this one. Grace Jones. Does anybody remember Grace Jones and Conan the Destroyer?
I mean, everybody, Dolph Lundgren loved that bitch, boy. Dolph Lundgren loved that bitch.
Oh man, she couldn't resist that tall Swedish physique, man. Can you blame her?
I mean, you 6'5", 270 pounds of muscle, and you a fucking kid.
Blonde, blue-eyed.
Well, and you're a fucking kid. Who's beating well, she's 90s though, but I don't think nobody was touching her in the 90s. Stacey Dash.
Oh, Stacey Dash was crazy.
Stacey Dash was crazy. She crazy as shit, but just as crazy as she is, she was that beautiful.
She was that beautiful.
She was as crazy as she is beautiful.
Hey, yo.
Remember
a chick with that complexion with green eyes. You ain't beating that shit.
You ain't beating that. Yo, yeah. Charles, I got a coworker. She looks similar to Stacey Dash, man. And I'd be looking at her. I'm like, man, listen, only if you knew.
Dude, I got a cousin. She looks exactly like her. You put some color contacts on her, you think you're seeing her daughter or something like that. And she's 5'3".
I would tell you, I met with this one chick who was light skinned, and she had emerald color eyes. Emerald, nigga. Emerald. Oh, Lord.
I mean, shit, we can even say Melissa Ford was at her prime. She was solid.
Melissa Ford at her prime. There wasn't too many bitches beating her, man. That was my obsession in the 2000s.
I'll even give Eve. I'll give Eve some props. I heard when she was in a little heyday, she was solid.
Eve was cool, but she wasn't touching no Melissa.
No. But we're talking about in the sense of just
Nah.
a body of women in that era.
Even then, back in her prime, like fucking what's the chick from the Fugees?
Oh, Lauryn Hill.
Yeah.
Lauryn Hill was Lauryn Hill was tough, man. Yes, Lauryn Hill was definitely tough. I mean, what's her name from Salt and Pepper? They were solid, and they.
Yeah. I mean, say what you want about fucking. Say what you
I
want
would give
about.
Lauryn Hill her props.
Say what you want about Erica Badu, but
Oh my God,
I fuck with her too.
man, her body, man.
Nah, I can't. See, I just look at her, I get PTSD.
Nah, brother, that woman, man. I've seen. I think it was like 10 years ago. She was.
PTSD. I see her, I get triggered for some reason.
Brother, I seen her. I think she was doing one of the BET awards, and she took off. She always wears that long cloak robe or whatever. She took that shit off. Her ass was so fat. I said, "Oh, I see why the niggas got it."
I see why.
I
only did-
talking about the music.
Andre 3000
Nah,
in
brother.
particular. She has a son by him.
That woman, her eyes alone are dangerous.
Her eyes alone are dangerous. She got different eyes. What color is her eyes anyway?
I don't even know what the fuck them shits are. I know I don't want to look at them.
Hazel Brown.
Yeah, huh? Hazel Brown. And the sad part is her 19-year-old daughter is just as bad.
Yes, that is factual. That is.
That is
That's what I would look at.
Shit, you looking at both. Stop
Yeah.
that bullshit. Stop that goddamn bullshit. Stop your shut
Nah,
your
that was
lying
a-
nigga lips up. Shut your
Nigga.
lying nigga lips up. Sheila E was cute.
Let me
Nah, you
let me look at this. Let me see what I'm looking at.
Erica Badu at her prime was. Whew.
Especially when she walked down in Texas. God damn.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
In that video. Good God Almighty.
I mean, shit. You can go with me.
She's got
Who
hazel
else?
brown
Black
eyes.
chick from I even like that black chick from House Party.
Oh yeah. She was solid.
I think it was part 2. Where they was running from
You know-
those dudes in that museum.
Charles, you know who had a fat ass? What's her name? They used to play in Martin. Tommy's girl.
Tina Arnold. Oh, Tina Arnold.
Yeah.
Damn, Tina Arnold.
Yeah, she was built like a shit brick house.
Her ass was crazy.
You gotta look, just Google Katie Albert. Or Albert, whatever the fuck it is. Katie Albert.
Charles, you should do a show of like the top 50 flyest women that young brothers don't even know. Just-
That you talking about bitches that make Instagram models look bad. Go look up Katie Albert. Just look it up. Just Google it. Just come back and Google it. Coco Jones is fine, even though she got the height of her football playing daddy.
Vivica Fox was solid in her prime. She was definitely.
nice in her prime.
Khaki Albert.
Now she look like she's permanent chewing on something.
Yeah. She was definitely fine in Kill Bill, boy. Oof. Halle was definitely on her prime.
Yeah.
I never found Holly attractive. I don't know. I just looked at her. I was like, "What's the deal with her?" My boys were looking at me like I was crazy. But then again, James, I'm gonna tell you something about me, and this is why I'm such a fucking why people look at me as a damn weirdo. You guys remember Michelle and Dave Cello?
No.
Bald chick, played the bass.
You have to pull up.
Back in the day. If that's your man, she had a collaboration with Queen Pen back in the day.
I gotta see. It don't ring a bell.
Back in her heyday, when she was rocking the Baldy. If you, A lot of people thought I was weird. So I told them, nah, she can confidently rock that bald head, and when she broke out a smile, man,
You know who else
that's
was?
why I felt vindicated. That's why I would.
You know who else was fly? All of them at TLC.
No, Left Eye was my Left Eye.
Yeah.
I know I couldn't fuck with Left Eye. Her
Left Eye was
crazy ass.
cool. No. She's gonna burn out the house now.
She got fire pussy too.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, if she can burn your house down, that pussy's
And a
fine.
drinking problem. Andre Rison would say she burned her motherfucking house down.
I mean, guess what?
It comes with the territory.
You saw that crazy bitch? I know, yeah, by the way, Kelly Rowland looks better than Beyonce. Shut the fuck
I
up.
agree. I'm sorry.
Hey, I keep saying that every single time, every single motherfucking
Charles,
time. Kelly,
I
or what's her
actually
name? Latoya.
I saw Beyonce without makeup, and I was not impressed. I was not
impressed without makeup.
I was not. There's some things in media that they glorify, right? And obviously, you would think there's some women who can transcend from non-makeup to makeup, right? And the makeup just gives them. They don't need much of it. It gives them an enhancement. But Beyonce I was like, nah, Kelly Rowland all day.
And that's how I feel about Alicia Keys.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Not impressed.
Alicia Keys without makeup, it looks like a car without a shine.
Yeah. She gotta get polished.
When
She needs to wax.
She was fine as shit in her first video.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck is this? I'm looking at her. When she stopped wearing makeup, I was like, oh no, you gotta wear makeup. Fuck that.
Yeah. Like Aaliyah, no makeup.
He said you gotta wear makeup.
Aaliyah was bad.
Aaliyah was a bad motherfucker.
She was bad. Aaliyah was bad.
Sweet was bad in her own little way. Chocolate is a motherfucker. Chocolate is a motherfucker, boy.
Mary J was solid in her prime.
It was that dark chocolate. It was that dark chocolate.
Even matter of fact, Little Kim before all them crazy enhancements.
Little Kim was beautiful.
Beautiful.
Little Kim was beautiful. She just had psychological problems.
Yeah.
I mean, even without the BBLs, man, these chicks look way different than the chicks, than back then in the '90s and stuff, man.
Little Kim look like the leprechaun from the horror movies now.
No,
It's
he
sad.
didn't.
You know what's sad too? Like when you look at the chicks nowadays, man, they can't even reference. How can I say this? They can't even reference what actual beauty is, right? Like the fact that we can say Miss Universe, Miss America, you know what I mean? And women in the modern day era are actually looking at IG models as beautiful. It's like
I'm a model. Weird.
It's weird, man. Like their concept to say this is beautiful, not realizing that to compete on a beauty level, it's a whole different ball game. It's a whole different league.
Yep, I was just gonna say that if IG models are the standard, now we're talking about literally competing with the top 10% of the world.
Is it really competition if all you gotta do is pay for it?
It's not real beauty.
In their eyes, and in a woman's eyes, yeah.
In a woman's eyes.
Here's the secret. Women do not wear shit or beautify themselves or work out for men. They go for other women to comment.
Yes.
This is the reason why they got all the mental hangups they do now.
And the crazy part is too, when I talk to some of my female friends, I remember saying this to Adrian. I sent him a picture of a Vietnamese woman, right? She was, and I'll send it to you, Charles. She was at least 6'1", speaks like 4 different languages, drop dead gorgeous, man. But it wasn't the beauty that enhanced her, it was her social class mannerisms. Where you know that I could take her to a ballroom, president's dinner. We can go to a ball game, like that versatility. And I think a lot of women do not understand that those type of social etiquettes and those social environments really enhance a woman's beauty to a whole different ballgame where that type of environment, those type of skill sets brings not only other women, but brings more money and prosperity to the table, man.
Mhm. I
I mean,
Well, that's
if I may play
why.
devil's advocate, I say that's the same thing for black men though. You know how many times I've had a conversation with black men about European or even Asian women. Oh, but they don't got a fat ass. I don't care that they have social etiquette. They speak
Damn it,
PQ like
Seattle, why do you gotta
they
bring
got
that
a fat ass.
ASMR voice up in here? Now you want to put me to sleep. Damn it, I'm awake.
No,
It's
but for
freaking it's
real,
8 in the morning. It's almost 9 o'clock. Now you want to put me to sleep with that voice, David?
I've been trying
I'm
to
just fucking with
tell
you.
black men that for like the last year or two. Oh man, I don't want no boy body. Like, all right, well,
I'm gonna
I was
tell
kind of,
you.
you know,
Um,
Seattle. Ask Seattle about them half black, half Japanese girls.
Ooh.
ooh, bring 'em.
You need to show me one of them
yeah, you
half
could
black,
have me
half
some.
Japanese girls.
If you
I'm
could
trying to have
find
some
one, they're like
chocolate.
super rare, bro.
I'm
Super
trying
rare.
to. I'm trying to find
Black
some
and East?
yellow fever.
Ooh.
Yeah, I haven't
Trying to get
seen any
some.
since I've been
You
here,
looking
not in
for a
person.
blazing in Charles?
I'm just looking for a little bit of brown and yellow fever.
No, but that's not my point, Charles. My point is you try to tell brothers about something. A woman that speaks a many different languages, she has social etiquette, stuff like this.
Oh yeah, the
But you don't
etiquette
got a
shit is.
fat ass, so I'm not interested.
I mean, that's the
That's
reason
what I'm
why
saying.
we don't. That's the reason why we don't listen to niggas.
Yo, Charles, I used to have a shorty. She was from South Africa, right? She had an English accent, right? So I made her do my voicemail, right? Every time someone calls, she'd be like, "Hey, this is James is unavailable at the current moment." Blah 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 blah, right? So when my mans used to call, they'd be like, "Yo, man, I need a bitch like that, man."
Yeah, sound like you. It made you
Man,
feel like
I should
James Bond.
make clips. I should make. You know what I'm gonna start doing? I'm gonna start making clips of Big Bro Black Ramp through and threes ratings little slideshow. You know what I mean? Before he gets into the meat of his content, you know he likes to show that he's like, oh man, yeah, hygiene team versus stank game team. Oh boy, hey, and Charles mentioned too, boy. Ooh, now that makes me wonder. Damn, I'm like, how this bitch smell? Black and Japanese? Ooh.
Oh, that means that bitch will never age.
Nigga, I might take that with a little bit of stain.
A little bit of
I
stank.
mean, guess what? That bitch will never age. She's immortal.
Clip that, somebody. Oh shit.
Black Japanese, she's
Oh
immortal.
boy.
She'll never age.
Yeah.
Damn.
Eat that upside down, boy.
I mean, shit. That bitch doesn't age for shit, man. God
But
damn.
shit,
You know?
man. You know, I can't do the. But one thing I disagree with Fantastic and them on, man, is that hell, y'all may even agree with him and shit. But I'm not one of the motherfuckers in that crew that will deal with a bitch with a BBL. I'm sorry.
I'm not sold on those things, man, because I can tell you and again, I'm only speaking from what I've witnessed. Most of those women can't even maintain that shit. I have seen women spend $20,000 on a body, and next thing you know, they go right back or even worse.
Hence K Michelle.
How you gonna get a fix it flat ass?
Yeah, like, and most of those women don't even have worth ethic to be consistent in the gym. That's the shit that mind boggles me.
Oh, when you get a bitch who's in the gym, oh god.
Ooh. Man. What was that one
Nothing
chick,
sexy
Yari
to say that.
Santiago?
Oh boy.
Nothing sexier than a bitch who's beautiful working out. And I mean not some bullshit. I mean legit working out. Like look up what's her name on Instagram?
Yeah,
Khmer
Yari
Khmer
Santiago.
Look up Khmer Russo.
Yeah, Khmer Russo. Oh yeah, her ass. Oh man, yeah.
Her fine ass. And she just turned 30.
And she got like a little rabbit face too, a little brown rabbit. Like,
She got an anime face. It's cute.
yeah, she, you know, the way she leaves her mouth open for her teeth to be shown to a little bit, just, yeah.
Man, you know what's crazy? Women in the 80s, 90s were way more active in so many ways compared to now. Like, and they took pride at least. Like, you see bitches do double dutch, all types, all types of things just to be competitive. And just to see this new wave of shortcuts. Not only just get the BBL but I still eat horribly and I smoke cigarettes and I'm a weed head and I'm just like this shit is
Like all these bitches nowadays are junkies, man.
they are
God
junkies.
damn.
They are.
The weed head chicks, I just use them damn to get some damn bud and shit. I don't some weed. I don't take them seriously like that. I was like, chick, hey man, can you hook me up, girl, with a 50 cent?
Alcoholics.
Shit.
I hate a drunk ass woman.
Oh no, stay away from them. Oh no, run from them like the plague. Run from them like the plague, nigga.
That is not cute at all, man. When you get a drunk bitch. Oh God.
Yeah, the ones with the addictive personality disorders.
They might as well rule that out as illegal to be around that, you know, a drunk bitch like that, man. You know, hell no. Some bitch starts drinking and acting a little goofy. Oh no, nope. It's time to go. It's time to go. It's time to go. No, bitch, it's time for me to go. You can stay here and drink. No, it's time for me to go.
And it's crazy when you see chicks who are junkies, man. You could just see their souls, like they just gone, man.
Oh, dude, that's what the hell I was talking about too. Like, yes, with all the drugs and shit, and them thinking them and they can take half the dicks them of the whole nation. Shit, yes, man. Dude, no, it corrodes their fucking body. They look like something from Resident Evil. No.
Also known as Biohazard. Looking like a chick out of Biohazard.
Biohazard.
Man.
Oh, that's the original title, Biohazard.
I showed you.
And do you see him too, boy? And these same chicks probably try to put on this this witchcraft cream, this witch cream shit. You know what I mean? They're trying to doll themselves up with that darkness. You know, they're trying to doll that darkness up and shit. You know, to make it look, you know, sexy and shit. You know, so therefore they got the damn them thousand cock stare, you know, cat eyes and shit. You know what I mean? Where they look like, oh, they may fuck your brains out, but you better watch out for that bitch. Yeah, I'm good.
It's sad, man. It's sad to see. What's to me one of the worst things to see a bad bitch just blow up, look like a butter biscuit, man. It's like,
It's sad to see a bad bitch who's trying to get surgery.
oh,
Fuck what you do.
It's that diet and it's that culture.
For a minute though, as it always, you know, as it always been. To me, it seemed like damn it, all what they be getting surgery on is shit like their boobs and their nose. What until what the mid 2000s, early 2000s.
Yeah.
I mean, shit, man. I wish I was a surgeon.
You bitches would make me rich.
Yo, Charles, is the sun up over there yet?
But now they'll come back and sue your ass if their ass go flat.
It's still night.
Oh, okay.
This nigga playing me, he got the Ravens versus the Ravens Ultimate Team. And I'm like, nigga, I got a Kyle Hamilton too. Interception. I
didn't get your take, brother Charles, on that Goku and Superman fight. I'm like, yes, Superman won. Yes, with that death battle. Oh my, yes,
Nobody. When I worked at
finally,
it,
Death
not too
Battle,
many,
you got it right. But there was a
not
lot
too
of
Daniel have
Goku
been
fans that was
arguing.
shitty.
They've been arguing on
not
the internet for that on that
not too
video for
many
years.
people were upset with. Not too many people were upset with that. Not too many people were upset with that death battle because they actually showed their personalities, how they would really react to each other, and they're very humble type of guys, man. So they would actually
Yeah.
come on here as friends. It was like very. The ending was very wholesome. I will say that it was very
Yes,
wholesome.
it was. Yes, it was. That was a classic Death Battle.
Not the Dragon Ball fanboys, Charles. You had that one dude, Seth the Programmer, who got exposed as a psychopath last year, though. Was made many videos on how that battle was wrong. Goku would win.
I mean,
Dragon Ball fans weren't hearing it.
when has Death Battle really been wrong? Because that was pretty accurate if you think about it.
Hold on, what do you mean the hell when they ain't been? Nigga, please sit down. They ain't been wrong countless of times, especially with what they did with my boy Guts from Berserk. Damn it, yes, sirs. His last Death Battle, that was bullshit.
He won the first one, but the second one he's going against a much more powerful guy. I mean, the suit can only do but so much. I mean, the suit is durable, but he's still a human.
But the thing is though, it's like
Hamilton
his struggle, everything he's fought over. Could dude fought through that? Like, can he fight through that? Can he fight through hell? Is he that powerful to make it out of hell himself?
Possibly. I mean, you gotta look at Death Battle and say, hey, did they get it right or wrong?
Yeah, so it's like a love-hate relationship I got with them motherfuckers. So, but I think they adhere to one of my streams I did with Kratos versus Asura, and they did a little stream about it. They didn't actually do it yet. I was like, okay, because I was the first one that came with that damn comparison. Then they do it. I'm like, okay, I got many more motherfuckers for you.
That battle stole my idea of She-Ra versus Wonder Woman, and I could actually put up truth of that. I thought of it first because I put it on my Facebook 3 years ago.
Did Wonder Woman win?
Yeah. Even though it's kind of hard to beat a person whose literally moniker is the Princess of Power. And do I agree with Wonder Woman winning? Yes and no. And by the way, her cutting through the Sword of Protection would never. I mean,
have you seen the latest issue of her? These motherfuckers OP that bitch.
I mean, Wonder Woman is powerful, don't get me wrong. She's one of my top 10 favorite comic book characters.
Well, then they're on some cosmic shit down there.
But, I mean, she is at one point she was the goddess of truth, at one point she was the god of war.
Charles, you know the origins of Wonder Woman?
Which one? Because of Dr. William, whatever the fuck, Marston?
The BDSM shit.
Oh yeah, he was into that because he was a wild boy. Why do you think Wonder Woman was constantly tied up?
He was polyamorous too. He was polyamorous.
It's kind of funny.
Wonder
the guy
Woman was
who
originally a BDSM heroine.
Yep, the guy who invented the truth, the lasso of truth, also pretty much invented the polygraph.
Yeah.
That was a brilliant
motherfucker.
So y'all know what that means, right? That means that canonly Wonder Woman is into BDSM.
Yes, she is. Canonical.
Oh yeah.
And the word you're looking for is canonical.
Canonical,
Oh,
right?
by
Right.
the
I'm
way,
confused, man. I'm confused. Real quick, hold on, Nate. I'm confused, bro. What the hell? Okay, Superman has a baby by he has a baby with fucking
Lois Lane.
Wonder Woman, and then one storyline he has with Lois.
You're
So
looking
I'm
at
like, which one
Elseworlds.
is continuity?
Lois.
Yo, I just want to say something because we were talking about Jonathan Major earlier. This whole mess about white women and such. Take it from somebody who's had to deal with white women on numerous occasions. And I remember when I was involved with one, it was kind of bizarre because there was a couple incidents where I had to distance myself from her. One situation was a couple times she drunk out. You know what I'm saying? She drunk out, and it was the funniest shit because where she worked at, sometimes her and her colleagues would go out drinking. And I remember it was a Wednesday night, Thursday morning. She called me and was like, "Can you come over?" And it's 11 in the evening. Whoever's doing whatever they're doing, can you please mute up for a minute? Thank you.
Somebody's eating some mad chips.
Yeah. Is it Dorito or Lay's? That's the question. But anyway.
You know they black
Now-
boy. They smashing those damn chips.
What's good, Charles? What's good?
What's up?
Hey, Chaos. Anyway, as I was saying, like, she drunked out me on a couple occasions. Now, it was late at night. She said, "Can you come over?" Despite the fact I was going to be coming over to her place that weekend. She wanted me to come over. I'm like, at an ungodly hour, she calls me. She had a few drinks in her, and there weren't that many buses running at that hour either because she lived quite a distance from me. And I looked at her and said, "Have you been drinking?" She said, maybe. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'm going to call you Friday. How about you get sleep? We'll deal with it. We'll meet up another time. I remember another situation where we were supposed to meet up, and she and her brother, who I was on good terms with, and a few other friends, they had to get together, and they'd been drinking a little bit. So she met me, and she was kind of wobbly and whatnot, and I had to hold her, I had to sit her down. And I realized she was a little, she was not in a good place. I just looked at her brother. I waved at her brother, asked her to come, because she wanted me to take her home, but I said, not a good idea. So I waved. Her brother sees me, and he knew me. I waved at him, asked him, pointed at her. She said, "Is she okay?" I said, "No, you better take her home right now." And unfortunately, since he lived nearby, near her, he was able to make sure she got home safely. So I understand that situation. I've had situations also where a female friend would have me come tag along with them because they were drinking. They know I don't drink. But that female friend had another friend who, when she had her inhibitions, when she was well inebriated, started checking me out. And I was like, okay, I gotta shut this shit down. And I told the story before. And in that situation, I realized, first of all, like I said, they were drunk. I'm sober. Both of them have boyfriends. I didn't want no bull. I don't need that bullshit. I could catch a case. And not only that, I could have caught something from them because I found that one of them has a certain STI.
Hey fellas, I gotta run.
What up, James?
I said I gotta run, fellas, man. Have a good night, man. But thanks, Charles, for having me on here. Y'all be safe, man. Love y'all.
Hey, have a blessed night, bro.
Night. But like I said, I've had to dodge all kinds of people who approach me because I always had that gut reaction. Like certain people, when a certain white female came near me, I had always had that gut feeling like this is not a good idea. Either it was just the timing or the situation was not. What's the matter, Ray? Ray, you good?
I'm smoking. Nigga, continue. Keep going.
Must be some good shit.
Pass that
Hey, pass it
shit.
over here, nigga. Pass that shit. Puff that. Oh, you know what? No. In fact, let me get some papers. I'm gonna roll my own joint. Thank you. Brothers understand when it comes to that. When you gonna smoke, remember, you guys gotta listen to Redman's How to Roll a Blunt. Because there was some jewels he dropped regarding rolling paper etiquette. Not to mention, you can't share a joint with certain
I'm gonna look that up, bro. Thank you, man. I'll look that up because I don't know. I'm subscribed to him or somebody that keeps on posting these recent videos of him, these little clips and shit.
Freestyling, using beats and shit.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm like, bro.
Jack Boy beats.
You can tell, man. You can tell, damn it, he makes it plain, damn it, in his rapping. Where he's saying, nah, fuck that. I'm not gonna rap like you, damn, like you little Playboy. Yeah, like you Rainbow Boys. You Rainbow rappers. Yeah, he ain't gonna rap like y'all, all that mumble shit and all that bullshit.
No. But it's on the album. What the album? His first album he dropped back in '92. He had a funny skit after that joint, you know. But like I said, like
in the modern state of rap is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, he is ridiculous with shit. I mean, Redman had some of the funniest, craziest music videos out there. If y'all remember the video, I'll Be That. It's just him flipping channels. Late night, he's just flipping channels and shit. And some of the channels, all the shit was funny. Especially when that girl like crashes to the back of a cat on a bike. Anyway, I said earlier,
and I don't understand. And I don't understand the damn hate on the older rappers and shit. You know what I mean? Who are real and who really ain't subscribed to this new age shit. Because mind you, now I've seen a lot of cats older than me and shit, you know, subscribing to some of the new ways of these motherfuckers and shit, like how they dress and all that bullshit. You know, I'm like, man, why you're 50 years old? Why you got on tight jeans and shit, cowboy jeans, man? What's up with this, man?
I mean, you got Busta Rhymes who interact with them. He said, I fuck with the young kids, but I'm willing to understand where they're coming from, and we just share the knowledge, give them the knowledge while helping them improve themselves, make them grow the fuck up, because they look at us for guidance. But there's some who just like, you know, tell them on OCAST, you can't tell me nothing, like as if it's Kanye back in 06. You know what I'm saying? Or was it 07? You know, you can't, you know, was that song? You know, can't tell me nothing. No, tell me nothing. That was the joint. That's how most of me feeling when you look at the old heads.
But bro, when these older cats do come out and start rapping their shit, you know what I mean? It's to behold with deep appreciation, you know what I mean? Because the motherfuckers, they made their money and shit, you know what I mean? And found their ways, you know, to make their shit lucrative, you know, and for them to have you know, that continuous income coming in and shit to where, hey, certain motherfuckers made to certain levels to where, you know, they're doing their own thing and they could just say fuck it and just sit down. But when they come out and put that artwork back out there, you know what I mean? Shit, hey, I salutes. You know what I mean? Especially too when they're not coming forth talking like on some shoot 'em up shit and all that shit. You know what I mean? So it's like E40, for example, you know what I mean? And Redman, when he in his freestyles and shit, you know, he ain't, hey, just real nigga shit, man.
I'll give you one motherfucker that nobody. I'm gonna give you one motherfucker that nobody fucks with when it comes to freestyles. And this is one of my motherfuckers for real. Busy Bone from Bone Thugs and Harmony. He made Jay-Z just.
Motherfucking know you did it. Say my.
I'm gonna bring a story.
Thank you. Thank
Busy
you, man.
Bone.
I love you so much, bro, for mentioning him first. I love you so much for mentioning him first, bro.
Let me tell you the story. Let me tell you the story.
Go ahead.
Let me tell the story. Busy went to New York with a bunch of motherfuckers, right? And they were going to do a freestyle battle against Jay-Z. Busy drops this shit. Damon Dash looks at him and says, you know what, here. Take the money, you good. We ain't messing with you. We ain't messing with you. They just pull back. They fall back after that because this motherfucker is just on some other shit. I know motherfuckers keep saying Busy crazy, but you know what? Busy is on some other shit. Even when you listen to him, you know, when he's in any joint, when he breaks it, when he, you know, and he, if you listen to like Busy when on any Bone Thugs track, when he is on point, he's on point. He's talking about some shit that maybe is beyond your comprehension because he was the youngest. But being the youngest, he was the wisest one. That's why he was. Go ahead.
This is what it sounds like when thugs cry. I'm like, oh shit. No, that was hard. That was hard.
Well, this is
nobody
my
can top it,
perception.
good son.
Being
Okay,
in the
come on,
middle of
bring
it,
Mm-hmm.
being between Z and Millennial, I'm looking at it kind of like in the
Oh, you're a
90s.
Zennial? You're a Zillennial?
Yes.
A Zillennial, not a
Yeah,
Zennial, but a
yeah.
Zillennial.
I'm also subscribed to, by the way, to Busy Bones channel. And sometimes he'll come on live, do a live stream.
Oh yeah.
But typically, like an example, once the early 90s, so about 93 hit, that's when all the gangster rap shit came out. And that's usually where the whole thing was back in the 90s from what my research tells me, where the gangster rap started, especially when Tupac changed his theme and all that. So, I mean, rap was more profound, it was more bars and stuff, but at the same time, we were talking about just shooting niggas and running the streets as well. But
at
once
the
the
same time,
2010s came in,
yeah,
but once the 2010s came in, it wasn't just I look at it equally as bad because mumble rap and stuff was a thing, but who were the main faces of a lot of that stuff?
yeah, where that
Future,
shit come
French,
from? Man?
Future, French Montana. French Montana literally had a song where the whole song is I ain't worried about nothing. Shit. I ain't worried about nothing. That's the whole song.
Yeah,
I ain't worried about nothing.
I gotta stop you right there. Because sometimes, you know, first of all, yeah, I know, but I gotta check.
So
somebody,
it's not necessarily.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm not done finishing my point though. I'm not done talking. Yeah, but I just wanted to say that I agree with what the older generation says, but then I also agree with the younger generation in the sense of it's the influence was already on that way from the 90s, just that it really started cooking. The thousands. I mean, we skipped over that decade. That was nothing but look at me floss on these.
Well, that was the party years.
And then it just evolved from the thousands to look at me flossing on everybody to the mumble shit, and that was mostly older dudes.
The 2000s were the party years.
Yeah.
The 2020s, the 15s, the 20s. Instead of talking about in the 80s, they talked about drug dealing and drugs. 90s, they talked about serving drugs. This new generation of rap talk about doing drugs.
I mean, the older songs, the older songs, damn it, from the days of old, from the days of great, damn it, shit, they weren't worth a damn them damn selves. Shit, were they talking about one of me and Mrs. Jones? Yeah, come on, me and Mrs. Jones.
That's Billy Paul.
It's gonna
Billy
be
Paul right there.
It's gonna be you and my shotgun, motherfucker. Shit.
Hey, wait. I got one for you, Ray. I don't know if you might remember the song, but first of all, like everybody talks about, like, you know, Billy Paul had the song "Me and Mrs. Jones," right? Around that same time, around that same time. Let's not forget about Johnny Taylor. He had a song called "Jody Got Your Girl and Gone."
Oh boy, that made so many drill sergeants.
Ain't no choice. No, ain't no point in going home. Jody's got your girl and gone. I said, Jody's got your girl and gone. Ain't no point in going home. Gotta go home, but you work 2 jobs.
Damn, I remember that song. Ain't that a bitch?
But it was what it was. But let's not forget, motherfuckers. Remember Marvin Cease? He had the song "Candy Liquor," and what was that about?
I ain't heard that one. I ain't heard it.
Candy Liquor, that was about going down.
I probably have to hear that one. Certain songs I probably have to hear again and shit. But I heard
Not
a
to
lot of shit.
mention, let's talk about the elephant in the room. Let's go back to my teenage years, or late thousands, early tens. We weren't the ones buying the CDs for that stuff. It wasn't the youth buying it and putting that stuff on the airwaves.
That was the Drake and Lil Wayne days.
Yeah,
Everybody
but
was
what I'm
on
saying is
Napster.
the younger generation wasn't responsible for that music getting popular in the first place because we weren't buying shit.
No, but let's not forget who was buying most of the who were buying most of the tickets, who were mostly
Women.
showing up at the shows, who listened to the albums, who were calling the radio stations to play that joint.
I mean, but where these bitches come from talking about want to eat
Yeah,
a man's
girl, I don't
ass, want to eat a man's ass, and you know what I mean, and come out with doo-doo lipstick and shit, you know what I mean, and you know, yeah, like you know what I mean.
That's that's coprophilia right there. And first of all,
with that sexy bed, that sexy red bitch, Pound Town bitch, yeah.
Here's the thing I can say about that. First of all, here's what I can say about that. First of all, there's a reason the late comic Red Fox had an album called "You Gotta Wash Your Ass." If anybody remembers Martin Lawrence's first comedy album called "Talking Shit," he had these jokes about women need to wash their ass. You want us to go down and wash your ass, and vice versa for the fellas too. Wash your balls. Tell me if I'm lying.
Yeah, Chaos left. He gone. But yeah.
I think I turned him off when I said that shit.
But you ain't lying here. He left when we start talking about that. Oh, I mean, it's the real shit though, man. Because I'm wondering, damn, like how did it get to this point? I'm like, damn. So we can go back to Trina and Little Kim and blame them bitches.
Nah. Pull over that air too fast. Shout out to Trick Daddy.
2010s started to take when fucking Juice WRLD and all that got popular. That's when the taking drugs thing got popular. But 2020s, I don't know what it is now.
Yeah.
Well,
I remember.
No, I disagree.
Y'all forget something.
When you talk about the doing drugs, let's keep it real. Your boys 3 6 Mafia was the ones that was doing that shit. They started that shit. That was mid to late 90s. 3 6 Mafia.
They was on some straight devil
DJ
worship
Screw.
shit though.
DJ Screw, don't forget about him.
They had all kind of songs talking about doing dope and shit.
They had
Not to mention they had a song about tongue rings.
They had a versus battle with Bone Thugs and Harmony, and they
I
kind of got
remember.
into it, but made up.
Yeah.
But they can't beat Bone Thugs and Harmony though.
Because remember, it was Busy said something, and then immediately Juicy J said, "Suck my what?" And that's when somebody threw water bottles. And remember, Against Delicious, may she rest in peace, started talking all kinds of crazy about it, calling me a fucking weirdo. You need meds and shit. I'm like,
yeah.
Somebody says, you see, that's what happens sometimes. Like they all get caught up in the moment.
I wish Charles
So-
was able to pull up that video, man, that I sent, man. That I want you guys to see. Because I want you guys to see the chicks in there. Dude was walking away from and shit. He'll ask them their sign and walk away from them. To show like that they can't deal with rejection and shit.
I'll give you another example, like AMB said about taking drugs and shit. In the late 90s, now in the 2010s, everybody was talking about popping mollies, but they forgot back in the late 90s, early 2000s, everybody had a joint where they talked about popping X. Bone Thugs and Harmony.
Wait, Bone Thugs and Harmonies. By the way, y'all mentioned Bone
They had a
Thugs and
joint about
Harmonies.
it.
Look it up. Yep, they
They
got
had
a
a song
song
called
on
Ecstasy.
Ecstasy.
I remember what happened to each member.
Yep.
Each member explained what happened with their first experience. Let's
That was
not
on
forget.
that Resurrection album.
Yeah, BTN Resurrection. I remember the intro to that, but I remember
You
what was
better
that
get your
song?
paper.
No. Wait. Dr. Dre, The Chronic 2001. What's that one song where he's like, he said, "Yeah, I just took some ecstasy. Don't know what the side effects will be." Hell, you had Irv Gotti talking about his experiences just taking X, popping X on Drink Champs, and he was a complete monster. And I'm like, oh shit.
Humble
Shit was
ready
nothing
to
to
rub
fuck
on my
with. I mean,
violent
Bad Boys
side.
If
2.
it's
Remember what
one
happened?
person I hate to hear talk, is Irv Gotti. I swear, I wish he'd just go away.
Irv got it. Yeah, there's a
What's
bunch of
y'all's
motherfuckers I
personal
wish to go
opinion?
away.
What's y'all's opinion on that song by
I
French
really
Montana
wish,
where
I
all he
really wish
does?
Irv Gotti just disappear. He's such a
Uh,
fraud.
What y'all
shit.
think about that one song by French Montana where all he say is "I ain't worried about nothing"?
Yeah, and he keeps saying
I
nigga. I'm
don't.
like, motherfucker, you Arab.
The most
He
ignorant. That's
said,
literally the epitome of an ignorant
Yeah,
nigga song.
that shit can go in the trash too. Like,
That
yeah,
is
ain't
the
worried about nothing.
rappers.
Nigga, I already know
No,
that.
no
That's fine.
disrespect. I hate to be racist, but Arabs have no business rapping.
Oh well, you can't stop that though. Like, you know what I mean? Because of the fact that we're not a strong unit, powerful unit, nowhere near as the J people. You know what I mean? To where we can regulate and
Yeah.
say, hey, that's cultural appropriation. Don't do that over. Shut your business down, kind of shit. You know what I mean? Until then, these motherfuckers are gonna take whatever we create and try to replicate it to show that they're
Hey,
cool
hey,
and shit.
listen. Come out with your rap album if you want to. I'm just saying, why the fuck are
Because
we playing it and why are we buying it?
But bro, it's not
Yeah.
just them though. See, like we are literally like the most emulated race there is. Like, well, here in America, you know what I mean? And because what we do is even spread to other blacks in other cultures. You know what I mean? Like London and shit. You know, some black dudes in London like to act like us and shit, but also
You got plenty of
show
Africans.
but
I
but they
heard
also but
Project
they
Pat
also
playing in
show
Latvia.
their discontent towards us too at the same time. But yeah, I mean,
Oh, true.
it's gonna. My point is, it's gonna be emulated no matter what. Like you got the Japanese hip
Emulate
hop.
it,
Yeah, the
emulate it
Japanese.
all you want, but why
Ja-
do we support it? That's the part I hate.
mm,
That
That's
fucking
true.
corner store Arab dude, French Montana, the fucking fraud, should not be.
Not
He
even
should
funny.
never ever have made $1 in the rap game. That's all I'm saying. Him and his buddy. What's the other one?
DJ
The
Khaled.
fat one. Cal. Yeah, both of them. Neither one of them should have ever made $1 in the rap game.
And that motherfucker Palestinian.
Yeah, and exactly, and he's fucking Palestinian. What a coward.
Man.
New Orleans born, but here's what I can say about him. I'm like, I mean, because everybody doesn't know how to pronounce his name. It's Khaled, but I say like, what annoys me is when he goes like, another one. Yeah, I remember, was it like when they were talking, because like, remember when LeBron everybody was in Miami when the Heat were with it, and like he was talking all kinds of shit, and he was like, what the hell is he talking about? This is when when the Mavs met the Heat in the NBA Finals. This is like 2011, and like they're like he was like talking all kinds of greasy. I'm like, motherfucker, put down the olive oil. Put down the olive oil, because I know how y'all cook.
But nah, yeah, man. I'm gonna get my cover
That's how you get so
tomorrow.
greasy, man.
I'm gonna put my work in the black manosphere and do my streams on this bullshit that's happening to black man. You know, I've been a little slacking on that, but that's because we're going through some shit. Last week, we just survived a damn tornado, like being like right by it. So that's
okay.
it's a shot. Well, yeah, the garage is kind of like about to cave in and shit. You know what I mean? And the roofers and all that. The roofing people already know about that shit. So yeah, and it took a few days, to clean this shit up, man. But yeah, man, 3 counties got hit and shit. So yeah, I've been a little lacking on that, but definitely best believe I will be getting on this Jonathan Major shit, because this situation just somewhat kind of, but not really, took my mind off of what I went through. You know what I mean? And yeah, and it's just I'm pissed off. This done did it, dude. Like, because this means some big shit, man, right here. This is big shit.
Here's my question.
This is huge.
Here's my question regarding
because like if motherfuckers in their right mind, if they choose to stand up and stop being cowardly and shit or whatever, they probably might act like they got too much of an itch for Marvel, to where anything Marvel puts out, because they're a big fan, they're gonna have that itch to want to watch it. So I'll say don't support this shit whatsoever. Damn it, you know what I mean? Because their ass is cutting now, man. This is fucked up. So I got to cover it, and some other shit.
I don't think
Yeah,
you're gonna have a problem with that because Marvin fell off completely.
Yeah.
and
I mean,
and
they
I
just
gotta do
dumped
my
his ass. I mean, they dumped his
and
ass
I got
already after the
and I gotta
verdict.
do my stream, and I gotta do my stream too. See, I'm lacking, man. I got shit to cover, also
Yeah.
badass content relating to some geek shit, you know what I mean? Because now I use my time of watching TV, I think about that, utilizing that as like money. So I'm like, well, why not
Right.
cover and do streams about the shit that I enjoy? So, you know what I mean? And boom, I'm covering. Plus millions of other people like it anyway, so why not? So so yeah, that's what I do. And because when I go in here just in a second right now, because I'm outside, smoke, I just got done smoking. About to go in there and eat and shit and create my thumbnails. But
Nigga got the
yeah,
munchies.
but I also got to do my stream to cover for Big Bro Black Rams 10-year YouTube anniversary.
Oh,
To
313?
celebrate. To celebrate
Oh,
that.
that's definitely gonna be therapeutic, man.
Yeah, because he celebrated that yesterday, so
Congrats to
I
him.
gotta give my flowers to him. For the 7 years of me fucking with him. So I've graduated from the red pill to the real pill. So
Yeah.
and
Hold up a second.
it's-
Ray, hold up a second.
yeah,
Charles, are you okay?
Charles gone. And I'm about to be gone too,
Oh,
though,
okay.
y'all. So because I can only stand this cold for so damn long.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Cause I don't try to have a
man.
house all filled with smoke and shit. You know what I mean? So otherwise, I
Yo,
would
man,
be
you
smoking on the
need some
inside.
you need some new vents in that house. You got to need a new whatchamacall the
Nah, we're good, bro.
not insulation, whatchamacall ventilation. You need to work on your ventilation in that house.
But yeah, man, because shit. Other than that, man, you know what I mean. Well, besides some windows, a couple windows busted and shit. We're good, praise God, because my brother, he has my niece. Because my brother, he has my niece down here who is 17. She has cerebral palsy, so she can't really, her speech ain't that well. So you know what I mean. And while it was happening, boom, I got quickly alerted. I was like, oh shit, fuck that. The house behind us, the roof came off of that house, and I hurried up and snatched my my niece. And we all barricaded. In the bathroom and shit. I had cushions or whatever. You know what I mean? So hey, if this is gonna be our time, it's gonna be our time. And by me surviving this also, helped make me stronger and strong enough to stand on my principles and not take no bullshit from nobody. You know what I mean? So, because this did it. Because this year's been a motherfucker. You know what I mean? Because I'm still on the journey of suing the damn police department though. So,
Ray,
yeah.
God willing, all things will work out for you in the new year.
Oh yes, it will. Because when I get that money, I'm gone. Fuck that. I will learn the damn language. I will learn Portuguese on the plane. Hot damn it. Shit, fuck that. I am out this bitch. Fuck
Well,
that. Yes.
well, if I can say this in Portuguese for you, man. Veio com Deus, which means God, be with God.
Because in
That's
this
how
country,
Spanish
they
say
press
bye.
me. This country has pressed me from all four corners of the cosmos. All right, you prevent me. You prevent me in many ways to keep a motherfucker, damn it, from making the kind of bread I want. All right, so yeah. It ain't one of those. Oh no, maybe it's you, motherfucker, not them. But no, this is the case. It's 2024. No, we need to flip it and say no. Maybe it's not you, it's them, and it's been them. And yes, and then other side of the coin. Okay, I mean on the other corner, you motherfuckers keep me from having, a family, right? By giving these bitch such power to where she could just keep my kids away from me or whatever whim. All right, and and y'all made me realize, okay, that I came up in a gynocratic family, right? And you let bitches getting away with just all kind of crazy heinous shit and just slapping them on the hand. But man, you want to punish them to where, damn it, you want to put their ass under the jail. So yeah, I got to get the fuck out of here. Ray, you may want to learn the language. I will learn the language on the plane, nigga. I am out. One versus a million. One versus a million. That's why I tell these men, yes, man, oh my God, rest in peace to all these brothers, man, that have
jumped off of buildings and shit because of these damn fucking females. Rest in peace, Jason David Frank and the many of them to the Green Ranger, damn it. Because boy, if these men would have received such knowledge like from Brother Charles, brother Black Ram, all these brothers, man. Just think, man, of how many we could pull out, man, from that abyss, man. All it would take is just for them to reach and grab hold of our hand, the hand of the Black Manosphere, damn it, and rise up, damn it, out of that abyss, out of that misery, damn it, and rise up to see, damn it, the true nature, damn it, that God meant for them, which is glorious masculinity. I'm out.
Oh, nice speech.
Yep. All right. Yeah, I'll see quite the speech. All right, it was cool talking with y'all.
Same here, buddy.
Oh shit.